It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, April 11, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I hope you're doing well on this post-pay-per-view Monday. It is great to be here with all of you. There is so much to discuss. It is a nice day here in New York City. The sun is out. The birds are a-chirping, and UFC 273 is now officially in the books. A fun weekend of combat has come and gone. We here are here to put an exclamation point on it all, to talk about it all, to talk about it with some really interesting folks, even one who was front and center coming in studio. I mean, there's a lot. This is a very special post-pay-per-view Monday, my friends. I hope you're all doing well. As always, today's program is brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings. We love DraftKings. They are great people, and they are the official sports betting partner of the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, also the MMA Hour. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code The MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code The MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support them because they support us. So, the big news, of course, Alexander Volkanovski successfully retains his featherweight title. He defeats Sung Jung in a very one-sided affair. It ended in the fourth round, 45 seconds into the fourth round. To be honest, it probably should have been stopped in between the third and fourth. Shout out to Herb Dean. You know, we come on here sometimes and we criticize Herb and the other referees for the missed calls. I hear the guys in the back there, just a heads up. We sometimes criticize the referees for, you know, the errors. We got to give them props when they make the right call. And Herb Dean made the right call. It was great to see. In fact, you saw Volkanovski kind of feel like, I don't know, I don't want to really do this anymore. I don't want to punch this guy anymore. I feel bad for this guy. And so we commend Herb and we give a shout out to Volkanovski. It certainly wasn't the dicey affair that his last title defense was. He wins. He improves to 24-1. Heartbreaking stuff afterwards with Sung Jung crying on the mat. One of the nicest guys in the history of the sport, and that's a shoot. That's not me saying it in jest like we do with other people. A total sweetheart of a guy, and a guy who has now failed in 2 title shot opportunities, but nothing to be ashamed of. One of the most beloved figures in the history of the sport, owner of the greatest t-shirt in the history of the sport, guy who did it right, did it the right way, had his own brand, had his own style of fighting, always delivered, never disappointed. Sung Jung has nothing to be ashamed of, and we'll see. You know, afterwards he said he wasn't sure what he'll do next. We'll see where he goes from here, but a massive salute and a shout out to the Korean Zombie. Co-main event, Aljamain Sterling defeats Petr Yan. Holy smokes. Who saw this coming? Well, one dude bet $50,000 on Saturday night at Aljo at plus 360, ends up winning $180,000. A lot of people, when I tweeted that on Saturday, said that dude was a moron, throw away the money is a better option, burn the money, flush it down the toilet, give it to charity, whatever. That guy smiles all the way to the bank. Aljamain Sterling was smiling on Saturday, not just after the fight, in the middle of the fight as well. Who would have thought Aljamain Sterling at one point in the second round has Petr Yan's back and is laughing? Maybe it was in the third that he did that. Arguable 10-8, maybe not, whatever. In my opinion, rounds 2 and 3 were very, very easy to score. They were all Aljo, no doubt about it. Rounds 4 and 5, very easy to score. All Petr Yan, no doubt about it. The big question was, how did you score round 1? That's really what this fight comes down to. Historically, Petr Yan has started slow. You look at the stats, you say, all right, maybe it goes Aljo's way. I want to watch that. I've watched it twice now. First time watching it, I was leaning towards Aljo. Second time watching it, I was like, oh, God, I feel like I need to watch this again. The refs don't have that luxury. Super close. I'm okay with the decision. I'm okay with Aljo winning. If there was a pride fight, Yan probably wins, right? It's the last man standing. But in the end, I don't think it was a robbery. And upon further reflection, I'm okay with the no 10-8 second round. It really just comes down to that first round. and it was super close. No robbery here, nothing of that sort. Aljo wins. He's vindicated. He can now laugh, and he's going to take the greatest victory lap of all time. And you know what? After all the crap that he has had to take, all the abuse online, all the jokes, the mocking, all the clown emojis, he's allowed to do that. Good on you, Aljamain Sterling. You backed it up. Jan has to go back and fight maybe the winner of Marlon Vera versus Rob Font, or the loser, maybe a Dominic Cruz. Aljo's the champion. It looks like TJ Dillashaw's next. And then what about Khamzat Chimaev versus Gilbert Burns? Khamzat, a massive favorite. In the end, we learned so much about Khamzat Chimaev in this fight. We also learned a lot about Gilbert Burns. This was the perfect win-win situation for the UFC. Khamzat takes that next step. He gets the W. He's probably one fight away, one win away from fighting for the belt. Gilbert Burns is now the ultimate babyface. Everyone loves the guy. No one could say a negative thing about him. Ultimate respect. Stepped up, went the distance, rocked Khamzat. No one has ever taken the fight to Khamzat like this. No one has ever won a round against Khamzat like this. Second round was all Gilbert. I scored it for Khamzat. There was no robbery here. First and third, Khamzat. Second round, Gilbert. It was pretty clear cut in my opinion. But we've never seen Khamzat rocked. We've never seen Khamzat cut. We've never seen Khamzat in trouble. Gilbert had him in trouble in the second round. And then Andreas Michael, Khamzat's coach, just tearing him up going into that third round. He wrote a great thing on Instagram about that, just saying, hey, stop brawling. Stop trying to give people a show. Just go out there and win. Do what you do best. It worked. He won the third round. And I don't think for a second that you should walk away from that fight thinking he was overhyped. The hype train is over. He's not as good as we thought. First of all, he was fighting arguably the third best welterweight on the planet. Number one would be Usman. Number two would be Colby Covington. Number three would be Gilbert Burns right now at 170. You can make that case, I think. I think 1 and 2 are pretty clear cut. Number three, Gilbert. Don't forget, a year ago, he was rocking Kamaru Usman early in their title fight. And he was able to dig down. He was able to overcome some obstacles. He was able to, to escape certain tough situations in that second round. Looked like he was fading. Looked like he was getting tired. Looked like the tank was emptying. I was super impressed. And, I'll see from people who don't love the sport like we do, don't follow the sport like we do, who will say, hype train, over, he's a bust, he was overhyped, whatever. And for me, when I hear that, it's actually not disrespectful towards Khamzat. It's disrespectful towards Gilbert Burns. Because if you can't appreciate and don't understand just how good of a win that was for Khamzat, young Khamzat only fighting 4 years, 11 fights total. If you don't appreciate that, if you don't appreciate what he overcame, if you don't appreciate what he was able to do and who he was able to do it against, it's because you don't appreciate who Gilbert Burns is and how tough he is and how good he's looked since going to welterweight. That is all that tells me. Because if you know how good Gilbert is, you're like, holy smokes, that was a big time win. That was more impressive than all his wins combined. Even the quick ones against the Meerschaerts of the world, the John Phillips of the world, with all due respect. They're not Gilbert Burns. So massive respect for Gilbert, massive respect for Khamzat, huge win. I left, that viewing, that fight, thinking this guy is for real. Not that we really questioned it around these parts, but man, you got over that hump. Now let's see if they can make the Colby fight. The Colby fight is the fight to make. I'm happy there's no calls for Khamzat versus Leon. That's a big dub for Leon. Still don't know when Usman's going to take that fight, when he's going to be healthy enough. But it seems like the world, including UFC President Dana White and the brass and the company and the organization, want that fight potentially on ABC, which would be big, big, big business. If I'm Colby, I'm watching that fight. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll take that fight. No problem. Why not? Take that fight. He showed some signs of weakness. He showed some holes. He's going to be better the next time. I can assure you of that. And you know what? He showed some humility. He showed some vulnerability. I actually think this fight makes him into a bigger star. If you're like the Terminator out there, it's great. But if you show some human instincts, some vulnerable traits, I actually think it makes you more likable. Even in the post-fight press conference, he was a lot more relatable, likable than he was in the pre-fight press conference. So do that fight. Khamzat wins, you get a title shot. Colby wins, maybe he gets another crack. Who knows? Big business. Very exciting stuff. We'll talk more about that as the show goes on. Mackenzie Dern with the big win over Tisha Torres. She continues to look good. Bounced back from that tough loss to Marina Rodriguez. And that was a solid win and almost got that submission. almost got that submission win over Tecia Torres. It would have been her first submission loss, first stoppage loss for Torres. In the end, it was a split decision win. How about my underdog lock of the week, Mark Madsen? Yes, I know the fans didn't love it. Yes, I know it wasn't the most exciting affair, but he gets the big dub over Vince Pichel. Ian Garry improves to 9-0, picks up the unanimous decision win over Darian Weeks. Some people not loving the performance. He, I'm sure, hard on himself as well. Overall, all that matters is he is still undefeated, and he gets a second fight under his belt in the octagon. Anthony Hernandez and Josh Fremd had a really fun fight. Kel Pennington with a big win over Aspen Ladd, and now you got to wonder what happens to Aspen Ladd. Mike Malott is a superstar now. Everyone loves this young Canadian, and perhaps this is the young Canadian male fighter that we've been searching for, because Lord knows we haven't had a lot to talk about over the last few years. Young Michael Malott is a very likable guy. That was an incredible win over Mickey Gall. His brother is a minor league hockey player, which is pretty damn cool, and he did an amazing thing for his striking coach, Joey Rodriguez, who he mentioned on the post-fight interview with Joe Rogan. The whole thing was great. And then he gets to the coach part, and shame on those fans in Jacksonville. Can you give the guy a second to explain himself? Thinking that he's probably just plugging his Instagram. They start booing him, and then we find out he's giving a plug to the GoFundMe link on his Instagram for his coach. When he did that, I checked. It was at around $56,000 in terms of money raised, which is incredible. Their goal was 50. I checked as of last night. It was close to 100. It's probably past 100 at this point. A lot of people, including Dana White, said he would donate. Mike said that he was going to give half of his purse, his show money, $10,000 to it. Dana said, keep your money. Mike said, I'm still going to donate. Jake Paul announced that he was going to donate $10K as well. Pretty incredible stuff. And Mike will be on the show on Wednesday, so I look forward to that. He's traveling today. Alexei Oleinik wins his 60th fight. Again, another incredible submission win for him. Pierre Rodriguez with a win, and Julio Arce with a win. Now, on today's program, it is fun. Remember that guy, Alex Volkanovski? Remember that guy that I told you about in the main event, had the big win over Korean Zombie? The pride of Australia, the only Australian-born champion in UFC history. Yes, Robert Whittaker was champion, but born in New Zealand. Of course, now residing in Australia. Volkanovski, the first Australian-born champion in UFC history, will be in studio, back into the program, in studio from Jacksonville. Hey, we're not going to Disneyland anymore. We're not going to Disney World. We're not going to Universal Studios or Epcot or any of those places. Great Escape, Knott's Berry, whatever. No, we're going to the MMA Hour. That's where the Victory Tour starts. And it's here in studio. I look forward to that very much. Alex Volkanovski will join us in studio, back into the program. Stay tuned for that. And we might even, don't tell him, but we might even be doing a little cooking with Volk. You know, we love the cooking with Volk. We have the ingredients here. GC came up huge with it. It's going to be big. It's going to be large and in charge. So stay tuned for that. The champ, we got a lot to discuss. Henry Cejudo says he's back in the testing pool. He wants a crack. He wants to go quadruple C. Is it going to be Max Holloway 3? Is it going to be someone else? Seems like those are the two best options. So stay tuned for that. We're going to be joined by GC and Rick. We'll recap the weekend, the bets, all that stuff. Bit of controversy with one of the other members of the team. We shall get to that later in the program as well. Ray Longo is going to join us. How about Ray Longo getting another moment in the sun? Third now, undisputed underdog champion to come out of his gym. The first, of course, back at UFC 69, Matt Serra, GSP, who can forget it? Biggest upset still to this day in UFC history. The second, the pride of Baldwin, New York, Mr. Chris Weidman, UFC 162, with the massive win over Anderson Silva. And now the third, Aljamain Sterling, with the big win over Petr Yan. This is the big one. Not necessarily the one last year. He now has three of those guys. That's unbelievable. TJ Dillashaw going to join us as well at 2 o'clock. He now tells me he's on some kind of hike trail thing. Hopefully we'll be able to connect with him. He said the service is bad. So stay tuned for that. And Ian Garry is going to join us to talk about his big win over Darian Weeks. And we'll see if he has an honest assessment of his performance. But first, I'm so excited about our first guest. Our first guest has returned to the MMA news cycle over the last week or so, after, I think it was Oscar Willis of the Mac Life who unearthed this first, after a video surfaced of him back in 2017 at one of those Q&As before a weigh-in, talking about a young fighter from Sweden who everyone was going about, who was on his way to the UFC, but still, admittedly a few years away. In case you're one of the, I think there's like 500,000 views on this clip. It's spread everywhere. In case you missed the clip, here's my old friend Brian Stann 5 years ago talking about a guy that we just talked about with a beard who trains out of Sweden. And now 5 years later, this comment has proven to be one of the great call-outs in UFC history. Take a look at this.
Out of all the up-and-coming fighters, that don't have a contract, who do you think really deserves to be in the UFC?
There's a welterweight in Sweden, at Sweden MMA All-Stars, that trains Alexander Gustafsson. I don't know his name. I just know him by reputation. And he's not in the UFC yet, but he has a whole lot of success over all the big names that train at MMA All-Stars in Stockholm. And when we get this kid signed, I think he's going to make some real waves.
Shout out to that girl as well for asking that question. Shout out to Brian for thinking of that on the spot. I miss this man dearly. I'm so excited that he's on the show. I don't remember the last time he was on this program. What an honor it is to have the All-American, the great, the incomparable, the often imitated, never, ever, ever will be duplicated Brian Stann on the program once again. This is so exciting to reunite with my old friend Brian after all the... Look at this guy. Wow.
Ariel, how are you, my friend?
So good to see you, Brian. I'm so happy that you agreed to come on. It has been far too long. How are you, most importantly?
I'm doing well. Busy, right? But happy, doing well, and was excited to see the fights on Saturday. Still always keeping a finger on the pulse of my old industry, and excited to see so many great fights on Saturday night.
You say busy. By the way, how much do you weigh these days? You look skinnier than ever. Are you dropping down to 55? What's going on?
If you want to run companies, you got to stay fit. And more importantly, between my fiance and I, we've got 5 daughters. So if you want to keep up with all these kids, I got to stay in shape.
Geez, you look fantastic. I didn't expect anything else. So good to hear that you are still keeping tabs on the fights. And I do want to ask you about that clip that made the rounds. But just for those, to bring people up to speed, what exactly do you do now? What's your day-to-day life consist of?
Sure. I am the president and chief executive officer of Hunt Military Communities. We are the largest privatized military housing company. We've got a little over 56,000 homes across the country, from Hawaii to Alaska, to Delaware to Florida. It's about 1,100 employees. And so we do all of the construction, maintenance, property management, leasing, and service for a little over 120,000 military residents and families. We've got a couple of pockets of conventional or private communities that we manage as well, that are not necessarily directly serving just military and non-military installations. I've been doing that for a little less than 10 months. And prior to that, I was the chief operating officer of a large single-family home portfolio for a private equity firm called Cerberus Capital out of New York.
Incredible. Well done, my friend. I remember when you got that job, I think it was early fall, right? September or so.
That's right.
Yeah. So glad to hear that things are going well, and glad to hear you're still keeping up with the sport. Did you know that everyone was posting this clip of you last week as Khamzat was getting to, get ready to have this big fight against Gilbert? Did you know that you were now the talk of the town?
I did. It was funny. I had 2 people message me right before you did as well. And, they'd say, hey, good call. And it's one of those situations similar to what I texted back to you, right? You make a lot of predictions when you're an analyst. You talk to a lot of people. Every once in a while, you get one right. The internet doesn't forget. So it's nice to have gotten one right instead of having people text me or message me on ones that I got wrong. But it's funny. I hadn't thought back to that in a while, but I remember those moments where I think I was talking to some folks before an Alexander Gustafsson fight from that gym, while they were at the hotel and kind of doing the week of the fight workouts. And I get on the mats with some of those guys, and they just kept telling me about this guy who had a background from Chechnya, or Dagestan, excuse me.
No, Chechnya. You're right.
Awesome.
You're right. Chechnya.
Yeah. who is just fantastic and has all the skills, all the makings, but had the mental, like, they're like, look, this guy, when they rotate and it's your turn to go with him for a round, he's the one that nobody wants to go with. And every gym has a couple of those guys, right? And so it's incredible to see, and I think it's part of the reason, his mentality, why he could make a jump like he did on Saturday night, where you're 10-0 and you're facing the number 2 ranked guy in your division. It was a hell of a jump he made.
And just to confirm, because in the clip you didn't say his name, you were in fact talking about Khamzat Chimaev, right?
It was. I didn't want to venture a guess at trying to pronounce that name, right? Because in the UFC, as you know, as well as anybody, they send you the fighter pronouncing their own name so that you can get it right. I would have butchered that back then based on the hearsay I got from other fighters, right? Because they just called him by, they were calling him Khamzat or they were pronouncing it all kinds of different ways.
Were you, did you remember that you mentioned him 5 years ago, and were you following his career a little closer, hoping that your prediction that this guy would make it to the UFC and prove you right, from 5 years ago?
No, I wasn't, because there's so much of that. I had forgotten I made that prediction call, right? But I was more excited because I had learned he had then gone and done some training over in Thailand with the Hickman brothers and at Tiger Muay Thai. And George Hickman was a guy that I actually trained with years ago in Atlanta when he was a car dealer. He was a car salesman at a local Chevrolet, a phenomenal collegiate wrestler and a really good athlete who was also fighting, who would then take off. And I remember giving him a recommendation to Roger Huerta, who was the head coach at Tiger Muay Thai at the time, for him to be their new wrestling coach. And so when I found out that he was training with George and George's brother, I was pretty excited. And I always want to see their fighters win. Now, George is now left, and he actually started a different gym in Thailand. But I was paying attention more because of that correlation and connection than my own prediction.
So you watched the fight on Saturday night?
I did.
Your takeaway?
Tremendous fight. Well, I think one, if I had one takeaway, knowing and having called a couple of fights of Gilbert Burns, and I can't confirm this, right? This is just my gut feeling, knowing how much hype was behind that fight, that I think Gilbert left the octagon believing in himself a little bit more. And I felt like maybe at the beginning of the fight, he had some doubt knowing he was going in there being such a large underdog. And, a punch or two, a few centimeters to the right or left, and Gilbert could win that fight, right? Because it was just that close. But more importantly, on Khamzat's side, it was just such a tremendous, I don't remember such a jump that anybody's ever taken and wanted, right? There's one thing to take those fights and those opportunities on short notice, because the UFC needs you to fill in and you kind of go and end up being the sacrificial lamb to a stud. But to deliberately want to take on the number 2 guy in the world when you've only had 10 pro fights to your name, and someone as dangerous as Gilbert Burns, who's got legitimate knockout power and can submit you from anywhere, I mean, it was just incredible. So I'm excited to see what he could do with 15 fights under his belt. And I think at this point, right, it would make sense if I'm managing him, hey, don't be in such a rush, because the reward is Kamaru Usman, right? And if you want to try and beat that monster, you got to hope that he's getting real comfortable and making a lot of money and wearing all the name brands and not training as hard, because athletically and mentally right now, Kamaru Usman could be the best fighter on the planet.
It seems like they want to keep pushing him, right? Because they're talking about Colby next. And after Colby, there isn't anywhere else to go, right? Do you think he is? I think Usman and Colby are the 2 best welterweights on the planet. I don't think there's much of a debate there. Based on what you saw on Saturday against maybe the 3rd best welterweight on the planet, is he ready for those kinds of guys?
He's ready, and it'll be a fight. Do I think it's time for him to have his best opportunity to beat a guy like Kamaru Usman? I mean, Usman's an animal, and he's just so good, and he's still getting better. If I'm managing him, because you're never going to convince a fighter to slow down, because that's just the way we have to think. If I'm managing him, I do everything I can to get him more time, more experience. That fight and the fact it went as long as it did against Gilbert was the best possible outcome for him. To have to go through that, to have to dig deep, I think Colby Covington would be a smart next fight for him, because that's going to be a challenge too. That's a really hard fight. But I think he's ready for that, right? He's going to be competitive. That's a fight he can go win. I don't know that he's ready and can smash Kamaru. I don't believe he could smash Kamaru like he might say. He has to think that way. But there's nobody walking in the octagon and just walking through Kamaru. It's not going to happen.
By the way, what do you think of Aljamain? He was a guy who was around when you were calling fights, right? And no one gave him a shot. Impressed by this? Surprised by this? The fact that he finally got over the hump and beat the guy that everyone thought was the best bantamweight in the world.
Well, you want to talk about mental challenges as a fighter, right? Fighters can tell you all day long they don't listen to the fans, they don't listen to the media, and they absolutely do. All of that could plant seeds of doubt into your mind. Watching that first fight against Peter Yan and knowing he was getting handled, right? He was losing that fight and he was being outclassed by the better fighter. To have to live with that video footage, then deal with all the repercussions and people saying he was backing out, he was faking injuries, everything else, and go in there and execute the game plan he executed, that was one of the smartest fights I've seen in recent history that I could remember. I mean, he attacked Peter Yan the exact way he needed to put that fight into where he's at his best. If he could take your back, he is a nightmare. And he was able to get it there consistently. And I know there's some debate on the decision, but I thought if I'm coaching him or I'm part of his camp, he was extremely well prepared to fight that fight and put it in a situation to get him an opportunity to win. And he executed very, very well. He and his coaches should be really excited. It was just a brilliant, brilliant execution.
Listening to you talk about all this, Brian, I have to admit, like, it's very exciting. It's almost nostalgic for me. It reminds me of, the old Fox days when we were working together. It's also making me a little sad because I feel like we're missing out on all this great analysis from you. Do you miss any of it? Or are you completely, like, you watch it, you're just watching as a fan, I'm happy, I'm good, sitting on my couch? Or is there ever a fight, a moment, a card where you're like, it would have been nice to be out there for this one?
Oh, of course I miss it. It's so funny. My fiance, Michelle, will just start dying laughing. If we're in a room full of friends and they ask me a question, I get to go back into being the analyst. She starts laughing. She knows I don't think there's never going to be a more fun job that exists. I mean, talk about low stress, right? You're preparing, and the hard work to get ready for the big show is watching fights, right? There's a lot harder ways to make a living. The only thing about it that I remember, right, is I remember just feeling a little unfulfilled, right? I remember watching the executives who were growing this company, this brand, preparing the company for sale. And, when you're running a company, you're creating jobs. There's really challenging strategies from your capital structure, how you're going to finance investment, how you're going to, disrupt an industry or stay in the cutting edge of innovation to do so. And being an analyst, you're kind of having to do all of that for your personal brand, right? You're thinking around, okay, what kind of content do I need to generate for my own social media to move my brand forward? Should I start a YouTube channel? And it just wasn't me, right? I love what I do now. I've got super complicated problems to solve. I've got really bright people, and I'm looking for more bright people to work with me. And how do you disrupt a housing industry that hasn't had a ton of innovation in the last decade? And how do you find the correct way to finance that disruption and that investment? So while I absolutely miss being an analyst, it's probably the most fun job I'll ever have, right? And the least amount of stress. I love what I'm doing now. But, every time I watch fights, I put that hat back on, and the people sitting in the same room as me probably get sick of listening to me talk.
Shame on an executive if in the last few years no one has reached out to you to at least see if you'd be interested in doing something in the fight world. Have you ever been close to doing anything, whether it's a TV job, an executive job, something?
Yes. So I was by one of the larger players. They approached me, and I took a really hard look at it. And it was difficult time. There was a lot of transition taking place in my personal life, and I had two options on the table. I could go work for one of the largest private equity firms in the world in a totally new industry while I was completing my executive MBA, or I could stay in an industry that I know and go into something that's more in a startup mode that's going to be financed by entrepreneurs with a little bit more risk involved. And so I chose what I feel, the safer path, having a large family to provide for, And there's times where I look back on that and wonder if I made the right choice, right? Because running a business in an industry that I love and spend so many years in would be a lot of fun. But ultimately, it led me to where I am now. And I love my current company. I love the people I work with. I love what we do. I love trying to find ways to create and deliver more value for military families and military housing. We've got super complicated challenges to solve and technology that we're developing to kind of revolutionize how we handle maintenance in these homes, how we serve residents, how we bring additional community events to military families whose, husbands and wives may be deployed and you're trying to help keep a good Christmas for their kids at home. So it's, I love where I'm at, but it has happened. I've looked at it and you never know, right? What could happen in the future.
It's funny that you say the path you took was the safer route because of the families. I would argue that's not the safer route, that what you did was the courageous thing. Like you could have stayed in your nest, in your comfort zone, and that's fighting. You were one of the few guys over the last 10 years who left fighting and does nothing with fighting and took a chance on yourself, believed in yourself. Like I've often looked at you and felt like I don't have the guts to do what you do. Like, I dream, I don't want to do MMA anymore. I want to be the basketball guy. I don't have the guts to do that. You had the guts to leave the MMA world and bet on yourself. So that wasn't the safer route. What you did was the courageous route.
It's funny. I tell people an awful lot about the power of self-belief. And the example I always use was Clay Guida. And I don't want to get too, but I remember in the early days training with Clay Guida, standing outside the octagon one time. And we were talking with Cowboy Cerrone and I think Joe Stevenson. And Clay Guida had just had a couple of rounds with some B-level fighters. And he was losing all of those rounds. And he was preparing to fight Takanori Gomi. And we were really worried, like, hey, Clay's not looking so good right now. He came out of the octagon talking about how good a day he's had. Like he felt great during all of his sparring rounds, and he was super confident. I remember we all looked at each other like, how does he feel good about what? And it was his belief. And I remember watching him beat Gomi. And the thing was, you don't only have to beat Clay Guida technically in all the areas of fighting. You got to beat Clay Guida at his pace in all of those areas. So where you may be a better, more sound technical striker or wrestler or grappler, you have to be that for the full duration of that fight at Clay's pace. And his pace just breaks people down. And to where you may have an advantage, you can't beat the guy mentally because he believes in himself so much that he could overachieve relative to maybe the physical gifts he's been given, right? He's just one of the few examples. Like Michael Bisping's another guy. Bisping goes out and he was to go do a combine for the NFL, right? He's not going to wow you maybe relative to some of the people that he's beaten over the course of his career. But by God, does he believe in himself? And when he goes out there, he can execute a game plan and there's no quit. He's as tough as they come. And I remember that second fight against Dan Henderson. How many people would have broken and not even answered the bell? And he goes out there and wins. So the power of self-belief and the example we get in the sport of mixed martial arts is incredible. And I've taken that into a variety of industries and used that to be successful. If I don't know something, I'll figure it out. But I'm going to have a great attitude. And when things go bad, I'm still going to have a great attitude so we can solve the problems and just continue to get better.
By the way, that potential opportunity in the fight world, was that like to be an executive, a promoter, a face? What was that role?
It was being executive. It was to be a number two guy, really,
Wow.
to run all operations and do matchmaking and such. And, looked into it and, a phenomenal opportunity, but it's just one of those things where you get an opportunity to look into something and you choose something else.
You can definitely tell me to mind my business, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask who it was.
I don't want to call anything out.
Fair.
Names. You're probably guessing correctly.
Okay.
So,
what about?
but the only thing I would say in that as well is it wasn't. I never left the UFC because they treated me very well, right? They coached. they were phenomenal to work with, and they're a part of the reason why when I think back to my days as an analyst, I'm so fond of it. Why I miss it. It was. They did a really great job from my perspective, preparing me, supporting me in that role.
By the way, when's the last time you went to a live event?
Oh, great question. The last live event that I went to was Joanna versus, gosh, I don't want to butcher her name, Zhang.
Zhang Weili.
Part 1.
Yeah.
Zhang Weili. It was unbelievable.
That was the last fight before the pandemic.
Yes.
Why that one?
It was, my fiance got me tickets as a birthday gift.
Wow.
So we went out there, watched the fights, and it was only the second time she'd ever been at live fights before. And now it's tough because she saw that. I mean, that fight set her opinion for women's MMA forever.
Right. Yeah.
She could not believe the heart and the skill in those two ladies coming out of that fight. It's impressive. So impressive.
Your name has been brought up a lot when talking about who's the one guy that every fighter respects, who they would listen to if they ever wanted to come together, right? This is a hot topic in the sport, fighter pay, all that stuff. How do you feel about the state of the fighter right now? Do you feel like it's evolved enough? Do you feel like they're being treated well enough? And again, not trying to get you in trouble or anything like that, but I mean, no. I know this is a topic near and dear to your heart.
You know, it's funny you ask, because I do think about it, right? Now, I'll see that. Like everybody else, I would love to see, Bellator and the UFC's books. I'd love to see their expense ratios, right? Because without understanding the costs they incur to put on these shows, it's really hard to then assign a percentage that the fighter should get of the top line revenue. I suspect that the UFC's expense ratios are much larger than people realize. That being said, you're talking to a guy, when I fought Chris Lieben in the co-main event, I think my contract was like 15 and 15.
Oh my God.
Right. So fighter pays come along. And then I got a big contract after that, but it's still, when I look at what guys make now relative to what I made, I mean, it's well more than double, right? When they're in the top. So I've seen it continue to grow. And I think the larger the content rights deals get to distribute these via streaming platforms and networks, that is going to be an incredible source of revenue for these fighters. But it's hard, right? Because you're talking about a group of people. Not only would fighters would undercut each other for a sponsorship, they'd undercut each other for a fight. It's an individual sport. So I think it would be really hard to try and do some type of collective bargaining agreement. But it's hard for people to criticize it because we don't know the expense ratios of the sport and how much it costs the UFC and Bellator to actually put these shows on, turn a profit, and have enough profit to reinvest back in their product to make sure that they can continue to compete and grow. It takes capital to grow the sport, right? No doubt. And you have to have that money and the means of financing, right, to grow it. So it would be really hard for me to say that the fighters are massively underpaid or overpaid. I think that the fighters who truly move the needle and really bring a lot of revenue, I think that, we know that they get paid, right? The McGregors, the Kamaru Usmans, we know they get paid. The ones that don't need to ask, they really need to focus on their individual brand. But it would be interesting. I'm sure at some point there'll be some type of unification. It happens in every sport. It'll happen one day.
Really? And
yeah, it will. And I think they'll be ready for it. I think the sport will have prepared, right? They know that that's always a risk.
Last thing, like we have a fighter coming up next on the show, Ian Garry. He's like 12 years old, for God's sakes. The kid is so young. He's just starting his UFC career, 2-0 in the UFC. He's got 20 years left in the game, the whole world ahead of him. That kind of guy isn't necessarily thinking about when he's 40 and what he's going to have to do when he has kids and whatnot. What is the best piece of advice that you can give to someone who's starting out, who's in the middle portion of the career, not necessarily the guy with one fight left, right? I'm not talking about the guy who, a Donald Cerrone, who knows it's pretty much done, maybe has one fight left. What's the best advice for someone who isn't thinking about this at all, but as you know, it comes up very quickly and you're going to have to make some tough decisions later on, that you would give to a young fighter about, life after fighting?
It does. There's 4 things I would tell them. Number 1 is save your money, right? Look, it's not going to last forever. One catastrophic injury, you could spend a whole year without making any money. Save your money. Number 2, you have to very carefully manage your brand. You cannot afford right? To be out with some friends, have a couple of drinks, and start firing off social media posts. We live in a world where information goes quickly, and your brand can be considerably damaged because something you say is misconstrued, taken out of context, and you could get, you can get really crushed by the media and fans, and you just can't afford that in the sport. The third thing I would tell them is do not leave your chin in the gym, right? Back in my day, we sparred so hard and trained so hard. We left years of our career in the gym when we weren't getting paid. We overspar in this sport. We beat up our bodies too much in this sport. We need to look at it through a longevity lens. How do you arrive to your fight in the best condition with the freshest ability to take damage? Because as good a fighter as you want to be, if you can start getting knocked out, I look at Luke Rockhold, right? Luke Rockhold had he's as skilled as any fighter out there. But all of a sudden, someone who's worse than him can clip him and win a fight, right? And so he's probably taken some time off to rejuvenate and recoup. You got to be careful how you train. Did I hit all four? I put a list out there. I don't know if that was 3 things or 4.
I think that was 3.5. The rejuvenate could be the 4th. But yeah. So, I mean, don't be dumb, save your money, obviously.
I'm sorry, Eric. The 4th thing was have a hobby, right? No, there's a lot of downtime in fighting, right? And I think fighters need to understand that they're only going to spend a very short window of their life doing this. What are you going to do next? And don't be afraid to invest in that, whether it's going in, finishing your degree, getting a graduate's degree, going and learning an additional skill, investing in a business or doing something else, right? You will have to do something else for a living when this is over. Do not be afraid to invest some time in that. It could be healthy for you. It could take some pressure off you during your fight career. Just mentally, you got to be prepared and start putting in some time for what's next.
You're the man, Brian. This really made my day. Warmed my heart that you would say yes, that you even remember me now that you're crushing it in the business world. You're the man. Thank you so much for this. And again, well done on that clip. And it was so cool to see it just pop up everywhere 5 years later. You can now forever say that you told us all about Khamzat Chimaev before anyone even knew his name. So well done. Let the world know.
If I do that, people will go research 10 clips of where I got things totally wrong. So I'll leave it. I'm going to stay well enough alone. I'll keep well enough alone.
Thank you so much, Brian.
Awesome.
All the
Thanks
best
so much, Ariel. Great to see you.
Yes, sir. There he is, the one and only Brian Stann, the All-American. What a legend. What a guy. And I know there's a lot of new fans in the sport who may not have been around, may not have been watching when Brian Stann was either A, fighting, or B, commentating. And I hope by watching that, by listening to that, you realize why the ones who did watch him fight, who did listen to him commentate, who did even have the opportunity to work with him, think so highly of him. Legit one of the greatest mensches in the history of the sport. Doing big things. And I would argue doing much more important and impactful things than commentating fights. We miss him selfishly, and the UFC has a phenomenal roster. There is not a single dud in that bunch. They are all fantastic, every single one of them. But it would be great to still hear him on the microphone. And I don't know that promotion that he was talking about that reached out, but when he talked about, investors, that seems like they might be the one that starts with a P and ends with the L. That would be a guess. That would just be a guess, but I don't know that for sure. That's just me reading the tea leaves. Tremendous stuff there. Hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. A great, great trip down memory lane, so to speak, just by listening to his voice with Brian Stann. All right, back to 273 we go. Ian Garry had a big fight. 2-0 now, improves to 2-0 in the UFC, still undefeated, still rolling along. And I'm curious to hear his assessment of his performance and of the fight itself, the win over Darian Weeks. Without further ado, let's go to the future now. Let's say hello once again to Ian Garry. There he is. Wow. 24-inch pythons, Ian Garry. Ian, I feel like I need to give you 3 congratulations right off the bat here. Number 1, congrats on the nuptials, on the marriage.
Thank you.
Congrats on fatherhood, my friend. And congrats on your 2nd win of the UFC. A lot going on in your life. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, dude. It's exciting, right? I'm 24 years of age, and I'm living a life that is just full of up and up and up and up and up. There's nothing negative about anything in my life right now. It's just all positive. And look, the future is bright.
Is your head spinning? Does it feel like there's almost too much going on in your life?
No, I wanted all of this.
Okay.
I asked for all of this.
All right.
So it's awesome. Yeah, I couldn't be more excited for everything. More excited for my next fight. It makes me more excited to be a dad and to go through that whole process of watching a little being grow and being there to kind of help guide them and let them do what they want, but like help advise them. Like I just dude, it's a blessing, right? A little kid, it's a blessing. So that's what we take it as, and there's no other way to look at it.
Oh, by far the greatest thing that you'll ever do. Lucky enough to have 3 of them, and your life will change for the better infinitely whenever you become a dad. So congratulations on the win, Darian Weeks. If you were to grade yourself, Ian, your performance, what grade would you give yourself on Saturday?
I mean, an A, because I won. And that's what I do. I win. And whether it was the cleanest performance or whether it was a sloppy performance, a win's a win. And that inevitably is on my career. When you look at it now, it's 9-0, Ariel. It's 9-0. And you know what's better than 9-0? 10-0.
10-0. That's right.
Coming soon. But Darian was game. Do you know what I mean? He kind of parked the bus a little bit. He wasn't really as active as I thought he would be. He seemed a bit kind of hesitant, and I think he was waiting for me to strike to then try to counter-strike me, which I feel is a horrific plan because you're dealing with one of the fastest, most elusive fighters you'll ever deal with. So I have to kind of change it up and be more aggressive to make him throw, to then counter to me. And it was like I was coming in, come out, to come back in, to come out and catch him. It was like my coach Jason Strout, in the middle of round 2, and before round 2 and after round 2, it was just like, what are you doing? Like, stop loading up on shots and just punch him in the face. Use your speed. He's like, he's sitting back, he's waiting. Just snap. And then I went into the 3rd round. I was like, right, just be aggressive here. Just go. And then everything started to work. I was just using my head kicks came up with speed. They were having more success. My leg kicks were faster. So it was just about kind of going through that adversity of a fight and figuring out what works and what doesn't work. And I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's a win. I didn't get hit. I mean, I'd say I got there 3-4 clean shots. There was a nice elbow and a nice jab that busted my nose. Other than that, I mean, I was pretty much unscathed.
So
100% takedown defense still. Yeah. That's a massive, you know what I mean? He fucking tried, but he failed. And this is a guy who's meant to be a wrestler, you know what I mean? And that's a credit to Greg Jones and the guys at Sanford MMA.
So I'm wondering which performance, not like the setting and all that stuff, which performance did you like better, the first or the second? Because in the first, you did get rocked, but you did finish him. This time, you didn't get rocked, and it was just, all you from beginning to end, even though you went the distance. Which one did you like? Which performance are you happier with?
I'm much happier with this performance because it shows my overall game. It shows, look, 15 minutes, I'm fresh by the end of it. I don't know if you watched it back, Ariel, but if you watched it live and you see me in between rounds 2 and 3, I was laughing and joking with my corner. Like, it's what I do. I had a smile. We made a joke about each other. Like, I love what I do, and I'm blessed to be in a position where I get to do what I do in front of thousands of people and put on a show. And I am happy with that performance because it showed so much of what I have. It showed my takedown defense. It showed my elusivity in the cage. It showed my footwork. It showed my intelligence of, okay, yeah, this guy's smart. How do I overcome that? How do I move forward? And how do I find the gaps? And I found gaps, and I utilized what I figured out was working and what wasn't, and I kept with it. And it shows me that I've come so far already in my short time at Sanford. It shows me how much more I have to go, because when I see a fight like that, I'm like, okay, it was a great performance, but there's so much more I can do. There's so much more I can learn, and it just makes me more excited to get back to the gym.
I fully recognize that this is a stupid question, and I feel like someone who would ask this question doesn't appreciate how hard it is to win a fight in MMA, let alone in the UFC. But I'll ask it anyway because I know that you have high expectations and think the best of yourself. are you disappointed you didn't get a finish? Like, did you feel like it was a letdown because you didn't finish him?
Yes and no. I have a yes and no answer to this. Yes, obviously, because it's what I like to do. I like there to be no argument. Now, I don't think there was an argument either way. I was clearly the better fighter. Like, I dominated the control. Like, everyone was talking about forward pressure when I watched it. It's like, he wasn't doing forward pressure. He was following me. If you watch the fight, he didn't do anything on his terms. It was all on my terms. I dictated the fight. I dictated the pace. I dictated where we stood. I dictated when he threw and when I threw. It was all on me. So when I talk about not getting the finish, obviously I'm not happy with that because it's what I like. It's what I enjoy. I like finding that hole and taking it. But he was very smart. He came in well coached. It was the best Darian Weeks we've seen. He was a game fighter. He was tough. And he was really good at misdirecting the shots in his pocket. That's what I was frustrated with after the first round, was landing clean. I was landing, but I wasn't landing anywhere as near as I would have liked it. Like, just that snap, that clean shot. I landed a lot of them then in the second and the third because I was finding out what to do, but I wasn't happy with not getting the finish, but I was happy with the overall performance. And moving forward, I've shown 15 minutes I'll be fresh. I'm hard to take down, and I understand movement and footwork and just not getting hit, being elusive. And I'm brilliant at that area, so I'm just going to keep going and keep that ball rolling and show people what I can do in the next fight.
First time around, you're bright-eyed. It's all a first for you. You're in New York City, yes. Madison Square Garden, gigantic card. Second time around, you've done it once, right? And it's a different.
Yes.
You're somewhat of a veteran now. How would you explain or describe the emotions on fight week, the experience second time around for you as opposed to first? Did it feel different?
It felt different, and you know what? It was also the fact that I've been here. I know what we're doing. So obviously in your debut, you get kind of brought through the UFC media, and you're brought through their whole plan. And I do a lot of media, Ariel.
Yes, I know.
I talk.
Yes,
I talk. Right? It's hard. We had someone follow us out and bring us to all the interviews, and she was just like to me, "You're an hour late. You're an hour and a half late." And I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "Stop talking. Just give them smaller answers." And it's like, I can't help myself. Once I'm in that situation, I just want to speak. But obviously I had the knowledge of, right, I've been here before. I know what they want. I know what they're looking for. I was going through all the media, everything. But it was more like taking the moments that matter and slowing down with them. Like weigh-ins, the ceremonial weigh-ins. The last time at MSG, it was like bump up off stage. Like, wait, what the fuck just happened? Is that it? So this time I slowed myself down, took my top off, handed it to my teammate, took my shirt off, got the fans excited, seen a lot of Irish flags, just kind of spread my emotion, just that energy that I have, got excited, faced off, turned around, I looked down, I seen a row full of all the kids from Sanford MMA, and I just gave them that little celebration. And I was like, I got them all smiling and giddy and laughing, and that's exactly what I want to do. It's enjoy those moments and embrace it, because there's not a lot of people who get to do what I just did. You should just go on a stage and get people excited. For me to just stand there and look at another man. You know what I mean? That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
And then obviously fight day, it's like, I understand myself a lot. Like I'm very in touch with my emotions and my feelings and what I need to do to get myself ready. And I'm like an adrenaline, just like a Duracell bunny, like hyped up on weigh-in days. I just get so excited because I'm like, tomorrow's the day. I get to fight another man, and my whole energy level gets pushed to 1,000, and I'm difficult to deal with. I'm difficult to be around because I have a lot of energy. Like it's funny. It's like I was whining, like I had Gilbert Burns wound up, like he was ready to kill. I had Mickey Gall ready to go. Me, Jason Strout, and Jason Jackson were ready to fight anyone at any given time backstage. And it was just that energy was like, give me someone now, and I'll go. But then on Saturday, it's like, right, calm myself down, hold my energy back, sit down. I sat down in bed and I watched the Masters. I was sat there like that going, this is great. And then the moment I left to go to the building, it was like, right, it's go time. This is what I get to do for a living. I get to go into a cage and beat up another man and get praised for it. And I had a great time. And it was, again, enjoying the walkout, the little things. enjoying the walkout in between rounds, embracing what my coaches are saying and taking it on board, but also getting the fans hyped up, getting the fans ready. It was like, I truly enjoyed every second of that performance. From first day of coming to the Friday Hotel to leaving yesterday, I loved every single second of it, and I'm just looking forward to the next time.
It was great to hear the Olay chants in the middle of your fight. And was this the first, like in November, was your family unable to attend? This time they were there, right?
Yeah. A lot of my family and friends came over to this one. I seen a hell of a lot of Irish flags, like a lot of them. But they couldn't come out to New York. The fight was on November 6th and the borders opened on November 8th. So they just missed out.
Right.
But yeah, it was awesome. There was a lot of Irish fans out, a lot of Irish flags. And it was an amazing experience. You know what I mean? I feel like the crowd loved me. Like they were chanting me on a lot. And I could feel that energy when I was in the cage. It was exciting. Well, I've kind of got to stay tunnel vision, just focus on what I'm doing.
I saw the video of you. I think it was on your story of you watching your teammate Gilbert Burns' fight, and it seemed like you thought he got robbed. It seemed like you thought he won the fight.
So when I was sat there watching the fight, I think anyone who kind of tell you from being in that arena, I felt like Gilbert won the fight. Now, I did sit down and I watched my fight, I watched Mickey's fight, and I watched Gilbert's fight this morning for a study. Do you know what I mean? All of us are welterweights. There's all potential opponents there that could be down the line in their opponents and everything. But it was like also just to understand what people are doing in the division. And it's also, I like to see what happened, like what was good in the fight, what was bad in the fight, what could, like, my teammates have done better, what could their opponents have done better, so I can figure it all out and just take it all apart out of it. And it was like, I had the first round to Khamzat and the second round to Gilbert. And it was really that third round that was the deciding factor for me. And I just felt like it could have gone either way, but from sitting in that stadium, I felt like it was Gilbert's. It was Gilbert's victory. Like, I thought it was 2-1, and I was in there was no doubt in my mind that he was going to get called out. And then I watched it back today, and I was like, I can see the argument. But when I was there in the building, I didn't feel that whatsoever. And that was nothing to do with me, a teammate. Like, I sat back as a fan. I was even pointing out to my wife when watching. I was like, "There's me up in the stands." I was like, I went back to the stands and sat down, but I'm in this bright white suit. I'm like, it's hard not to see me. I'll send you a pic on Instagram. I'll show you where I was. But like, I was hoarse yesterday. Couldn't speak, couldn't sing on the way home. I was in a 4-hour car journey, wasn't out to sing area because I was just screaming to Gilbert. I was just so happy. That fight was phenomenal. And like, even seeing kind of Khamzat and Gilbert all week in fight week, and like, that was the main event. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think there's ever been a co-main or a 3-round fight where there's 2 title fights after it that has ever been bigger. And like, that fight lived up. Like, for me, no one really cared about the 2 title fights this week. It was the biggest trending fight in the card by a mile, and it lived up to the hype. Do you know what I mean? We seen this guy who was nearly kind of unbeatable go out there and show that he's human. So I mean that another guy cracked him, hurt him hard, got him tired, put him through a war. And either guy both guys came out winners of that fight. There's no way either guy lost. Like, you've got Khamzat, who's the newbie in the division, basically. He's just still a hot prospect. He's only had 5 fights in the UFC, and he's fighting the number 2 guy in the world, someone who could potentially be the welterweight champion. And he goes in there and puts on a performance like he did, goes through that fire, ends up getting the win. You've got Gilbert Burns, who goes, you know what? I'm willing to fight the scariest dude in the division. I don't care who he is. Goes in there, fights Khamzat when a lot of people didn't want to fight him, and put him on his arse, made him run through fire. And it was a phenomenal fight. Just the atmosphere around the venue was insane. And look, obviously, like, Gilbert Burns is my brother, he's my teammate, and I believe he absolutely won that fight. But when you sit back from a fan perspective, you just have to sit there and clap and just kind of enjoy it. So
Agreed.
Both guys are about winners in that, no matter what.
When do you want to return now?
I want to fight in Vegas on International Fight Week.
Okay.
I believe it's 11 weeks and 5 days from today. I put it down on my little whiteboard today. That's what I want. And I just feel like it gives me enough time to slow my body down. Obviously going through a fight camp, a weight cut, and a fight itself. Not that I'm injured or I got hurt or anything like that, but just to kind of give my body that time to just come down a little bit and then get back to the gym, sit down with my coaches individually and watch the fight and see what they want me to work on and how we can improve from here. And I feel like I've had more than enough time to completely change my game and mold around whatever we sit down and discuss can be changed and will benefit me going forward. And I feel like that's the perfect time to go again. I want to fight in Vegas. And the fact that it's International Fight Week, it makes it an even bigger want to do it. So that's when fans come out and there's a whole big experience put on by the UFC. So, yeah, it'd be nice to knock someone out in Vegas now.
Anyone in particular come to mind? Anyone?
No, Ariel. I mean, I'm in a position where I've got all the hype. I'm the superstar kid that people are talking about. And I just want to show up and put on amazing fights and knock people out. So for me, it's just a case of letting the UFC do what they do. They will pick a match that they want to see happen that will excite the fans. I don't care if it's someone like if it's another newbie that they want me to beat up, if it's a guy who's been around the division for years and they want to see me tested. I don't care. I'm going to go in there and do what I do, which is show up and win. I'm a competitor, Ariel. I win. So whoever's across the cage is irrelevant. It's about me. There's a reason I've been on 2 UFC pay-per-view cards. There's a reason I've been so highly hyped. It's because I show up and I put on a fight, and I do a good job showing up in that cage. So, yeah, anyone they want to send my way, it's fine. We said we're going to get knocked out.
Well, congratulations once again. 3 congratulations. The wedding recently, becoming a dad, end of the year, right? You said.
Yes, sir.
End of the year, and then the second win in the UFC. You continue to roll along. And I was going to ask you if you saw the UK card and you were like, oh, that would be nice, but it sounds like no, you're sticking to that. You want to fight in Vegas. I respect that very much. Keep doing your thing, young man. Congratulations to you, and thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support, as always, and I'll put on another show for you now in Vegas.
All right, looking forward to it. There he is, Ian Garry, the future, the former Cage Warriors welterweight champion. And he improved to 2-0 on Saturday with his win over Darian Weeks. Mike Malott, he mentioned Mickey Gall, 170. Mike against Ian? That'd be interesting, right? 8-1 against 9-0? 8-1-1? That was his debut. Contender Series product. That'd be an interesting one. I wonder what the odds would be for that. That was a great win for Proper Mike. Is it Proper Mike or Gentleman Mike? No, it's Proper. Over Mickey Gall, first round. And you feel for Mickey, and I saw his post on Instagram afterwards saying that he's still paying his dues, and obviously his story was so unique, getting the opportunity to fight CM Punk in his UFC debut, which was now 2000 and almost 6 years ago, amazingly. That's crazy. 2016. UFC 203 in Cleveland, Ohio. And so he's still trying to figure things out, still trying to figure out his career and live up to the promise and hype that I think a lot of us thought he had. And we will see where he goes from here. So a lot of young talent, a lot of up and coming stars. That 170-pound division is a really good one as well. And looking forward to seeing all these guys, all these young studs evolve into great fighters. All right, we're going to be joined by Ray Longo in a matter of moments. What a great scene it was on Saturday, seeing Ray Longo once again having a homegrown champion, not someone that he took from another team, not someone that he, just kind of works with here and there. I mean, this is as homegrown as it gets. and it's his third undisputed UFC champion who he helped build from nothing into championship material. The first, Matt Serra; the second, Chris Weidman; the third, Aljamain Sterling. And what's amazing about Aljamain Sterling is, I remember doing this show back in December of 2017 after his knockout loss to Marlon Moraes. Remember how vicious that was? First round, knockout loss, the knee, how scary it was, getting carted off. Amazingly, less than 5 years later, Marlon is pretty much done, and Aljo is the champion of the bantamweight division. Pretty amazing, right? How quickly things can change and where things can go in one's career. By the way, since that fight, Aljamain has not lost. He came back, he beat Brett Johns, then he beat Cody Stamann, then he beat Jimmy Rivera, then he beat Pedro Munoz, then he beat Corey Sandhagen. And that's the fight that I kept thinking about. It was so impressive to see him beat Corey Sandhagen in the first round of their fight, a minute and 28 seconds in. And yes, he looked really bad in the first Petr Yan fight. I was like, this guy can't be this bad. And I know styles make fights, and I know, it's all about the matchups and whatnot, but it definitely felt like people, and I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, I was picking Aljamain to win, and, I wasn't surprised by all of that, but it definitely felt like this was the kind of guy, like just based off the first performance, he was being counted out. He was being somewhat disrespected because of how that first performance went. And by the way, worth noting, we should have never been in this position. Petr Yan should be the champion right now, or he should have fought someone else and lost to that guy. Petr Yan was a round and a half away from winning that fight. Fair and square, as clean as it gets. And they brought up something in the broadcast. I actually believe that this fight should have been for the vacant title. Like, upon further reflection, I think you should be able to lose the belt via DQ, but sort of like in pro wrestling, I don't think you should be able to win the belt via DQ, right? That would be one way to avoid a situation that Aljo just went through. And so then they were supposed to fight. Let's just say that was the rule. Petr Yan loses the belt because he did something illegal, so you can't be champion anymore, fair. But Aljo didn't win the fight, so you don't get the belt as a result of that. I actually feel like that makes a lot more sense and would have brought upon a hell of a lot less hate towards Aljo. And then they were supposed to fight in October. The October fight never happened. So then, okay, fine. You do an interim title fight. You're not the undisputed champion. You're not the official champion, but you could do an interim title fight. Yan wins that. And then they fight for the undisputed title on Saturday. Aljo wins that. And so, yes, I do view this win on Saturday, regardless of what the rules or record may state. And I wonder if Aljo would agree with this. And I think we're going to have him on the show on Wednesday. He's actually in the air right now. Actually, I think he's like landing literally right now. I actually feel like this makes a hell of a lot more sense. And I wonder if he would agree. Lose the belt, vacant title, and then you fight again for a vacant belt. What's wrong with that? And so, yes, now he is the undisputed champion. And that first round was super close. Need to go back. You look at the stats. The stats would suggest he landed just a little bit more, way more body shots, few more leg kicks, pretty much the same as far as significant strikes are concerned. But 2 and 3 very clearly his. Upon watching it the first time, I thought 10-8 second round. Upon watching it a second time, I don't feel the same. And again, we have the ability and the luxury to do this. The actual judges don't. But because of the damage, yes, it was one-way traffic. And yes, it was incredible to see him take Jan's back and control him the way in which he did. And he's one of the very best in the entire game, regardless of weight class, at doing that. The backpack, I mean, he is a human backpack. There's no doubt about that. There wasn't the damage there that you need for the 10-8, despite the one-way traffic. So then I'm okay with 10-9, 10-9, and then 9-10, 9-10 for Yan, 4th and 5th. I don't think Petr Yan is going to be too far away from the title picture. Even Dana White saying afterwards that he thought he won the fight. You could see on his face he looked a little bit upset, it seemed like, afterwards. which, I don't think it was a robbery. I don't think it was that controversial. I don't think the judges necessarily blew. It was close. It was very, very close. This to me is not a you blew it. The judges suck. They need not necessarily one of those. At least in my opinion, it was just a very close fight. It was just a very close round. The rest everyone agrees on. 2 through 5 everyone agrees on, and so it seems like they'll move on and not run it back a third time. Which, if this was the flyweight division, they would be doing that. But in the bantamweights, they don't do that for whatever reason. And it seems like TJ Dillashaw is going to be next. And maybe Jan fights the winner of, like I said, Font Vera or the loser, or maybe a Dominic Cruz type. We'll see. But I was really, really happy for the team. All a bunch of great guys, all a bunch of menches. And of course, nice to see once again the great Ray Longo getting his flowers, people reminding themselves or being reminded of the fact that this man has now produced 3 homegrown champions. And so without further ado, let us say hello to the legend himself. It's been far too long since I spoke to Ray Longo. There he is. Hello, old friend. How are you, sir?
What do we owe this occasion to Ariel? Seriously.
I mean, this is a big deal, right? This is a big freaking deal. Look at you getting all kinds of love. People forgot just how great you were. Isn't it nice? You're being showered with praise.
Yeah, it's always nice, and I am grateful for every positive comment that comes my way. And before I get, a shout out to Chuck Mindenhall too. You sent me that tweet. I thought that was very nice. I haven't seen Chuck in a long time. I hope he's well. But thank you, buddy, and thank you, Ariel, for putting that up. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was beautiful. It was great. And again, 3 homegrown champions now. By the way, do you agree with what I said? Like, do you view this as the official title victory, or are we a year late with this praise? Was the one last year the official title victory? Because it was weird, right? It was different. This was, How do you feel?
It was weird. Look, it was very weird. In my heart, I wanted, it was unfortunate what happened. It looks like everybody focused in on just that moment and the acting and all the bullshit. The guy got kneed in the head. Execution style was horrible. But for me as a coach, I wanted to see Aljo win it the exact way he won it on Saturday night. And I'm super proud of him. He had to endure a lot of bullshit. We're all human. I mean, the torture that he got, and you have to sit there and think about it, and, all the negativity, and just, he's special, man. He overcame that. And I knew it after the Marlon Moraes fight when he got knocked out. He came back, and I knew he was really mentally in a different spot than most people are, because that's not easy to do, and it's not easy to sit there for a year or 13 months and put up with the shit. And even myself was crazy. So yeah, this is the way I like it. I always recognize him as the champ. The rules are the rules. I didn't know the rules when he got kneed in the head. I just didn't want to see him fight because I thought it was wrong, and he was 100% compromised. And for the people that said he was acting at, like, what point did he start acting? That's the thing I want to know, because I don't know what they're looking at, but it was a vicious knee, and they made the right call, and the guy should have been penalized, and he got the ultimate penalization, and that was it. Yes. So this, to your point, yeah, this to me is just satisfying, and I think that's part of the problem. The confusion was for everybody, So it's a great feeling. It's redemption to the highest point.
I can't imagine what the last 13 months were for him, like what they felt like, how they were. And in addition to that, you get the neck surgery and whatnot. We see the way he handles it in the public eye, but behind closed doors, like with you, could you even describe how difficult this was for him to deal with all the hate, to deal with the abuse, the Twitter stuff, the social media stuff, and then the next stuff on top of all that? You don't know how you're going to come back, if you're going to come back.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Ariel, you'd have to talk to him to see exactly what, how he was feeling. But from my standpoint, I watched him get tortured. And, even with the neck surgery, like you say, he said from day one he felt great, and I'm glad he never wanted to fight in October. He never mentioned that to me. I thought it was too soon, and I'm glad they waited. He felt great. And, Aljo's he's an honest guy. He's a great guy. I don't think there's a bad bone in that guy's body. I don't know why. I could see maybe why people boo him. They don't like something about him, but he's really just not even a malicious guy. He does this. He kind of said in the press conference, Long Island, everybody's just busting balls, and it's kind of the way we grow up, and maybe it's different for the rest of the world. But Yeah, look, the guy, I can't say enough good things about him. He runs great classes here. He gives out to the community a lot. He helps those kids with the wrestling. He never forgot his roots, where he came from. And I just want people to focus in on the good things that this guy does.
What was your level of confidence going into the fight, considering how the first fight went? Seemed like no one was giving him a chance. Obviously, you believe in your guy, but things had to go really differently, especially early on. Your level of confidence going into this one, because some guys just have the other guy's number, right? I mean, this is a crazy sport. Right. How were you feeling going into the fight? Now that it's over, you could be honest.
I was feeling very, very confident. Look, I talked to him and I said, you got to be honest with me with the food thing, because he had everything was good right up until the fight. And I believed him. He said he just didn't feel good, and based on his training, you could see all the interviews I did, and the when I was even on the Anik Florian thing, where I said, I just believe I have the better guy. Very, very confident, maybe too confident. So I had to pull back a little bit, because every time you think something's great, something goes wrong. So it's like almost a superstition. But I think we all felt confident. His training was dead on. He put the time in. He never complained of one injury this camp, which is unusual. And always something. But I believe him. I'm a real, as a coach, I got to see, is there delusion in there? Is there anything? He told the truth from day one. And look, it was a different fight. And people could say whatever they want. They think it was close. The first round. Here's the bottom line, Ariel. They had that kid getting killed, period. They had him getting killed. He's not coming out of the first round. And then when that doesn't happen, they got to revert to we're down to the first round with like 6 punches thrown. Like, are you freaking kidding? The guy was supposed to get mauled and killed, and he shut everybody up, man. And I'll tell you what, it's only going to get worse for Jan as these fights go on, because I think the more comfortable Aljo gets and the healthier he could stay, he's just going to get better and better. He really was fighting injured, like most of my guys, which nobody believes. But you know what Chris went through, and he might not even have had a healthy fight ever. From his college days, he just battled through stuff. So it's it was just nice to see, and he's a nice kid, and I think people should get behind him.
What are you thinking after the first round? How did you feel about it? Obviously, in the moment you're coaching, but did you think he got that? It really comes down to that one, right? 2 and 3, it's all Aljo. 4 and 5, it's Jan. It comes down to that one. In your opinion, what were you feeling in retrospect after that first 5 minutes?
I was confident. Look, one of the things was, we don't want you standing in front of him. The movement's got to be on point. We could maybe walk him into stuff. We know he's linear. He comes straight in. So he started out doing exactly what we wanted him to do. I thought he won that. I thought he won. He definitely wasn't running from the guy. I thought his footwork was purposeful, and defensively he was good. And I thought his kicks were hard. And I was confident he won the first round. When we got to the scorecards and I heard split decision, I did start to panic a little bit. But up until that point, I thought we had 1, 2, and 3 with a possible 10-8 in the second, depending on what they were looking at. But the other thing, Ariel, too, is Jan was the only guy ever in trouble in that fight, right? He was in the bad position. He had no explanation or no way of getting out of the body triangle. He didn't have an answer for it. And Aljo just did his thing, man. He kept him off tilt with the takedown attempt. So he was always reacting instead of acting. And I thought he did a great job. He won the fight. And again, I don't, you want to break it down to a 2-second thing in the first round. All you guys that said that the guy was going to get smashed and killed and, not a chance. And now what? What happened to that? What happened to the boogeyman? He's not the boogeyman anymore. Aljo's the boogeyman now, right? That's kind of why even I got fired up. I'm like, this is the guy that, everybody thinks is going to kill you. Take a look at him. He didn't look too good to me.
Oh my God, what a clip. That was amazing. Look at that MFer. Look at that MFer. Could you even put into words what's going on in your body and your mind in those moments? You get so fired up. Again, I wish anytime you coach a fight or corner someone, I wish we can just choose that audio and listen to the entire time, because it's great theater. Can you describe what is going on when your guy is gaining momentum and you're trying to fire him up and you're fired up?
Yeah, I'm loving it. And again, there was a lot of tension, Ariel, in the build up to this fight. You know, I'm in New York. I'm getting ready to leave, and this guy's saying he's going to kill his team on site. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, you're threatening me in my own fucking country? Like, this is, it wasn't a good look for him. Nothing was going to happen. It would have been the stupidest thing he could even have tried. And I think, you know, for me, that was the buildup even, you know, maybe that added to the emotion. Because I was, you know, you're kind of aggravated. It's like, it's insulting. Somebody's threatening to kill you. Like, are you joking? So I think it was all part of that. And I just want Aljo to realize and to give him a boost that, look, you know, you got this, man. You got this. And, you know, because you don't know what builds up in his mind over 13 months. Maybe there's self-doubt in there too that, you know, nobody knows about. So I just wanted to erase that and just get him in a great mindset and amp him up. He had the best, you know, he had guys that he loves behind him that Merab would take a bullet for this guy. He is by far the ultimate teammate possible. I mean, I can't even explain that. And I think Aljo would tell you the exact same thing. And he's got Aya Quinta and Merab, you know, those guys were in Georgia together. They're really brothers, man. And I think that's a big part of it.
You know him so well. Could you even sense his confidence growing from round one? You know, he's a human being. He was just in there a year ago with the guy for 4 rounds, and it didn't quite go his way. Could you feel that he was changing after that first round, after the second round, that he was starting to puff his chest out and believe in himself a little more?
Yeah, well, look, here's the deal, too. He always believed in himself. He really was so positive before this fight. Not only was he physically prepared, he was really just mentally prepared. I was in awe of what I was watching in the last couple of weeks. He definitely, he understands his body. You know what I mean? He pulled back when he had to pull back. He did a great job. I mean, those guys did a great job working with him too. You know, everybody, you know, this is a long time coming, right? But, you know, I said that, you know, like he believed it. I believed it. And when he believes it, I believe it, the team believes it, it's time to go. And I think that's what you saw. And I think that's what you saw in all the fights with Matt, with Weidman. It's just the belief is a big deal. They all have the technical ability. And just to believe in yourself and to go out there and perform that's the ultimate, you know, that's the ultimate satisfaction.
What did you think when you saw him get emotional on the scale on Friday morning? Was that at the ceremonial weigh-in? No, in the morning weigh-ins.
The other weigh-in.
Oh, the morning.
That weigh-in I missed. But he was emotional throughout everything. I heard him on some interviews where he had to stop. And, dude, he's a sensitive guy, man. I think people really are reading this guy wrong. You know, he's really just he's a nice guy. I don't think I've ever heard him say a bad word about anybody. You know, that's why I say a lot of times, even with the shit talking before, like, I'll see the other guy and they sometimes say, hey, I didn't mean to go too far. I go, he doesn't care. Like, he's not malicious. He really isn't. Not that I've seen. Okay.
By the way, you mentioned Matt. We have Matt, Chris, now Aljo. How much did you miss cornering these big fights with your guy, Matt Serra? He wasn't there on Saturdays, taking a break, I guess. Do you miss, you know, having him around and going through the whole process and having these big moments with him?
Unbelievable. Of course I do. Of course. I mean, look, I'm not here without Matt Serra. You know what I mean? So it kind of kills me that he wasn't there, but he had a family obligation. And I'll tell you, Matt's all about family. And I loved that about him. And, you know, we got older, you know what I mean? You know, so, you know, like I think he always told me, look, when you stop, I'm done. You know what I mean? But I think he anticipated I'd drop dead already and I wouldn't be around. I don't think they can't get rid of me at this point. It's actually pathetic. But you know, no, I miss him dearly. First thing I texted him was, man, I just wish you were here. You know, not even for the fight, just to defend me in case John's corner tried to beat the crap out of me. So he's always a good guy to have behind you.
Do you think he comes back? Do you think he'll corner again like he did in the past?
100%. 100%.
Okay. And by the way, like for you, how much longer do you want to do this for? No,
I have no idea.
Is there any part of you that's golly?
Yeah, my left hip.
Yeah,
told me to get out. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I love the sport, so I want to be involved some way. But I'm definitely gonna pull back and just even watching these guys work together. It's like I could definitely adapt a different role at this point. You know, I think, you know, getting beat on at this point is getting a little. Look, it keeps you young though. I do believe without this, I probably drop dead quick, So I feel like, you're surrounded by young guys and you're doing what you love to do. I was always a martial artist first, and I'm never stopping that. I don't care. I'll be doing that till I'm 90, God willing. But I don't know. It's getting it's a crazy ride. I wish it would have happened when I was a little younger, but it is what it is. And I do feel great. I mean, I literally feel great. I love what I'm doing. Love working out every day. Just, it's all good.
So there's no part of you that's like, man, I can't take this stress anymore. You've been involved in some of the biggest fights ever. Still love it. Still have the passion for it. Still enjoy the highs and lows as much as you were 10 years ago or so.
So, yeah,
That's
I
great.
really do. I think, I'll say it like I'm getting out of here. I can't take it. And then it's over and I'm back in there again.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even take a day off. I came in and started teaching. That's why I was asking you what time we were doing the interview. So, because there's people that have to decompress, like doctors, lawyers, guys with high stress jobs. So, I feel like I'm obligated to do whatever I can. I don't want to cut them out either. So.
By the way, do you remember the first time you met Aljo?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
What was that? What was that story?
I think he came in with Al, and he just asked him, very inquisitive, asked him a lot of questions about the gym. And then I thought he was coming on board, and then like weeks go by, and I go, wow, what happened to Aljo? Is he here? He's not here? And he said, no, he's here. So I don't know. He was very, very inquisitive, like he is today, Then he brought his brother in to talk to me. I do remember. He's a very nice guy. I watched him do a couple of things, and I swear he's just super talented right off the bat.
Did you feel like he had what it like early on? You're like, oh, this guy's something. You never know, right? You never know who goes here, there, what their career pans out, how it all shakes out. But did you feel like he had that thing to become a UFC champion?
Yeah, I think we all said that right from the beginning. He definitely at the beginning was John Jones-esque, right? He had all the similar attributes. He had the wrestling pedigree, and his striking, although I don't know if he understood it, I think he was mimicking a lot of stuff. Once he started to break it down and understand it, I think it really helped him out a lot. And, Matt did a great job with the jiu-jitsu. He said it in the countdown. There's black belts and there's Serra jiu-jitsu black belts. There's a big difference. He's got great guys over there. World-level jiu-jitsu guys that help him out. So he's in a good spot. His jiu-jitsu is literally off the hook, so.
And for you, do you have to go?
No.
Okay. And for you, like to see some of these guys, like Chris, like Al, obviously Matt, the guys that kind of put yourself on the map, to see some of them get older now and have to start thinking about life after fighting. What is that like for you as their grandmaster, to see them have to transition slowly but sure? They're not quite there yet, but Father Time undefeated. How do you react to that?
I hate to say this, but it's like that circle of life. I feel like like my father being happy for my success. Like now I look at these guys and I'm an older guy now, and I'm happy for their success. I'm not saying they're like kids to me, but they're very close friends, and who doesn't want to see their friends do well, right? So that's really important, how well all of these guys have done. I always said this even years ago, it's way more important to me than fighting, but they all, Matt just transitioned beautifully into the schools. He loves his school. He's got a great family. He's got the podcast. He branded his personality. Weidman did phenomenal with, financially, set his family up. He's living great. Al, they're all doing great, man. So, I'm like a proud papa, I guess, as much as I think I'm still 20 years old. When I sit down and think about it, I just sit back and I'm glad they're all doing well. And they really are doing great, man.
Do you feel like you have a nice young crop of Aljos and Als and Chris Weidman's coming up as well? How do you feel about the future of the team?
I think there's a lot of guys. Aljo said at the press conference that you should see a couple other guys on the Contender Series this summer that'll make some waves. Yeah, there's a bunch of young guys coming up, and I'm going to say we have 5 or 6 guys that'll be in the UFC.
Really? Wow, that's a good amount.
Yeah, it's a good amount. I mean, for a small look, we're definitely a small school. We don't get any financial help from anybody. The story to me is amazing. I'm proud of everything everybody's accomplished. You know, we really, even these three guys, they're like 3 miles apart from each other. They're all homegrown guys from the neighborhood. I don't think anybody will ever do that. I don't think anybody's done that, you know.
No.
Just neighborhood kids, you know, starting their career here and finishing where they were. And, you know, and I'd like to throw Al fighting Khabib in for the championship too, because, you know, Al's one of my favorite guys, but just what he accomplished in that fight, I think was phenomenal. So yeah, I'm proud of it. I just want to see him successful. It has nothing to do with the fighting. As long as they hold on to their money, they take care of their families, and they move forward, it's all good.
Are you in favor of Aljo fighting TJ Dillashaw next? Is that what you'd like to see, or do you have another idea?
Nah, anybody's good. He's the champ. He's got to fight anybody they put in front of him.
So you don't mind considering, you know, he only fought once since the suspension. There's Henry Cejudo out there. I don't know if there was someone else that came to mind, but it seems like that's what Aljo wants based off the post-fight interview, right?
You know, yeah, I haven't even talked to Aljo. Obviously, I was at the interview with him. Hey, the UFC is going to do what they're going to do. You know, they're going to look to it's a numbers game, right? So they're going to look to whoever could draw the biggest numbers. I'm sure that's the fight they're going to put together. And the Cejudo thing is crazy that he entered the pool again, the USADA pool, which is nuts. So look, he's got a lot of great fights potentially down the line, you know.
And by the way, just for yourself, curious, I talked to Chris about this a little bit, but, you know, last 2 years, tough for every small business owner. And I know New York's super tough. How was it for you? I mean, obviously, thank God you're standing, you're thriving, the gym is back open, but were you worried at any point about this business that you had poured so much of your life into during those, you know, uncertain times in the early days of the pandemic?
Yeah, I'm going to say, I think everybody was worried. But we did what we had to do. And I'm going to tell you, the fighters, the people in the gym, they kept the school open. Yeah. Everybody banded together. We did it, you know, and the landlord, you know, I said, look, if we're going to do this, you got to do it together. So I'm not doing anything. I'll get the hell out of here. And he did the right thing. So yeah, we were able to keep it going. Like I might have only been out of the gym 6 weeks. I mean, I came back pretty quick. And that was it. Yeah, I'm going to say we did what we had to do, but everything, knock on wood, everything worked out good, but definitely a stressful time. And, you know, Chris ended up moving I mean, right in the beginning of this, like in the middle, I think I told somebody, we're going to be unrecognizable when this is over. And we lost Aljo moved to Vegas, Weidman's in Carolina, who's going here. So kind of stinks that way, but I'm glad, you know, at least for this fight, Aljo did his camp here. And I think it was a big difference.
And those send-off videos that you guys were doing those were incredible. I would strongly suggest keeping them up, regardless of pandemic or no pandemic. Just great theater. And then the Volante one was great. I mean, just amazing.
the Volante one I thought was awesome.
Amazing.
That was the best. That might have been the best one. You know what it is? I mean, I love being a part of this. Anything I could do, anything I could. I'm there. I'm really there to uplift their spirits and to let them know that, you know, they got people behind them, and I hope it makes a difference. But you know, I came up with those videos just because I wanted to do something, and I couldn't be at the fight, so that's what we did. And everybody, you know, we loved doing them. It was exciting, and I'm glad they went over as big as they did, because I was just doing it for the guys, but it got a lot of attention, and it was fun.
Well, it was great to see you on top again. Great to see you recognized. That clip of you saying, "Look at that MFer," just amazing. Every time they went to you after the first round, it was just amazing. I mean, you're just you're a huge credit to the sport, and we're lucky that you're in the sport. And it was nice to catch up with you again, Ray, after all these years.
Yeah, this was too long. Come on,
I know.
Ariel, how long do we know each other?
I know it's because, you know, I was out, I was this ESPN, but now we're back. This is the old show.
Yeah,
we're back.
You got to keep moving. Running water never goes stale, baby. You got to keep moving. There's no adversity. What are you going to do? You want to be a fighter? You got to get through adversity.
Here I am,
and that's what you're doing.
Still standing strong. F the haters.
You're a champ. You're a champion in your own right, buddy. You know what I mean? So it's all good. And I want to shout out to, again, I know I mentioned it, but Merab Deval Shelley, Ally Aquinta, Dennis Bazooka, hats off to these guys. I don't even want to take all the credit. I don't want to take any credit, but those guys really deserve a lot of credit. They were outstanding what I was looking at, and I'm sure Aljo will tell you the same thing.
Feels like Merab could be the next one.
Yeah, what about Merab? Nobody's even talking about
I know.
fighting. What's this? I mean, I don't even get it.
I know.
Nobody talks about fighting.
But we have a problem here. I mean, that is going to be inevitable. What are we going to do? We'll deal with that later. I don't want to poo-poo the whole.
We'll deal with that later. Let Merab get his shine fighting some of these top level guys, which he's already started to do. And I think he's just a beautiful human being. And another guy can't. I only wish the ultimate success for him.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, Ray. Congratulations to you and the team. Appreciate you doing this. And we will talk again very soon, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you, Ariel.
All right.
And continued success.
Same to you, my friend. Same to you. Great to have you on. There he is, Ray Longo, the one and only, the genuine article. And he's right. Merab could be next. And by the way, it's the same weight class. Oh, 1 second. I have to do something here. Just please hold for a second, everyone.
Should we have some hold music?
Yeah, do you have that?
No.
Da 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 da.
It's beautiful.
Do you know what movie that's from?
No.
You don't know that movie?
When I said no, I meant it.
I was trying to.
Cable Guy.
Yes. Wait, did someone tell you that?
Yes.
Who told you?
Joe.
Well done, Joe.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's got his crypto tickers over here, and he stopped.
I was told that he doesn't like Crypto Joe. I was told.
He just politely asked me to not call him.
Yeah, there you go. So, I listen, and apparently you don't. Which actually brings us to Mr. Mysterious Frank, who had a big Saturday night. Alex Volkanovski joining us in studio. Stay tuned for that. In studio. Maybe TJ stops by, maybe he doesn't. I mean, I don't know. He's on some sort of trail, doing some sort of hunting thing. Who the hell knows? But we've got plenty of show to go, so I'm confident. Frank?
Yes, sir.
Do we have the picture? Do we have the evidence? You went to Connor's house. You went to GC's house.
Did I?
GC?
He's working on our guest.
Oh. Oh, wait. Which guest?
I don't know.
Okay. How was it?
Yeah, it was fun. It was very hospitable.
It was very hospitable. What do you mean?
I mean, Connor makes a good host.
Yeah, what'd you guys have?
We had some pizza.
Yeah?
We had some chicken wing dip, courtesy of my wife.
Yeah. I found out that there was a thing called chicken wing dip.
Yeah.
What is that?
So it's
You have chicken wings and you dip it?
No.
Okay.
It's the you know what? Yes, that's exactly what it is.
I mean, it sounds pretty...
Blue cheese is also known as chicken wing dip.
You had blue cheese?
Yeah, so you don't like blue cheese?
Mm-mm.
All right, well, you're not going to like chicken wing dip.
That's a big thing in Buffalo, right?
It is.
Okay.
And in fact, I'll throw him under the bus while he's not here.
Perfect.
So he has this, artisan pizza from across the street. It's not the cheapest thing in the world. We get these pizzas. They're beautiful pies, right?
Yeah, how were they? I saw a picture.
Yeah, they were great. You know what he says? He goes, does anyone else want ranch? And part of me, I'm from Texas. Like, that's a thing. Like, until I married my wife, I was Camp Ranch. And now it's like, look, it's blue cheese or nothing, right?
Okay.
Or I'm going to be without a wife.
Wow.
But he proceeds to dip his artisan pizza into just like straight up ranch salad dressing.
Really?
Which I can understand that for something like Little Caesars or whatever, or like anything is going to enhance the flavor because there's not much to start with.
Okay.
But I just watched someone take like a $30 slice of pizza and dip it in ranch. Was kind of fun.
That is bizarre.
That was my takeaway from the entire card.
Now, were you that was the big takeaway? Nothing else.
I was like, anyway, no, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Was this the first time you watch a full? Did you go from?
So I will admit, it's not the first time I've gone over to like watch a fight. I watched. It was Silva and Weidman back when.
Wow, which one? The first or the second?
The first one when Silva got his leg broken.
No, that was the second one.
That was the second one.
By the way, it's not Weidman, it's Weidman. We were just talking about him with this.
I know that you're enjoying this now.
Yeah, this is great.
So I was at that fight. I mean, like at someone's house. They had paid for the pay-per-view and that sort of thing. So I have that memory.
Why that one, by the way?
I think that was like, hey, Frank, come over.
It was a big deal.
Fight. Yeah.
It was a big deal.
So I went over, watched it, saw that. That was pretty cool,
Yeah.
And then nothing until Saturday.
Wow.
And then I actually sat and watched the whole card. And it was a lot of fun.
From the first fight?
But yeah, like everything.
Wow.
It was funny is that Conor had the Masters on, right, at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then when it was time for the prelims, he moves the Masters to a smaller television and then puts, the prelims on the bigger television. So it was like we were in a control room just watching different sports at the same time.
Amazing.
Which I know to our listeners, that's probably normal. But for me, it was like it's a little ADHD going on there.
Now, did you stay till the end?
To the very end.
Wow. Look at you. Late night, by the way. 1:30?
Yeah, my wife was all falling asleep.
Yeah,
she was a
late
trooper.
How far is it from your house where he lives?
So it took us an hour to get there.
What?
And about 45 minutes to get back.
Come on. So you're getting
he's
home.
only 6 miles away.
You're getting home at like 2:30 or something.
It was literally 2:11, I believe.
Yeah. Wow. That is a long trip.
Which is crazy. So the fighters, do they know that they're going to be on that late?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, that one was going a little longer than usual. But yeah, most cards end around the same time. So if you're the last fight, you're going to be at around 12:30, 12:15, that sort of thing.
Just thinking how they condition themselves for a sleep
schedule.
It's crazy. Like that. That's.
I mean, think of a guy like Volk.
Right.
Guy's from Australia.
Well, it looked like that was barely a workout for him.
No, but yeah, it's a crazy thing. That's why closer to the fight, they will train at the time-ish that they're going to fight, right?
Oh,
so
really? Okay. So they'll do midnight-ish or whatever. Cool. To get conditioned for it.
Yeah. So overall, a fun time. I wanted to get Conor's take on the evening, but is he tied
busy.
up?
Yeah.
He's busy. He's producing.
He's doing his job.
You enjoyed it, and I loved the photo, by the way.
Yeah, my skin condition that makes me really blurry was really flaring up. So,
You're the last person on earth who actually respects kayfabe.
Yeah.
Do you know what kayfabe is?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of like faking it. What the hell? I guess I'm wrong.
Kayfabe, it's like a term it's a pro wrestling term.
I understand that much.
I think it comes from actually like the Carney circus days from back in the day. And
but you're like playing it up, right?
Well, you don't. When you break kayfabe, it would be like if you and I were feuding on television. I was a good guy, you were the bad guy, and we break kayfabe. Like we go out for a coffee in broad daylight. You know what I mean?
So you got to keep up the illusion the entire time.
That's right, and so you keep it up. I respect that.
I mean, it is a skin condition.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I you could have still, put a filter, edited
some
it,
sunscreen, something.
Yeah, something like that. So well done. And I was just curious, like, why I didn't get an invite. I was just wondering about that, but apparently it didn't.
Aren't you allergic to dogs?
I have a dog.
I guess it answers that.
Does Conor have a dog?
His roommate does.
Well, then I guess he has a dog.
You got to catch it. The dog's name is London.
Wow.
Beautiful dog.
Nice roommate. Hospitable.
Yeah, he was gone most of the night, but when he showed up, it was nice. Really cool guy. Bunch of you could tell that they all have worked together in the past. So it was fun.
Did you feel like sort of like the fifth wheel?
They had some inside jokes.
Yeah.
Mostly calling out Joe Rogan's behavior.
Okay, interesting.
So it was funny.
Would you go back?
Because like Conor would say something, like call something going on, and then Joe would repeat it like right afterwards. So it was almost like we had an IFB into Joe Rogan's ear.
Wow.
Telling him what to say.
Would you go back?
Yeah, I would do almost every card.
Wow.
Sure, yeah.
This is going to be like a thing.
I mean, that was always the
that was the plan?
Yeah.
Wow. And what about reciprocating the invite?
No.
No, okay.
I wouldn't even tell him where.
All right. So every time maybe you bring wings, but a different kind of dip just to spice it up.
So there weren't any wings there. I don't want to mislead you.
Wait, it was
no. I stopped explaining it because you don't like blue cheese. But basically, it's like almost like a casserole of different layers, like cream cheese, blue cheese, mozzarella, and then like a wing sauce, and then chicken. So you're eating a dip with like chips or carrots and celery, but it's like you're eating chicken wings, like the same components of what you would have, plus the mozzarella, I guess.
But there is chicken, right?
There is chicken in there, yeah.
Oh, you said no wings. So what kind of chicken is it?
It's shredded chicken in this. Did you see the picture?
Not really.
Okay.
By the way, well, no, I did see the picture. You're not holding it.
My wife like slaved over making that.
It sounds incredible.
And then everybody was so into it. They really, she was really proud of herself. The going joke on this is our first dinner together. We're getting together to watch a concert on television because that's how nerdy we are. And she was like, "Oh, I don't really cook, but I can make chicken wing dip." So it's been like an ongoing thing where it's like that was the most romantic thing you did was chicken wing dip. So I had her make it for Connor and his crew, and they all liked it.
You could see why I'd be confused though, right? Because you're calling it chicken wing dip.
No, I think things confuse you quite easily. Like, what kind of chair are you sitting on right now?
Wow. That was a little insulting. I'm not going to lie.
We'll talk about it after the show.
All right. Well, that's great. I'm happy everyone had a great time. God bless. Later, we'll hear from GC, recap his weekend. Although New York Ric getting very mouthy in the Slack here. And Volk's on his way. Where's New York Ric at? Can I talk to him?
I'm here. What
are you
talking
is this?
about? Mouthy?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Well, let's bring up New York Ric here for a second. Got some time.
Mouthy?
Yeah, I see. I mean, I see
like
messages. I see messages flying through here.
Talk to me.
You wrote at 2:07 p.m. I guess this is when I was talking about the situation with Aljo.
Yeah.
A champion about to lose would kick a guy in the head while down and get DQ'd. Can't do the pro wrestling rules.
Correct.
So you're saying, all I'm saying is,
you said don't lose the belt on a DQ. Can't do that. Absolutely cannot do that. Okay, so mouthy, and now you're accepting.
No, well, listen,
okay,
there's a lot. There's a lot of there's a lot of activity.
Next one.
What? Okay, I was just kind of thinking on the fly. The main point, which I think you would agree with, is this felt like the official victory. I'm not taking anything away. He did nothing wrong. Again, my
there was
issues,
unfinished business. I can 100% agree with that.
When we look back on it in the the history books, blah blah blah, his resume, whenever it's done, I feel like this will be viewed as the official victory, not so much that one. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
And
with
I
that
feel
to
like
an
he would
extent.
agree with that.
I agree with that to an extent. I will say, as time goes on, I do think the resume will show 2 wins over Peter Yan, and
100%.
And that will Peter Yan.
Yeah, that was
Piotr Yan.
Yeah.
And that will be what people remember. I do think it will actually go the other way.
How did you score
now, I had it 10-10, 10-8.
10-10?
Yeah, the first round was 10-10.
Come on with this hipster nonsense.
How is that hipster?
Casey?
What's wrong with you?
Next year,
that was
say
a 10-10
second round was a 10.75.
No, it was a 10-8.
7.5, sorry.
10-10, 10-8, 10-9.
By the way, I've been watching MMA. Has there ever been a 10-10? Ever?
Yeah.
In UFC history?
UFC? I think so. Don't quote me on that. Somebody who has it handy, look it up. That was a 10-10 round. Who did you score it for?
Aljo.
You scored the first round for Aljo?
Yeah.
Why? Based on what?
Yeah.
Okay, so 10-10.
No, a little more activity. If you body shots, way more body shots. Listen, it was a tough round to score. In the end, you have to make a call.
You don't. You can score at 10-10. They have that available.
I know, but no one ever uses that.
That's not the argument. 10-10.
So when you were watching that, you're like, all right, 10-10.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't a judge, so I can't say I was watching it like, okay, all the everything on the line here. That was a 10-10 round in my opinion.
Wow.
10-8 for Aljo, 10-9 for Aljo.
Okay, 10-8 I don't necessarily, in the moment I agreed with it, but after watching it again, I don't agree with it because of the damage.
I haven't watched it again.
Yeah.
Not a lot of damage. Sustained for that I knew, but I think it was sustained for long enough. To me, that felt like a 10-8. 10-9 clearly.
Yeah.
In the third, that one wasn't close to a 10-8, and then 10-9 for Yan in the final 2.
Wow. Okay, so what is that math? What's the 10?
Aljo
by
wins,
1?
What is it? Yeah, by 1 round.
By 1 point, you mean?
1 point.
Because of the 10-8.
Because of the 10-8, yeah.
Which I think is wrong. So actually, in a way, you would have been okay with a draw.
Draw? I could have seen a draw. Yeah, for sure.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if it ended up a draw?
I think Casey is showing a 10-10 round or talking about
Where? Where's a 10-10?
There have been 10-10 rounds in the UFC. Oh, there have.
Christos Giagos against Mizuto Hirota.
Shout out to the judge who did that one. Listen, I'm not about to do not misconstrue what I'm saying here. I am not about to tell you that I was expecting that round to be scored 10-10.
Wow, the third round. This is the craziest.
If you're asking me what I would have scored that round, as somebody who has a looser understanding of the scoring than I would hope that the cage side judges have, I would have scored that 10-10.
I wonder how many there have been in the history of the UFC. I don't know if there's any way to check that. I mean, this is a good find right here. How the hell did he remember that?
Hendricks and Lawler had a 10-10. OSP Vellante had a 10-10. I mean, we're just...
Come on.
You got anything else I can shoot down here today?
By the way, here they are. Wow. Look at them. The first one was at UFC 33. Okay, the last one was UFC 142, then 138. Oh, Fight Night, sorry. Fight Night 42.
I will, in fairness to you, even though we've just destroyed
these are some Invictas and Strike Forces as well.
In fairness to you, I would not have expected them to score at 10.
Yeah, come on.
Granted. You're asking me what I scored it. That round is a 10-10.
I could live with the 10-8, even though I don't think it's the right call. The 10-10 is.
And that one, I will not say as vociferously. I would say, okay, I could understand a 10-9 there. I think it was a 10-8, but I could understand a 10-9 there in the second round.
Right.
I think the first round was 10-10.
You think they should do TJ next?
Man, I got to be honest. Triple C getting back in the pool.
It doesn't sound like he cares about 135. It sounds like he's doing this for 45.
If I'm Aljo, though, that's the one I would push for. I'd want Henry over TJ.
Because it's a bigger fight.
It's a much bigger fight.
Bigger name.
Look, TJ, it will just get more attention, right? That is I think Henry will get more attention. TJ will be there. TJ is going to be there. And there are other contenders. I think if anybody has been vocal in the past about TJ's cheating, it's been Aljamain Sterling. I think he could make a convincing case to say, you know what, I don't want to give him that shot right away.
Right.
I don't want to do it. And he'd be within his right to say that. I don't ultimately think, I think the UFC would give him that opportunity. But I think Aljo, if anybody, could convincingly make the case like, I don't want to fight TJ Dillashaw right now. I want to fight Henry Cejudo. And I think that would be a bigger fight for him. Do I think that Henry might want that fight over Volko? No, because he doesn't get the opportunity to make history. I think that's the fight that he would.
I would be shocked if the UFC. I'm going to be really interested to see how they handle Henry Cejudo, because I don't think they're giving him the 45 shot.
It just seems like nothing has changed, right? Like the only thing that's changed is Henry Cejudo saying, I want to do this. That's the only thing that's changed.
And entering the pool.
Well, I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, he's been saying he wants to do it, but
that's all on Cejudo's side. He is making the actions. The UFC has never said we will meet you on the price. The reason he has been very vocal about walking away. They haven't been willing to meet his price. Nothing has changed on that front unless we haven't seen it. But the UFC hasn't said to him, we are now willing to meet that price. So nothing has changed except maybe Cejudo would be willing to take less to do it. If that's the case, that's a decent fight to be made. I would watch Cejudo versus Volkanovski. I'd also watch Cejudo versus Sterling, though.
Here's the thing. Other than Max, there's no other guy at 45 right now, right? Like, I think they should do Kattar versus Arnold Allen.
I was going to say Kattar or Allen with one more.
But there's a massive gap in terms of interest between those guys and Max or Henry.
Was there a massive amount of interest in Korean Zombie getting a title shot? I'm going to say no.
No, that's why I said when they gave it to Zombie, I said I was okay with it. But if there was ever a time to do the Cejudo fight, it would be now. Here's the thing.
I agree with that.
6
100%.
months. Need 6 months. It's April. What do you do? The old Brock Lesnar?
It's been waived before.
The old Brock
Lesnar. It's been waived before.
I mean, I would imagine Henry Cejudo's been tested a gazillion times dating back to his amateur wrestling days.
He's been tested probably more than anybody. Him, Cormier, those guys.
I don't know if they're waiving it for Henry Cejudo. Again, it's like one of those things where he's like, I'm back, baby. And I feel like Dana's like, yeah, so what?
Yeah, that's my point. It's all
left me high and dry. Yeah.
It's all him saying these things, but like we don't know that the UFC is engaged and interested in this. I think they should be. I think it's again, to your point, like there's not a lot at 45 beyond Max Holloway. I think Kattar and Allen makes a lot of sense, but those guys aren't exactly household names. It's interesting times. If Cejudo's price comes down, that could be something to do.
You know, it's a crazy thing. I think they actually give Cejudo the title shot against Aljo
before
off 45. The bat, but not the 45 off the bat.
If you're Aljo, I would thank them for that blessing. No, I'm saying if you're Aljo,
but even if you're Cejudo, take that fight,
sure,
win that belt, and then you have more leverage to go up.
Yep.
Obviously, he has to.
Aljo could stop that, but I understand what you're saying. If that's the path to it, take that opportunity. Listen, it's not bad. I think you're right though, and I've been saying this. I think Cejudo missed the window. I think this was the time it passed.
Yeah.
He had the opportunity to get into the mix. 35 was kind of in murky water. 45 was looking for contenders. That was the time, and he waited too long, in my opinion.
Unfortunate. Although I'm happy he's back, because it did feel like it was way too premature.
Is he back? That's the thing.
I mean, he said it today.
Yeah, no, he's saying he's back, but he's not coming into a fight against random guy.
Right, that's
if
true.
the UFC doesn't give him the fights that he's wanting, is he back?
Well,
he might as well have been on the sidelines.
Fair, but all the other talk was nonsense if he wasn't in the pool.
Right.
So at least now
he's putting his money where his mouth
Yes.
is. But if the UFC comes to him with that same contract offer and he doesn't budge off that again, or the same, fight offer, where are we? We're no further. We're no closer to anything. One side is going to have to budge. I don't imagine it will be the UFC.
I have to say I'm surprised. I mean, clearly they brought out TJ. He did the media. He sat in the front. I'm surprised that they're giving him a title shot. And it might just be because there's no one else at 35. Maybe Cheeto beats Rob Font. There's Cruz still out there. I mean, the thing about Aljo is he hasn't fought a lot of these guys, which is great. But I don't, like even Aldo, right? TJ has one fight since being suspended, and
It's
it was
a hell of a fight, though.
But it was a close. I mean, some people
on a busted knee, he beat up Corey Sandhagen. To me, that was a win. That was a big win.
Oh, it was a win, but it was one fight since being suspended for 2 years.
I'm with you. If there were other contenders making a better case, he wouldn't be. No doubt.
Aldo?
No doubt. Over? You're saying over? Nah, come on.
Why? More
TJ's
wins.
win means more.
Aldo's had some big wins. He just beat Rob Font, who was like, what was he, 4 in a row he had at that point? It's Jose Aldo.
To me, the win over Sandhagen was more significant. I agree with you. This is why I think Henry missed it. There was opportunities here to sneak in there in 2 different divisions. There was opportunities here. I think he waited too long. I think now these things are starting to clear up. I think there's a lot of different options that they have instead of him.
What do you think of Khamzat?
Man, I think this was better than if he had gone out there and smoked Gilbert Burns. Because if he had, there'd still be the questions of, can he go 3 rounds? Can he do this? Can he do that? He showed that in the later rounds, he's not going to fade. He's going to be there in your face. I think there was kind of, I don't know if this was a thing about questioning his cardio, but for all intents and purposes, for all accounts, the guy's like doing 5-a-days and in the gym, and like I wouldn't have expected his cardio to be an issue, but I think I saw some of that, which was weird to me.
Meaning chatter or in the
chatter
fight?
About like we don't know what he's going to look like. Like if anybody's going to look good in later rounds, it's going to be Khamzat, the guy who's constantly in the gym. So I was a little bit confused by that, but either way, I was very impressed. I was very impressed.
You scored it 1-3 for him, 2 for Burns, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's.
I saw some people saying Burns won. Anyone who thinks Burns won, either as his friend or teammate like Ian Garry, and even he's walking back, or you bet on Burns, and you just kind of want to will that to existence.
It's close enough that like if you had it that way, I'm not going to say like, oh, it's terrible.
It was pretty
It's not
fair.
a robbery. It was, but that's how I had it.
Yeah.
I had it for Khamzat. He showed, first of all, credit to Burns, that punch that he landed in the second round on Khamzat, just a nuke. He blasted him, and Khamzat took it, snapped his head right back, and was like in the fight. I was gonna save this for later, but like the dude, he just reminds me of Conor in so many ways. Not fighting style, but the way he talks, the way he gets people to pay attention to him, the way he's able to drum that up, the way in the post fight he presents humble in victory and defeat, and kind of just like the facade comes down. He gives you his honest opinion on it.
That was his best stuff. The post.
He talks about and I don't know if you remember this, but back in the day, that was the thing I would always talk about with Conor.
Yeah.
I would say, I'm not into the bluster. I'm not into the kind of like hype. When he does those post-fight interviews, when he talks like that, that's the Conor that I was more interested in. It's the same way with Khamzat. That comes down and he gives you that openness. He's vulnerable. He talks about the things he did wrong, the things he's going to do better. And then there's enough of that like essence in there that he can spin it forward. If he booked a fight tomorrow, I guarantee you'd be hearing how he's going to smash everybody, and it comes right back and people just jump back on the train and believe it. The way he believes in himself is infectious. The way he talks about things and manifests them, it honestly all reminds me of Conor. It really reminds me of Conor on the way up. Again, different caliber of opponent to this point. Gilbert Burns is obviously a very significant win. To this point, it's been different. Conor was fighting guys who I think were better and more established. But the way he conducts himself and the way he is doing this, it reminds me of the Conor build. It really does.
And so, what do you think? Do you go with Colby next? Feels like
if I'm Colby
move,
Covington,
right?
I would stay as far away from that fight as humanly possible.
If you're Colby, interesting.
That is not the fight I want.
What do you do?
I'd go up to 85 if I'm Colby.
Interesting.
There's nothing left for me at 70. I'm not getting another shot at Kamaru Usman.
If you beat Khamzat Chimaev, and let's say you beat him bad, all of a sudden I think you're back in that conversation.
There's a problem with that scenario.
The if.
He ain't beating Khamzat Chimaev and he ain't beating him bad.
You don't think he beats him, period?
I think it goes the other way. I think
you think it's
a
bad?
Brutal matchup for Colby Covington.
Wow.
Here's the thing that I think a lot of people don't think of when they're capping fights or thinking about fights. Colby Covington his offense is what his offense is. Defensively, what does he have to offer Khamzat Chimaev that could keep him from doing what he wants to do? What can Colby Covington do to Khamzat Chimaev that will prevent him from getting trucked? Because I can't think of one thing. Gilbert Burns has the power to hit him back, right? Gilbert Burns can mix in the jiu-jitsu if he gets taken down. Defensively, there's things that he can threaten with. What can Colby Covington threaten Khamzat Chimaev with? Because I don't see much. I don't see much. I think that would be one-way traffic.
Okay, so if you're Khamzat, you take the fight, obviously. You're very confident. If you're the UFC, do you make that fight, or at least try to make that fight?
I think you try because I think it's a big fight. Put it on ABC. It makes a lot of sense.
Interesting, right?
If I'm Colby Covington, I'm running from that fight as far as I possibly can. And I'm going up to 85. And look, there's a path to the title there at 85.
Colby versus Izzy is a really interesting fight.
Colby, with the right matchups at 85, could get a title shot.
You don't think it's a bad look?
How?
It's right there. Everyone's screaming for it.
Oh, to duck Khamzat?
Duck, I hate using that word, but it's like, at this point, he's been cornered, right? I mean, it's literally been put out there. It was put out there before the fight.
If he wins the 85-pound belt, that'll be a thing of the past. Man. I would be clamoring. If I'm Colby Covington, I'm looking for an 85-pound fight ASAP.
Their next move with Khamzat is going to be so interesting. For this very reason, I wonder, I'm just throwing it out there, I wonder if like Nate watches that fight and he's like, yeah, F it. I'll take that and I'll be a free agent.
I think that's the type of guy that would make a lot of sense to do.
What's going on? What's happening?
We got some.
Is Volk there? No, I don't see anything. Is Volk in there? Hello? Do you hear me?
Not in here. I don't have an update.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're looking around like something's going on.
I'm looking at the screen to see if there was an update. But yes, I'm looking here.
All right. You seem very rattled right now.
Well, because there's not a lot of talk happening. It's just like people moving. So I'm trying to decipher.
Well, this is the show. You know, it's all. It just happens in real time. I'm not.
Okay, I think we're getting mic'd up.
All right, that's cool.
Yeah. So let's keep talking.
Okay, but here's my question. If you're Khamzat, you take the fight. If you're the UFC, you want to take that fight.
For sure.
If you're Nate Diaz, if Colby doesn't take the fight,
I would take that fight.
Because you know, not Connor. Dana said at the post-fight press conference, like, we're moving on from the Poirier thing. The whole thing with Nate is still very much up in the air. We said that, I said it on the show last week. He confirmed it this week. They met with Nate in Vegas. The whole situation is weird. If you're Nate, do you take the fight after Saturday?
100%.
You do?
If that's the thing. Well, it depends. Are you saying, do you take the fight and sign a new contract? Or do you?
No. Let's go.
Last fight of the deal.
Yeah, let's go. This is what you wanted, right? This is what you offered me.
If I'm Nate, I take it. 100%.
Why?
First of all, he's not scared of anybody. He's not going to be worried about like losing stock, right? If he's leaving the company, he's not worried, or potentially leaving the company. Let's leave the door open. He's not worried about how does that make me look, a loss to Khamzat Chimaev or a win over Khamzat Chimaev. It doesn't really matter for him because he's taking next steps. If you're the UFC, you get a big name for Khamzat Chimaev. It makes all the sense in the world. I would for sure take it if I was.
I'm curious, man.
Why not?
No, I'm saying, look.
But okay? So let's talk it through.
Yeah.
What will be the downside for Nate?
I mean,
Nothing.
You lose on the way out.
So what? Is Nate Diaz
mauled on the way out?
Is Nate
stock
Diaz's,
drops on the way out? Leverage drops on the way out?
Is Nate Diaz's thing?
No.
His win-loss record?
No,
never was, never could be.
But he doesn't get beat up. You know, like the Leon fight. Like he doesn't get beat up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that hurts him. I don't think that hurts him. So we know that he wants to box, right? We know that Jake Paul is a potential opponent. He loses to Khamzat Chimaev. Does that fight not feel exactly the same. I don't think that feels any different. Do you?
No, but I'm saying.
still interested. I'm still
Sure. Yeah, it's a totally different fight, different challenge.
thing, completely different. If
Let's
UFC would give it to him, I would call him right away.
Go with Colby first. If not, Khamzat, Nate, F it.
Yeah,
get it done.
Colby has something to lose. Nate doesn't have anything to lose.
Right.
Colby has something to lose, and Nate doesn't.
All right. Seems like the champ is ready. I'm going to move my belt here. Thanks for spending some time. We'll talk to you in a bit. Let me move this up. I believe the reigning defending UFC men's featherweight champion is here. I'm going to move my belt out of respect. He might bring his own belt. Let me see. I'm going to have my belt here waiting for him. The pride of Australia. Is he here? Is he here? How about this? Look at this man. Champ waiting for the champ. What's up, Volk? This is amazing.
How you been?
It's great to see you.
You too. Oh, you
Come on.
Oh, I love a good cuddle.
This is lovely.
I don't need a. Oh yeah, the mic.
Everything good? Yeah, you're mic'd up.
Yeah, sweet.
I'm gonna take this off. All right, Frank.
Do it.
All right. Alex, this is so nice. Thank you for coming.
No, thank you. It's good to have been here.
You never been here before.
So much, but I haven't been in. Nah.
I don't have to feel guilty for once about you waking up at 7 a.m. to be on my show. Here we are, same turf. I was saying, in others. By the way, you smell fantastic. What is
thanks,
this?
Mate. It's, what is it? I think it's was it Louis Vuitton?
Oh, look, we got Ash in the house. Oh, hello. We have the missus. Everyone's here.
Everyone's
How are you? You got your own videographer.
Yeah. Get all the content. That's it.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the content, but this is so nice. Thank you for doing this. Congratulations. I was saying, in American sports, when you win a big event, sporting match, whatever, you go to Disneyland. In MMA, you come on the MMA Hour. This is the Izzy did it.
Exactly,
You did. I like this. I like this.
Yeah, that's it.
How was the flight from Jacksonville to New York? Are you exhausted?
Good. Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad. Obviously, we had a big night, so we got a little nap on the plane. But I mean, it was all good.
Okay, so Saturday night, congratulations.
Thank you.
Another title defense. If you were to grade yourself, your performance, what do you give yourself?
Oh, yeah, man, it was pretty good. Obviously, I'm pretty happy with
pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Well, I'm always my hardest critic, right? But at the same time, I watched back the fight and everything went well. I still think I could have done better. But what I mean?
What could you have done better?
Oh, this is still a bit, you know what I mean? That's just, he still touched me here and there, you know what I mean? Got me with a couple of leg kicks and things like that. But, so again, I'm just my hardest critic. But at the same time, went well. Obviously, I was a lot faster. I felt a lot faster. I felt, I had him puzzled pretty easily, I know that they were trying to do their research and get me figured out, but I ain't an easy man to be figured out, you know what I mean? So I just go out there, do my thing and puzzle them and capitalise. And that's exactly what happened. So I'm obviously happy. We're happy with the finish. I wanted it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But we ended up getting. He was tough, man. He ate some shots. He really did. Just obviously lived up to that zombie name. Because
are you thinking to yourself like, golly, this guy?
My hands were hurting.
Really?
Honestly, you know what I mean. Even though you got the adrenaline rush and all that type of stuff, I remember like we're landing jabs and punches, and my hands were hurting. Like that's how clean they were hitting. And like they were hitting flush, and he would just go whack. He'll be wobbled and rocked and all that, and just come straight back to it. And I'll just do it again, and I would probably rocked him like 5-6 times in there, maybe more. But yeah, man, it was by the end of it, I'm glad Herb stopped it because I felt like he definitely had enough. Yeah, I think he was ready. He sort of knew it was over. I think he was defeated already, and let's get him back home to their family healthy.
BT Sport posted that clip, and I'm happy that we were able to pick up the audio. Mm-hmm. It looked just from your body language, you didn't want to keep punching him in that 4th round, right? Like did you ask him? Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Well, in the 3rd round, obviously, I wanted to get that finish. I was very close, maybe a couple. So he did well. Like again, he's tough. Where I was just about to get the finish, and he rolled that little bit more, and then just held out and that buzzer went. But I mean, seeing him in the corner, obviously he was sitting on the ground. He was done. Like I said, he was defeated, and even when he got up and he was like playing with his eye, and like he was even wobbling to the center. I was like, whether it was legit, which means it's over anyway, or was it a sign to the ref and to the commission, like I'm done? Was that him asking for I'm done? I don't know, but that's sort of what I felt. So I just said to him, I go, mate, are you sure you want to keep doing this? You know what I mean? And I don't know if he understood me, but he's like, just yeah. And I'm like, are you sure? And I was like, all right.
Man,
and then
you don't see that often, people doing that.
I think Herb knew where I was at.
Right.
Because I was like, come on, just stop it. I was even said it a few times. So he was just like, I'll give him one last little chance, but as soon as he eats a couple, he's just going to call it. So obviously a lot of people knew it was done. And sometimes the people being so tough is just, it's worse for their own good, like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want them to just keep copping damage, especially where you could see that he wasn't really landing flush. Every time he did land, I seen him coming. I seen pretty much everything coming. So, yeah, everyone knew it was pretty much over, but I'm glad he stopped it.
Why does it feel like in this sport we force the referee to make this call, and yet in boxing it happens all the time? I was watching Triple G Saturday morning, and his opponent's corner threw in the towel, like that was it. But in our sport we never do it, never see it happen, very, very rarely, right? Why is that? Like that corner should, they're a great corner, they're great guys. Eddie's a great guy, all of them. I feel like they should have stopped it. It was very clear just watching his body language that he had enough.
It's tough, right? Like you don't know you fight like the fighters. You got to remember what like the MMA fighters are like as well.
Right.
I mean, you take an opportunity away from them, and make they all feel like it's quitting. You quitting for them. That's. I think that's what they worry about. They're worried about, you know what I mean? Yeah, maybe they're worried about, I think my students could be more angry with me by stopping it than they would if me taking care of him, which they shouldn't care, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, they're weighing them options. They're like, man, he's going to kill me. Not kill me, he's going to be very unhappy. He's like, why'd you do it? Why didn't you let me go out of my shield? That type of stuff. I think it's, that ego and that, there's that type of mentality a lot of mixed martial artists have. Maybe, I don't know. But I mean, again, it shouldn't really matter. You should just obviously look after your. But I mean, heat of the moment, he was still in it, right? It wasn't like he was literally like out of it. But I mean, he was definitely defeated. But anyway, it wasn't long before the ref stopped it, so it's all right.
Considering how your last fight went, and the ups and downs, was it nice to have a fight where, I mean, like you said, you were tagged, but there were no moments in that fight where it got really tight. Like this one, the whole thing, right? Even the build-up, there's respect between. It was completely different than the Ortega fight from beginning to end. Bit of a breath of fresh air for you?
Yeah, it was, you know what I mean? Because, again, I just don't want to force anything, I'm not going to force, even though there was things that he has said. I think he's maybe on your show. He said
2 years ago.
right?
But this time it was nice, no?
Exactly. But I mean, he was forced to say these things, and I know that. We all know what he's like. He's a respectful, he's a bit of a sweetheart, right?
Yeah.
And everyone knows that. So it was so out of character, him saying that stuff, and he even apologized for it. So, that's why I was like, look, I can bring it up and, force something if I want. But I'm like, I don't know, I'll just let my fist do the talk, and I'll just be me, and that's it. I don't care. Like, again, I'm not here to be someone I'm not and try and impress people, by giving them what I think they want. Like, who cares what, you know what I mean? At the same time, be me, and if people appreciate it, they appreciate it. If they don't, they don't. But that doesn't matter. I just move on. But it was a bit of fresh air. I felt like, and straight after it, and I felt bad for the guy. To be honest.
Crying. You saw that?
Yeah, man. It was. We obviously waited for him to go out, show our respects, because I don't know if. Hopefully he keeps going. I don't want him to look at that and be like, I must be done, because no matter who was in there with me, it probably would have been a very similar result. So I want him to know that, and he's obviously still got it. But that's probably hard for him to be like, man, I had no answer. But I mean, a lot of people don't have answers for me, so I don't want him to take it too harshly. You know what I mean? So I know I'm tooting my own horn at the moment, but
I like it.
It's the truth. You know what I mean? So, and next time I get in there, I'm going to be even better.
Do you feel like your confidence is at have you ever been more confident than right now?
Nah. No, I've always been confident in what I could do, but I don't think the confidence was as real as it is now. I'd say things. I'd still have doubts. You're always going to have little doubts here and there, which is good. It just sort of keeps you on your toes. But right now, it's even in the gym and everything, like the confidence and the freedom, as I've been talking about all week, fight week, that I have, like inside and outside of the cage, just everywhere. It's just on a whole new level. You know what I mean? Just me, the belief is really there. Me believing everything that I'm seeing in the gym and all that. Like, you know what I mean? It all comes down to confidence. I really do think it is, and that's something that's definitely changed a lot for me.
Where do you think that comes from? Is it just like the more you do something, the more confident you get?
It's something we've been working on as well. You know what I mean? I am from a small town back home. You know what I mean? So I'm.
How do you pronounce it? Windang. What is that?
Just a little town.
What does that mean, Windang? There's like a meaning.
You know what it actually means?
Fighting. Something with fighting, right?
It does. The land of the fight or something.
Right.
Is that right? Is it? Scene of a fight.
Scene of a fight.
Scene of a fight. That's
and it's
Aboriginal.
Amazing.
So which is pretty cool.
Yeah. But
yeah, just a small town, man. So I go home and, as I say, I'm just daddy, I mean? I'm just me. And again, I don't know exactly what it is, but it was something that I worked on. And like I've always known, you talk about the negativity and all that. Everyone talks about it, right? Everyone knows about it. But I did nothing about it. where now I'm doing something about it, and and I'm really trying to get on top of it, and I've absolutely nailed it. So I'm in a good headspace right now.
Do you work? And I know like Dan Hooker has talked about working with someone, and other Kai has talked about this as well. Do you?
I think most athletes have sports psych.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean like we're completely.
No.
I was about to swear. Are we allowed to swear?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not like we're completely fucked up in the head, but I think a lot of it, like just for motivation and all that. But I mean, it's good. It's good to you figure out so much about yourself, where you're at, things that you're doing, and then be like, oh yeah, like they explain why this happens and all that. So you learn so much. It even helps with podcasts and stuff like that. When you're talking to people, half the shit I'm just regurgitating what comes out of his mouth. You know what I mean?
Right.
I sound clever, so I'll claim it. But it's just man, you learn a lot about yourself and you grow a lot, and it's something that's definitely helping.
How long have you been working with someone?
I've been probably a year or something.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, about a year. Yeah,
wow.
But I mean, like I said, I've learned.
What
so
led
much,
you to do that?
Hey,
what led you to say, you know what?
Just a lot of people, again, a lot of athletes and that do it. I think a majority of them do, and if not, I think it'd be better, like for especially MMA fighters and that. I think go do it, because it's definitely good. But I mean, it's it's like, again, like some people are like, I don't need it. Like I've always been like that, but then it's not like. It's weird, like it doesn't mean you're a complete head case.
Sure.
There's so it's all about the sport and all that type of stuff, but everything that comes with the sport as well. So obviously inside and outside, which was a lot of things that getting used to, right? I'm just a regular dude, and then a world champion, and like getting all this. You got hate, and you got all this sort of, it's hard to really what's going on, to really understand it all. So. Yeah.
But it definitely feels like we're seeing, like even at the press conference, ripping your shirt, like you are yourself now.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you've done this enough. You're not trying to please anyone.
No second guessing.
Right.
No second guessing. You know what I mean? And when I say that, I was always worried about if I do something, what are you gonna? Well, are people gonna be offended?
Right.
What are they gonna think of me? You know what I mean? I sit there and be like, oh man, I'll do my head in about it, and little things like that. Just so I'm always second guessing, even being sheltered. I couldn't be myself. Well, now I'm just being myself. If that ended up being me ripping my shirt, ended up being a meme, and people were bagging the shit out of me, I wouldn't care.
Right.
I'll move on. You know what I mean? That's something that's helped as well. Like, whatever decision I make, even if it's a right or wrong, move on, and that's it. Play on. You know what I mean? Where before I'd be like, oh man, why'd I do that? You know what I mean? Right. But people laughing at me or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you might think like that. And I think a lot of people have trouble with this, especially with social media, right?
Right.
So that's the only reason why I'm talking about it. It's not. A lot of people probably wouldn't talk about this, right? But it's something I'm comfortable talking about, because I think a lot of people would deal with that. You know what I mean? And again, I've always been a people pleaser, and I always cared about what people thought. I still do care about that, but I rather care about people that were mean to me, not haters. Why am I trying to impress these haters who are just looking for anything to hate me for? Which that was a big problem for me.
The Ortega fight, do you feel like it changed the way the fans view you? Do you feel like they respect you more, they like you more? When you're involved in one of those fights, your stock goes up, your legacy grows.
Definitely did change. But I mean, at the same time, as I've been saying, I don't care if it did or didn't right now, which is more important, because it means I've moved on. Like I've put myself in a better position. So if they were still hating right now, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't feel like I have to try and impress these people. Where now, it has changed though. But at the same time, I'm just more happy the fact that I don't care if it has or it hasn't.
What about this Henry Cejudo? I'm in the pool. He makes the big announcement.
Yeah, man. It's again, look, I'll take him serious. Once he's in the pool, you obviously can take it serious.
Yeah.
But I mean, he still needs to prove himself in our division, right? I believe.
So you wouldn't be in favor of him jumping in right away, getting a title shot? Sounds like the UFC isn't in favor of it either, to be honest.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. Why am I going to waste energy? Look, again, I probably can right now, because we don't have no clear guy that's going to be. So maybe you're asking me, that's why I'm even talking to you about it, I guess. But again, I'm not going to take it too serious. Whether he's talking about going to bantamweight or you know what I mean, I don't know. But I'm not too.
Feels like it would be a big fight, though,
I respect the guy. Obviously he does his thing and all that. I don't hate the guy. He's got a lot of great accomplishments, and I respect him as a fighter and as an athlete. But I mean, at the same time, he's been. How long has he been calling me out?
Right.
He was giving zombie shit about getting the fight and be like, pretty much, all these guys were shooting, oh, yeah, you're going zombie, yeah, rah, rah, rah. But then all of a sudden he's in his corner. I was like, mate, the zombie, he was pretty much bagging you.
Right.
You know what I mean? But now he's jumping on the bandwagon to get a bit of attention. So, you know what I mean? So, and he wasn't even in the testing pool, but he was sitting there like, couldn't believe that I didn't choose him. I was like, mate, you can't even fight. Why are you wasting your breath? And why should I waste my breath on it? So it's just, again, that's why I don't take it too serious.
I had heard that there was talks of the UFC coming back to Australia later this year, but then Dana kind of...
Yeah, I've seen that. Like,
there was like 500,000 people at the F1 this weekend.
Yeah, so
what's he talking about?
Like, I don't know. Like,
Nothing's getting canceled over there.
I don't think
Maybe
so.
you got some bad info. Because I feel like that would be huge for you, for you to get that homecoming fight.
Look, man, I'm comfortable and confident enough to at least have that conversation with him. Where before I wouldn't be. I'd just stay right out of it. But I mean, I'm going to at least talk to him and be like, come on, like, let's try and figure this out. Because obviously he loves, they love bringing the UFC to Australia. We sell out of arenas every single time. It's massive over there. And you got a champion that hasn't defended his belt in his own country yet. So it makes a lot of sense. I think we're in a position where I can at least trying to ask for that and have that conversation. So I'm going to make sure I have that conversation.
What would be the dream scenario for you? Location, opponent, time frame?
Just let me defend my belt in Australia.
That's all you want.
Simple, yeah, man. Like that's all that really matters. Again, we'll see who's next. I've got a couple of options. One that I'm really, really interested in is watching that, lightweight title.
This is a real thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Especially because, look, like I said, if there was a clear number one contender in my division, like as I said after my fight, a lot of these contenders, as you would have seen when Max got injured, all of them putting their hands up and like expecting title shots given to them. And I think I talked to you about this. You've got a bit vocal and saying, what, that's just shit. Who these guys just... I'll sit back and hopefully a title shot gets given to me. If they're going to keep doing that, like, I will look at it. As I've said to you many times that I don't want to hold up any divisions. But these contenders are holding up the fucking division, not me. I'm doing my thing, they ain't doing theirs. So if they go out there, take that number one spot, you won't hear me having these conversations about lightweight. But until then, I'll have that conversation. So I'm going to be looking at Chandler, not Chandler, sorry, Gaethje and Charles.
Yeah.
Sorry. And I'll be keeping a close eye on that, and we'll see what happens. And that's the timing's not too bad there either. So we'll see.
Do you think the UFC would be interested in that? Have you floated that idea to them?
A lot of people are talking about it. You know what I mean? And that conversation is coming up, like even through media and so yeah, even through an embedded series and all that type of stuff. That question's coming up. So I think they're definitely looking into it.
The elephant in the room is Max. That's who you were supposed to fight on this card. What do you think? Do you think it's...
Look, man, I don't even know that whole situation. Obviously, you've seen that fight got announced.
Yeah.
And then it was
24 hours later.
Away. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know that situation. Obviously, at the time, I was a little frustrated and I wanted to have shots at the haters and all that. So I was like, he wasn't even injured, blah, blah, blah. But I don't even know if he was ever accepted a fight. I don't know if they're going through negotiations. Was it negotiation problems? I don't even know. Does he even want the fight? You've got Dana not even talking about it. He's getting asked about these questions and he's not even taking it serious. Before it was always, that's the fight to make. But right now I don't know what's happening. So I'm not going to waste my breath on it. But I mean, you would think that'll be the main option, right? Because that was the fight it was meant to be.
Right. And
everyone knows I'm not scared of anyone. So whatever the biggest fight is, and Max has shown that people want to see that fight. And if that's a fight people want to see, and the pay-per-views, it will be the right decision, right? We'll see, but we'll make that decision when my team has a conversation. We have the conversation with the UFC. We'll see where he's at. We'll see where the UFC's at with it, and then we'll talk to the.
They didn't give you guys any inclination.
They haven't gave anything. Well, usually usually we have a rough idea, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know where he's at. Maybe he's still injured. I don't really know, but again, I've got my eyes on whatever's there. I'm gonna keep my options. I'm going to keep them options, I'm going to my eyes open and see what's there, and see what they come back with. At the end of the day, we'll make the right decision for the right reason.
Is there any part of you that feels like that fight has to happen at some point? Or if it never happens, do you not care?
Only if it makes sense. because people want it, money, pay-per-views, all that type of stuff. I've got nothing else to prove. Okay, that's something that, again, I told you, I'm happy where I'm at, where I don't care if people are going to be like, about the last one, but I don't care. I've got nothing to prove, you know what I mean? So, but if that fight happens for the right reasons, it's because there's no one else, because the money's right, people want to see it, you know what I mean? And that's it. And if that's how it's going to be, then we'll make that fight happen. Because again, I'm not scared of anyone. I'm getting better and better every single time. So next time I step in that octagon, I'm going to be in a whole nother level. So we'll see who wants to step in front of me when they know I'm getting better as well. So we'll see who puts their hands up.
By the way, for 55, like in a month, how much will you weigh? Like, what's the biggest you get?
Probably about 77 kilograms. What's that? That's about 170.
Okay.
I used to get a lot bigger.
Yeah.
You don't want to know what I used to get.
211, the famous...
Well, yeah, but I mean, even when I was fighting, like, it
really?
would have been, well, while I was doing featherweight, I would get up to, what is it, like what's like, middleweight, yeah.
Really?
Middleweight, yeah, man. I used to get like that heavy.
Damn, in the UFC?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Golly.
Just, like...
all that cooking with Volk.
Yeah. It was, I didn't look healthy.
Right. So now
I'll just be like a ball.
Right. So now the biggest you get is like 170?
Yeah, 170. I try and stay at a decent weight and I don't go too
Do you think eventually...
cheat meals aren't nowhere near as bad as they used to be.
But do you think eventually you will end up at 55, or is 55 just like a special thing and 45 is your weight class forever?
Well, I've fought at middleweight.
Yeah,
I'm undefeated at middleweight.
But now that you kind of
know your body.
So
but that's the thing. I think I can do both, and I can do both comfortably. Like if you look at most of my training partners, they're all lightweights and even welterweights. You know what I mean? Like I'm very strong for my size.
Yeah.
And so I can hold my own in many divisions. So I'll be more than comfortable, even if I get that double champ status. I'll be more than happy to defend. I'm not looking to just go out there, take and be like, oh cool, I got the double belt, and then hold up a division. That's not me. I'll stay active, and I'm not in this sport forever. So if I go and I do get that this year or next year, I'll be taking both fights. I'll be very active because I don't have to do so many weight cuts or anything like that. It'll be fun. Different, a lot of different options, different faces, and I reckon that's exciting. You know what I mean? That excites me.
By the way, what about that fight on Saturday? It started very late, your fight.
Oh, yeah.
Were you getting tired back there?
I'll be honest, I did. It was weird. I'll be honest, it was... Because
it was like 1 a.m. when you walked out.
Well, we were, during the week, we were training around 11 and that, like, so I wanted to be alert. So I wouldn't go to bed till about 1:32. Yeah. But I mean, that was late. Like, I felt like good. I started warming up, and then we'll wait and we're watching a little bit of Petian and Aljamain's fight, and like, warming up a little bit as that was happening, and it was just dragging on. And then I started like getting like a little like chill, like really, really chill. Like I was like, it was weird. It was like no adrenaline at all. So I'm like trying to like psych myself up. It was a similar feeling to Fight Island, which I was like, oh, like that was a bit haunting because no crowd and all that. I was like, man, wake up. And, there was no adrenaline. It was the worst feeling. So I was like starting to feel a little bit like that. Even walking out, I'm like, oh, I'll shake everyone's hand and like, feel that energy from the crowd. But I mean, so I felt probably a little too chill. But I mean, at the same time, my reactions and everything was on point. So I was still on. I was still sharp, which was good. But it did feel a little bit different because it was so late.
Did you like Jacksonville? I saw you did some crazy stuff with the fish over there at night. I saw the videos.
Yeah. No, you will.
What is that? Where were you shooting?
We went. We were somewhere over there, and I went out the bush and went in canoes and whatnot.
Wow.
We shot some.
What are you shooting? You're shooting the fish?
No. We were just they had like these target things.
Oh.
They even had these like, you wouldn't call them bombs, but it was like, I don't know what it was, these things that just blew up. And so we had a bit of fun. Like, while in America, right?
Yeah, I guess. But then you did go fishing as well? Or did you
No, I didn't. I think with Peter Yan maybe.
Oh, was it Peter Yan that went?
I think he went fishing.
So you were just shooting?
We're just.
Wow. Real American experience over there.
Went out in the swamps and all that. And supposedly there's gators and that there as well. So
that's what I thought you were shooting.
Oh, you're really? Yeah, nah. We're just
crazy. Do you like it over there?
Yeah, I love the bush. Everywhere. And
what is the bush? What is the bush?
Oh, that's not what you call it?
The forest?
Just out,
the wilderness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Out the bush, not what out.
I don't know.
What he's calling it?
I guess that's what. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. The forest, the wilderness.
Doesn't sound as good.
No, it doesn't sound. It's
I
just
like the bush.
The bush just.
I was out in the bush with George Bush.
Were you?
That was his name.
What do you mean?
That was his name. The guy that yeah,
really?
Big Jug, yeah, Big Jug. Shout out Big Jug.
His name was George Bush?
That's what a lot of people like. Yeah, people
That's
like. Yeah. So it was, yeah. So that was again, it was cool. See, I love traveling the world and seeing the different type of country.
Yeah.
As well, because I love the adventures. I love camping and hunting, fishing, and all that type of stuff. So going out and about in different countries and seeing the different landscapes and that I really appreciate it. So it was good. It was good to go out there and have a bit, because I came a little bit early as well. So it was good to see that.
Because of the time difference and everything?
Yeah, I wanted to adapt to the time because, mate, the jet lag the first few days.
Brutal?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What is it, like 13, 14 hours?
I don't know exactly how it works. I just go by when you go to sleep, right?
Sure.
So when I was meant to go to sleep in Jacksonville, it's middle of the day back home.
Yeah.
So that's it was pretty hard to get used to, but I still had to do a couple of hard sessions while I was jet lag, and that was a fucking nightmare.
I was so jealous you got the Rock cheat meal.
Yeah.
I saw Izzy have
that was
it.
good.
Oh man, that thing is so fluffy.
It does, mate. Like you're cutting it and it just goes.
Wow.
Like, you know what I mean? So soft.
How do they get that to you guys?
They just said
You
it.
got the hookup.
The
Ash
guys
hooks you up.
Yeah, the guys hooked it up, and mate, he gave us a whole box full. Like
really.
Yeah,
and is it fresh, like right out of the box, or you got to cook it?
Oh yeah, you just heat it up.
Wow.
So they bring in like you just.
How good was it, honestly?
Oh mate, honest.
Really?
I'm not saying it.
Yeah.
Obviously, if
you didn't finish the whole thing.
If it was bad, I would say it was good anyway. But it was good.
It was
and
legit.
to be honest, I think I had a conversation with someone before I came, and they were talking about it. I don't know, this come up about the French toast. I'm like, I don't know. For my cheat meals, I like my chocolate and rah. So I was saying that, but I had that, and I'm like, fuck, that was good. Like, I don't know what it was, a caramel, like that sauce with the coconut chips, and it was good, mate. It was really, really good. And the texture and the softness, like you were saying, it was like, oh, mate, it was
That's
good.
my favorite part, seeing the first
If you were over there, I would have gave you some.
would be nice,
You know what I mean? Because we end up, like a few guys that we knew over there, they all had a taste, everyone loved it. But
you didn't finish it, though?
No, I had to fight. So
so what?
Yeah, no, I'm good now. Like I said, a couple of years ago, the way I used to eat, I would have punished that.
What's like your number one cheat meal, like after a fight, the first thing that you crave?
After a fight?
Yeah.
Maybe what we did, like we said, maybe some wings and burger.
Okay.
I love my wings.
Even though it was like 3 a.m., whatever it was, were you able to get something to eat? By the time you guys left, it was probably late.
Really, yeah. Really, I was just drinking, so it was all right.
That's right. I mean, by the time you left the arena, it was probably like 3:34 or something like that.
It was 3:30. 3:30, I was thinking it was 3:30 before we left the arena.
Yeah, so not a lot of things open.
Not much you could do, yeah.
By the way, I was reading an amazing thing, and we're going to do something really fun here in a second, but I was reading a story, two things I wanted to ask you about, but the main one was, I believe it was in this, I'm going to botch this, the Morning Herald, the Sydney Morning Herald. Is that the name of the paper?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
They did a huge profile on you recently.
Was that the weekend?
Was it
the weekend?
The Sunday?
The weekend, yeah.
And there was a story that I had never heard of. And the author, by the way,
you do your research.
Of course, man. You come here. It's the least I could do. Yeah. She wrote a great profile on you. Whoever she is, kudos to her.
Mm-hmm.
When you were in Thailand, and I think you only had one child at the time. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And you started to feel a little bit like, where am I going with my career?
Yep.
You drove to the gym. You're sitting out front.
Okay, yep.
And then you went back home. And then you started to feel like, am I too selfish? Should I not be doing this anymore? Have I put too much time? Have I put myself in front of the family?
That wasn't in Thailand. That was back home.
That was back home. Okay.
That freestyle fighter gym. I remember rocking up.
How long ago was this? This was right before you get the UFC. Yeah.
So I was I was chasing the UFC contract for a while. Like,
right.
Pound for pound #1 in Australia at the time. Obviously outside of UFC, I had a shitload of Aussie titles, world titles, fought in different divisions, shitloads of knockouts. I was doing everything. And, just chasing this UFC dream. And, you know what I mean? There was even chances that sort of come and they got taken away from me. And just, I don't know, I end up having this moment where, again, like we put life on hold to chase this dream. And as a lot of fighters would, it's not very financially forgiving,
right?
Until you're at the top. And so it was a struggle, real struggle. And I was just, again, because you're going to have your family that care about you, right? They're not saying this because they don't believe in you, but they care about. They don't know too much about MMA and mixed martial arts and what is this sport,
right?
One, and they can see we're struggling. When's he going to give up this and get a real job? You know what I mean? Like, so these are the conversations that happen around you. Maybe not to me, but to my wife and that.
Right.
And it's tough. Again, they're only doing it because they care. But I mean, so you're hearing that, and then we're struggling and it just wasn't happening. And then I remember this one time I went to the gym. I was out the front, and then I was just, I sort of had enough. I just had a moment where I was just, that's it. I've never rocked up to the gym. He seen me rock up. He knew I was there, and then I just took off.
Wow.
He even rang afterwards. He's like, "What's up?" Like something's up. And I'm like, whatever. And I didn't really have that conversation. But then I just ended up going back and just thought to myself, it's just a little hiccup. You'll be right. You'll get there. Obviously that drive that I have. And it was just a moment. And then literally that weekend, I ended up getting a major sponsor. So obviously, I could have just gave up and that's it, I'm done. Social media, who cares? Don't worry about it all. But I ended up finding a little hookup. These guys that wanted to sponsor me. It was and it ended up being my major sponsor. That was that weekend after. And then it wasn't long after that before the UFC.
That's
crazy. So it was like within a couple of weeks, I went from my lowest point where I was like, nah, I'm done. Fuck this shit. And then to the highest, you know what I mean? Like we're there 2 weeks later.
Do you remember what you felt like when you got the UFC call? Where you were?
I remember exactly where I was. We're at my mum's place. We were at my mum's place. And I was living with her at the time.
You were living with your mom?
Yeah, chasing the dream. So
yeah, but you were married and had one child or two?
Yep, so I had one child.
Okay,
so
wow.
So I had Ariana, and we're just, again, chasing the dream and obviously struggling.
Yeah.
But we were about to go to Bali for a wedding. So we're going over there for our friend's wedding, and we're leaving that day. And then we got the phone call on our way there. So then we were like, what the hell? And then my Joe Lopez, he came on that holiday. He goes, we're going to go there. He had just had a feeling that I might get a UFC fight.
Wow.
He wanted to make sure he was there so we could train. Because I think which card was it? Was it the Philippines card? Was it? Yes, I think the Philippines card was going to be on. And then he just had a feeling. So he goes, I'm going to be there just in case, and then we can train. And then we got that call, and then he was there. So we trained.
Wow.
We got into camp because it was a short notice fight. We got into camp while we were there for the wedding and that. But that fight ended up getting cancelled. That was the Philippines card that got cancelled.
Yep.
Which was a blessing in disguise because my debut was in Melbourne, like a few weeks later.
Did you cry? Did you get emotional when you got the call?
I don't figure. No, I didn't cry. Just excited.
You're not a big crier, huh?
Man, it's just finally. You know what I mean? It's like here, I always knew I was ready. Even after the debut and get the win and all that, it was just relief. It's like, man, you know what I mean? Again, you're putting, your family and everyone everyone's struggling, for me pretty much to chase a dream.
Right.
I just want this to hurry up. I want to give back. When can I give back? Everyone's giving to me. When can I give back? And that was I can give back now. You know what I mean? Once I'm in there, I know I'll rise to the top. And so it was a big moment.
And now you reached a point where they're renaming bars in your honor.
Mm-hmm.
The Volkanovski?
The Volkanovski, yeah.
Where is that bar?
That's, locally where we are in Wollongong. So that was sold out. I've seen a lot of videos, everyone, all my family, friends, and it was actually...
You have nothing to do with this place?
We know the guy. So it's not...
But you don't own it?
It's temporary. So they're just doing it for the fights. It was just
but I missed that part.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have said anything.
But I mean,
what a great honor.
It's still cool, man. It was unreal. They even changed all the signage. So everything, you know what I mean? They had the little coasters and all that type of stuff. They had a beer, AV lager. They changed big posters of the, it was cool. They went all out, where the Illawarra has always been good for me back home, the sport's been incredible locally. So, nothing's changed. So
and the closest big city to you is what? Would it be Sydney or Melbourne?
What's that, sorry?
The closest big city to you is what?
Yeah, it would be Sydney.
It would be Sydney, okay.
Sydney, yeah.
So Sydney would be like a home event for you. I mean, obviously anything in Australia would be, but the closest...
anything in Australia. Man.
Sure,
obviously
you don't
the
care.
Support back in Australia is incredible, but Sydney event, anywhere in Australia would be great. Just in Australia.
Yeah.
I want one in Australia, and I think I deserve it, and I think we can. We've got boxing events that's going to be there.
Yeah.
As you said, just all the sports. We're sold out stadiums over there. We're allowed to do it. So, and I don't think it's any more hurdles that you will need to cross than it is here. So I reckon we can make it happen.
Yeah, Kambosos is fighting there in June, right?
Yep.
And that's at a stadium.
Yep.
What's their problem?
Exactly. So that's what I was saying. Although, Dana can get a little competitive too. So I was like, hey mate, they're doing this.
Right.
They're doing this. What do you reckon? So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, everything's opening up back home, which is good. Even for me to be able to do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Show off the belt a little bit.
Of course.
Travel.
When you go back, you don't have to do anything, right?
What's that?
Like in terms of quarantine, that's all done?
Go straight home. Man, that's a...
You guys, I felt so bad for you guys.
You had no idea. So that's why I couldn't do any of this sort of stuff.
Right.
Because I'm already away from the family long enough.
Right.
Then I've got to do the quarantine and all that type of stuff. So I just had no time to be out and about. I'll go home and I'll do quarantines and then pretty much go in lockdowns. So that was my whole time being champ.
I know.
You know what I mean? Like, till now. So now I can get out and about and, you know what I mean? So it's good.
Is this in September? Did you have to do the quarantine?
Yeah. Yes,
so this is the first one.
This is the first one. I get to go straight
wow.
home.
Where you
Unless
get
something dramatically changes before we go.
No, God forbid.
But it won't. But it was, so even then. So that was, the rules were changing not long after that.
So we love cooking with Volk.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing great stuff. You did it at Fight Week. You did a special Fight Week version with the fight dietitian.
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Yeah, fight dietitian.
What's his name? Full name?
Jordan Sullivan.
Jordan Sullivan. Shout out to him. And we've been talking about doing an impromptu cooking with Volk here.
Yes, we did.
Honestly, I'm flying blind here. My guy Connor in the back. Connor, what do you got? He bought all this stuff.
Yep.
And we want to put you on the spot. How do you feel about this?
Let's do it.
Yeah?
Let's do it.
You're okay?
100%.
Because I don't know if it's the magic of editing.
I just
with
want
these
to make
things.
sure we got some really... Oh, is that what's happening here?
We're doing it right now.
Oh, we're doing it in here?
Right here.
Okay.
I'm going to move this. We're going to do... By the way, what do you think of my jersey right over here? Do you like this team?
Oh, AFL?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice
This is the Adelaide Crows.
Yeah, well, look, I'm a... Yeah, you know what I mean? I always support the local, you know.
So this is not a good team?
Nah.
No, okay. Wow, look at this. Okay, we got Connor here.
Here we go.
Look at this situation. Connor, are you mic'd up?
No. So we got some hot sauces for you. You like your hot sauce?
Yeah, well, I don't, but Ash told me you do. Look at this situation. Wait, Connor, can you tell us what we have? I mean, you got to break it down for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Break it down.
Do you want to talk into the mic? Don't be shy.
Yeah, what mic am I going to?
Right here.
So we're doing it all in here?
We're doing it all in here.
Oh, shit.
This is how we're doing it.
Okay.
Why, is this not good enough for
No,
you guys?
I mean, like, that's pretty cool.
Okay, tell us this is Connor, producer Connor right here.
Yeah, we met out there. So we got chicken. You did this with Jamie Malarkey.
Yep.
So we got chicken ready for you. We got various hot sauces. We got the chips for you to crumb up the chicken.
Oh, you got some Takis.
Egg flour. Yeah, we got the Takis. We got some vinegar for you. I know you love the vinegar with the
Oh, you
the
did
sea
get
salt.
vinegar as well. See, salt and vinegar. I've got to do the salt and vinegar.
So yeah, we got the air fryer outside waiting for you. We'll cook these up, and then you guys will try them.
Kasori air fryer you got for me?
Kasori, what is it, the best one on Amazon?
That's it, number one on Amazon.
Okay, so I want to watch this. I'm going to... let me ask Frank. Frank, can I go... you want me to go IFB here? Frank? I can't hear you. Did you say IFB yes, Connor?
I've got a white jumper.
What's that?
Just rip it off, eh?
Yeah, do you want me to wear IFB or no?
Nah, it's all good. We'll be right.
Well, which mic do I talk into? Talking to this? Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean IFB. I meant love. You're smart. Okay. So, what do we got?
Well, let's do this then, eh?
So, I just want to watch, honestly.
You're going to watch? All right. So, all right.
Tell me.
It's easy, man.
Is this a good setup, by the way?
Yeah, it's good.
Did he do a good job?
Yeah, he's done a great job. So
Shout out to Connor.
Put this on.
Here, you can move this.
Because it's not my team, I'll put that on here.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. I feel like I'm watching a...
all right.
a magician.
That.
This is good stuff. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of impressed with this, if I'm being honest. So what are we making?
Here? Did I say what that is?
No, Connor, you might have to come back.
Oh, that's right. We'll figure it out. Yeah, while we're waiting.
Okay,
some eggs in here.
Connor, what's that stuff over there?
Making? Well, we'll just do enough so you can taste them. Right?
I want everyone to taste. Whatever you want.
All right, I'll do it for you then.
Connor, what was that thing in the front on the right? We got as long as you want, unless you got other things to do.
Salt, garlic, and pepper.
Salt, garlic, and
Was
pepper.
that garlic, is it? Okay.
Garlic, yeah.
And what are we making here?
Oh, right now we're just doing the eggs, yeah? So, because we're just chicken
Well,
wings.
clearly you're doing the eggs.
Yeah. So we're going to...
But, like, what's the dish?
Do we have spray? Like a...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good.
Okay,
oil spray. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. That's before we chuck it in. But, yeah, so we're just going to... Flour, egg wash, and the crumb that we're going to do, right?
And what is the crumb?
Hey?
What is the crumb?
I'll show you.
I mean, I don't want to make you skip a step.
Hey, man, you gotta get next to me.
I'm watching. This is nice. This is nice.
So we'll do the Takis
Yeah.
and sea salt and vinegar.
I don't even know what Takis are.
Takis are good, mate. These are really good.
Yeah. Is that an Australian thing?
Could pay me for that.
Yeah. Okay, this is exciting.
All right. Shit.
So here we go. Who introduced you to the cooking lifestyle? Like, where did you kind of develop this?
Well, being European and that, Well, my parents always owned restaurants and that as well. So we used to own like pizza stores and like fish and chip stores and all that type of stuff. Yeah, so well, they were always hard work. My dad was a concreter, so I used to cook a lot of my own food when I was younger as well. So, you know, because I was working hard.
Now, who cooks in the family,
I was
really?
sort of raising myself a little bit, you know.
Were you?
Not really. I just mean like while they're working, I'll look after myself, make my own dinner and all that. But made me a man real early, which is good. Very thankful for it.
And you're not a big takeout guy? You like to cook your own stuff?
I like both.
Okay. Now, what about at home? Who's the chef? Is it you or your wife?
I do more cooking.
Uh-oh.
But she's good. She knows what she's doing.
You like her cooking?
I love it because she's like ruled by the book, right?
Okay.
So like, you know, if it says half a teaspoon and all that, like it has to be. It'll be like a full teaspoon, half teaspoon. So I'm sorry, I'm going to give a shit. She's going to hate me now. But I mean, like she'll have all these different things. I'm like, why don't you just use a half the teaspoon and just do it twice? You don't need like, you know, because, you know, when we're washing up, I've like got a billion different things. I'm like, you could have used half. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's just me because everything's calculated for me, right? That's just how I am.
Yeah, of course. Then we got the chicken right over there.
What am I going to do? I might need another bowl.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we got everything.
Is this for the crumb? All right.
It's for whatever you want it to be.
All right, yeah, sweet.
I'm a very picky eater, I just want to let you know.
Are ya?
Yeah. So I will be honest with you. I'm not going to, you know, like you with The Rock, I could tell you didn't really love it, if I'm being honest. I was
I didn't like it.
Yeah, I felt you were being nice.
You thought I was being nice?
Well, you said you weren't going to finish it. I was like, oh, that was a bad thing to say.
Really?
Yeah.
Even though I was fighting the next day?
I think Izzy ate the whole thing.
I'm just a professional, mate.
Didn't Izzy eat the whole thing?
What's this? Did he? Yeah, probably. But I just wanted to follow my diet. You know, it was good. Trust me, it was really good.
Yeah,
it was good.
Okay, so here we go.
So crushing this up. It's gonna be hard to crush it up. Usually I got a bag and I just bash them up a bit.
You could do it. You could like, yeah, I guess you could do it like that. Wow, what? I've never seen that before.
Mate, have a taste. They're good, man.
What is this? Oh, okay.
Trust me, very nice.
Very spicy?
Very good, huh?
Spicy?
Nah. They're good, but he's picky too. No, they're not that hot.
No, but there's like a little burst of.
See, you got a little bit of thing, got tang in there as well, though, right?
What was the one I saw you had? You were. Ooh, now I'm feeling it. Wow, you can't have many of these. This is gonna be good.
Nice, but
Yeah, it's nice. You were sweating in one of them. I saw you. Was it with these?
Bit of water, you know.
Yeah, was it this?
It was hot. But I got that was the world's hottest Dorito, world's hottest corn chips. Oh, good man.
What's going on now? Oh, wow. Good thing I have some water here. Okay, so what are you doing? Tell us.
I'm going to crumb this. I'm going to bash this up and make a crumb. That's going to be the crumb.
Okay. That will be.
See, I know obviously a lot of chicken wings, you know, people like batter and just sauces. I don't mind a crumb, like even schnitzels, obviously. So it's going to be like a crumb like you would do on a schnitzel.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit different for chicken wings, but I love it like that anyway.
Sure. And you can't have this during fight week, right? Or a fight camp, I should say.
Yeah, the weekend you can.
Okay, you do cheat meals, you like that?
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, how many do you want me to make? So we're not here all day? Just do a few?
Yeah, just a few.
I'm going to use this table. Can I bang this on this table?
Go ahead, go nuts. So you smash it up. I bet the kids love this.
Yep, we get them in on it.
Now, whose idea was it to start doing the Cooking with Volk videos? Because I think this has brought out a different side of your personality.
Yeah, well, man, it's just, I love cooking, man. I love cooking. I always cook everywhere we go, even when, no matter where we go, like if I'm out, say if I'm in New Zealand for camps or Thailand or something, I'm always cooking. So whoever was with me in camp, I'm always cooking for everyone. And sometimes we just started slowly, you know, just be stories, I'll do it. And then I was like, oh yeah, I'll do it real. We'll do an episode, YouTube episode. I'll be here a while. Usually we've got a blender. You can blend it up.
I like how...
We'll get there, but a bit of ground and pound, you know. Where's my stupid little bowl? We got a stupid little bowl here or what?
Yeah. Are there any extra ones or no?
Hey? So someone else want to bash the salt and vinegar ones for me? That'll be quick. No?
What do you I could bash them for you.
Oh, good man. Here we go.
I mean, I'm not an expert. What do you do? Just put it in the bag?
Put it in the bag.
Wow, that's a lot of chicken.
Yeah, we won't do them all. We don't have time for that.
But, so what's the difference? You're just going to do
some in there, just bash it up.
You're just going to do two different kinds.
Yeah, we'll do two.
All right.
Two different
I like
kinds.
that. And which do you prefer?
I need that now.
By the way, I never knew that you could put chips in a chicken wing or on top of a chicken wing.
Oh, well, like...
Is this your own recipe or did you take this from someone?
You can do it obviously on anything, right? So just as you would a schnitzel. So you can make little chicken tenders.
I don't know how to make eggs. What are you talking about? Do anything you want. Scrambled eggs, I tell my wife she has to do it. Okay, here we go. Is this enough or you do more?
Put a couple more.
Okay,
so we can make a couple.
I love schnitzel, by the way.
You know what you do? What I do, because the chips, obviously, this one, the flavour will come out a bit on the tuckies because there's a lot of flavour.
Yeah.
Salt and vinegar doesn't come out as much. So what we'll do in our sauce that we have over here, we'll put a bit of the vinegar and salt in there as well. So you get an extra bit of that flavour.
Now, you ever try this? The Dustin Poirier?
I haven't. We'll give it a crack. So you're going to have to give that a crack.
This, boom?
Yeah, give it a pound. That's going to pop, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, it already did.
You
had one job, mate.
I had one freaking job. Look at this.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great.
No, but whose recipe is this? Is this yours or did you take it from someone?
These are mine, man. This is mine, yeah.
Wow.
I just started doing the chips, you know what I mean? And there's that many people hit me up and go, I did that, it was so good. They love it, so. Man, that'll do.
Yeah, I think it's just great.
What do you reckon? Yeah, you can do yours a bit longer. Here, I'm going to get some of these
I love how diligent you are. Now I see why you're such a great champion.
Well, exactly. To be honest, this is me
rushing
rushing it, so I would have probably ground and pounded that a little bit more.
Really? Even more? Oh, my God.
See how I make it a like mixed martial arts sort of ground and pound, you know?
The analogies, I like it. So I kind of made a mistake here, Alex. I don't know if you... you didn't tell me about the...
well, that's what happens when you pop it.
Poppage. Is this enough?
Right.
What do you think?
Yeah, we'll go a little bit more.
No, it's a whole mess of a situation, really. I love the fact, because you don't want your name to be attached to anything that's subpar.
Yeah,
that's
man,
why they call you Alex the Great.
We're in a little bit of a rush.
Yeah, well, I mean, what, you got somewhere to be? You got other interviews or what? You just don't want to be here all day?
No, we don't. All right, we've got all day.
Yeah, I mean, it's called the MMA Hour.
I'm just trying to,
I've been doing 4 hours here at this point.
Just for the people watching.
Oh, they're loving this. We're getting a live edition of Cooking with Volk, one of my favorite, and the beginning is always the best.
See how I adapt?
How you doing?
How you doing? That's the one. See how I adapt to everything?
Yeah.
Just like in the cage, mate, I adapt.
Overcome.
You fucked up my bag, so I adapted and got a different method.
This is the equivalent of a Brian Ortega guillotine right now. You had to figure your way out, and look at you.
Exactly right. See?
And now you're actually sponsored by the air fryer company.
Yeah.
Have you ever met? What do they give you as a result? Are they paying you, or are they just giving you free air fryers all day?
Money's always good, right?
Yeah. That's good. Number one on Amazon.
Come on, mate. People don't need to know.
What? No, I'm just asking. Like, are you getting something out of this?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, they're looking after us. They're looking after us.
I'm just looking out for you.
Doing a great job.
I need to get one of those.
They are actually really good. They've got the newer one that they got as well. They got the.
Look at this. This is very exciting.
Hey. Yeah, the dual burner one that they got. Oh man, I made a mess here, or you made a mess.
I made a mess. Don't worry.
That was you.
While you're working here.
I don't know if that's even. Yeah, let me
even
just
possible.
This up a little bit more.
Oh my god.
But I mean, yeah. So they actually even heat up even quicker. But then they got the top side and bottom side that are both burners. So it actually gives you a proper like crisp on both sides, which is good. You'll see.
I've never actually had anything made in an air fryer in my life.
All right.
I actually just found out what an air fryer was from my guy Connor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man,
I'm gonna put this back in here.
Legit. All right, let's get it ready.
Okay, here it is. So you've got the eggs. You've got the 2 sets of what did you call it? A crisp? What did you call it?
We call them chips, right?
Chips,
I don't know.
yeah.
What do you call these?
Yeah, chips.
Chips?
No, but don't you call French fries chips over there, or is that?
Yeah, we actually do. Yeah.
Okay, so now what do we do?
Bit confusing.
This is the exciting part, right? This is the dunking.
Yeah, we will. So first, I'll get some.
Me get in there. Gee, I like to let it. I don't want to overcrowd. You know, he's like. Okay.
You get your hands dirty. No,
oh, you for a.
My hands are already dirty. I'll do it for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know most chefs like some space, so I didn't want to overcrowd the situation.
What do you reckon? Maybe we'll do like 3 each?
Sure, let's go.
Yeah,
are these good quality? What do you think?
They look good.
Yeah? These are real American wings.
Yeah? Yeah, no, these are nibbles. Nibbles we call them.
No,
Chicken wing nibbles.
Okay, yeah.
So like, you know how they're separated, you know, rather than all together. So maybe I'll do 8.
Okay.
All right?
Buffalo has great wings. Have you ever been to Buffalo?
Might just keep that with that. Fuck it. We'll figure it out.
Look at you wearing a white sweatshirt here.
I know.
I feel bad for you.
What I'm going to do...
Yeah? Do you need a paper towel or something?
Yet, so that's good. So I'm going to just season it a little bit first, yeah? Let's season it a little bit.
Okay, we're putting a little salt here.
Salt here, yeah.
Looks like some big chunks of salt. Yeah, some kosher salt. Oh, here's our guy right here. Look at this guy.
Even a little bit of pepper as well.
Nice.
Let's not be shy.
This is going to have a nice little kick.
Yeah. You'll be right. Well, yeah.
No,
I love my pepper too.
Yeah.
You don't like your pepper, mate?
No, it's good. It's good. Just, us Jews, we have sensitive stomachs. I don't know if you know this about us.
I know that now. I get it.
What are you looking for?
Well, yeah. I'm going to have to get chicken all over the place because we don't really have a sink here. So usually you wash your hands every time you touch the chicken, right? But
for these purposes,
just make sure you don't use that salt again.
Okay,
yeah. It's going back in there.
I have a feeling no one's using this. Don't worry about it.
So we'll put a little bit more.
Okay.
A little bit more on this side as well. That'll do. A bit extra flavour.
Yeah.
You need to taste something, right?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Now, I should have, again, probably could have chopped that up.
Oh, geez, you're really fixated on the chopping over there.
No,
you don't like it, huh?
I'm doing my head in over that. Yeah, we'll be right.
Okay.
All right, so what we're going to do, flour, easy.
Yeah.
Drop them in there.
Drop them in there.
Man, you went all out. You didn't go shy. I'll just chuck them all in there.
Yeah.
You can just go boom, boom, boom. Look how easy that is.
So this is just regular flour.
Regular flour.
Drop them in.
Egg.
Do you have to drop you were throwing them very emphatically? Do you have to do that? Is that part of this?
That's probably just for the scene, right? Yeah. Just for the look.
Yeah. How often do you make this for your family?
Not just mainly for the camera, really. Like I don't.
You don't cook a lot for the kids?
I do. But I mean the chip one. You mean?
Yeah.
I do that like here and there for a bit of fun, but I make sure the camera's rolling when I do that.
Got it.
But I mean, we love our chicken wings, so I usually get them in the smoker though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
is this the guy who shoots it?
Smoker and air fryer. Sometimes I get the smoker out, or I just air fry them when I'm in camp.
Got it. That's healthier.
Yep.
Fascinating.
It's
is this the guy who shoots them?
Hey?
Is this the guy who shoots them?
No, he just does the stuff when we're out and about. He just does the fun stuff.
All right.
He only wants to hang out when we're on tour. Piece of shit.
Wow. He just wants to be at the fights, the glitz, the glamour.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're dunking them into
if you want to, I don't want to dunk it because I'm wearing white.
No. And how many eggs was that, by the way?
That was 3.
Okay.
You know what I mean? As long as there's enough to, look at that. You know what I mean?
Look at this. Okay, you're dunking it. You're flipping them over.
Yeah, you want
giving
that.
The play-by-play for the audience.
Yeah, you can do that while I do it.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job of that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And so in total, this
let it soak up too. We're going to let the flour soak up some of that egg. Yeah, turn it around.
And in total, from beginning to end, this whole thing doesn't take that long, right?
No, not at all. While we're just sitting there having a chat, you know what I mean? So I probably could have done a little bit quicker, but I'm pretty much done. I'm going to put this in the crown.
Yeah.
Chuck in the air fryer for 10 minutes, 12 minutes or something. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. The air fryers, they cook quick because they get a good...
Right.
Good luck burn on both sides and nice heat.
200 degrees?
I always get it hot.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I like to get it hot and I don't overcook them. The thing is, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, cook it that long because everyone's so paranoid about chicken, right? Which they should be because of salmonella, but I mean, that's why when you go to restaurants, don't you feel like they're always very dry?
Yeah.
Obviously, they need to cover their ass. So, but I mean, I just very rarely get nice juicy chicken wings at restaurants and that I feel.
Okay.
Because they're like, don't want to give no one salmonella.
Of course.
So let's make sure the fucking thing's cooked, which I don't blame them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like it juicy.
Would you ever come out with a cookbook? You ever think of doing something like that?
Yeah, I reckon we could do that.
I mean, you came out with a children's book.
Yeah, cookbook next.
Alexander the Great, is it called?
What's this, the book?
Yeah. That's what it was called. I feel. You ever watch the Today Show? Is that a big show over there? I feel
the
like that's
greatest
what we're doing
athlete the world has ever seen.
Yeah. They do this on the Today Show on American TV. Do they do that in Australian TV?
Well, like
these
this
cooking
type of stuff?
segments?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
we'll teach something
Kathy
like that
Lee.
up.
Yeah, you should.
All right. Now.
Okay, now they're all dunked in. They're all ready to go, right? They're all ready to
they're
be
all in the egg wash
into
now. Where'd that fork go? Here. All right, so make sure that's it. Now all I'm going to do is put in the crumb.
Okay.
And then we're done. So let's do a Tuckies one first.
A Tuckies?
Tuckies, I think that's what it's called, yeah? Did I say that right? I pronounce that right? Let's get some of that egg off.
And do you go both, or you keep them exclusive?
I'll do one. We'll do them separate.
Okay, got it.
So, we'll get our hands dirty.
I mean...
I'll come over it. All right.
Now, where are you going to put that when it's done?
I'll put that on the side here.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
Make sure we're getting a good...
Wow, this is a real... What's that? Yeah, I don't know. Joe's over there. He's got it.
A couple of these.
So this is a real I've never seen anything like this. It's actually like somewhat mesmerizing to watch you work like this.
What's me in my element, eh?
You're in your element, yeah. It's a beautiful thing.
I usually can't do two things at once, so you actually...
The fact that I'm able to talk to you right now...
You're lucky you're getting some words out of me. My wife's always giving me shit because I literally can't do two things at once.
Met your wife when you were 14.
Yes, 16.
16. That lady got it wrong. Was she 14 maybe?
15, I think it was, yeah.
The article... I'm right.
Oh,
She
yeah?
just said I'm right.
Yeah?
Yeah. How about that?
Well, there you go.
Emma. Hello, Emma.
Same school?
Same school.
Yeah.
What grade is that, 14? That would be...
I was a year above,
8,
wasn't I?
9. I met my wife 7th grade. So we beat you guys by 2. How about that?
All right. There you...
But have you been together? Well,
7th grade?
7th grade, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
But we haven't been together since 7th grade. Have you been together since 9th grade?
We've been together the whole time.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you have us beat.
Well, I don't know why I looked at it, like to get reassured. I'm like trying to do this at the same time.
Sorry,
like,
so I'm trying to keep it like interview, but also...
Yeah, good work. You should be.
This is
You're
what,
good at your
this
job,
is what
mate.
the pros do. Wow, you've been together.
One more?
Yeah. So one more of just the spicy, whatever they're called, tangs or something?
Tuckies. Taki. Taki rumba.
Wow, 14, and now you're 33.
Yes. It's a long time.
That's a long time. Wow.
Shit.
But she, now you know that she's not someone who's just,
exactly.
in love with you because of your fame, your good looks, the bald head, yeah.
She was into me
when you were just a
short
struggling
little fat fella.
a struggling rugby star.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so we've got 4 down there.
Let me clean my hands again.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Which is your favorite? Doing like this, the spicy or the salt? Salt and vinegar is a crazy thing. I can't imagine what that's going to taste like.
Man, it's good.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Like I said, usually you can get the crumble look usually a little bit better.
What are you talking about a little bit better? This looks fantastic.
You can,
Let me show it to the...
It's still good enough, but I mean, you know what I'm a bit of a...
Yeah, there we are. See that? Yeah, look at that. I mean, look at... I'm going to bring it up a little closer while you... So this is the...
Salt in there.
I keep forgetting the name of that thing. The Teki?
Tuckies.
Taki. This is it. Oh, look at that. Not bad. Dare I say, tremendous.
So, like I said, you usually would get it a little bit finer, and then the crumb will probably even out a little bit better. But
should we put these in, or do you?
We'll wait. Here we go. Won't be long.
No. Listen, hey, chill.
Won't be long. Here we go.
I'm here till 6 o'clock. Okay, we got plenty of time.
You may as well be cooking with me, eh?
By the way,
chatting shit to.
Have you been to New York?
I have, yeah, a couple of times.
Anything you have to do while you're here?
Oh, not really. Just a bit of media.
No, I just mean like, is there a thing? Oh, I'm coming to New York.
We went and got the pizza. Went and done our New York pizza. Got that out of the way. Ticked that off the list.
Where'd you go? Anywhere in particular?
Joe's Pizza.
Oh, you went to Joe's?
Yeah, Joe's, yeah.
Where, you went before here?
Spot. Yeah, literally just before.
What'd you think?
Yeah, it's good. I've been there a couple of times. So.
Oh, okay.
I love the New York pizza, man.
It's tremendous, right?
What is it? Do you know what it is?
I don't know what it is. Some people say the water.
Well, told ya.
Who said that?
I done my research.
Yeah. They say the water.
pH levels in the water because I know my science shit, you know?
Yeah. There's some places that have tried to recreate New York pizza and they get the water shipped in from New York.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's something. I don't even know, but I mean, like, because supposedly that's why the bagels are so good here too, right?
That's right, yeah.
Is that the dough, something in the dough then, right? Yeah. But did they put water in dough? I should know that. Yeah, you do. Fuck.
Yeah.
Because I'm supposed to be a chef, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you know what?
Fuck, I
forgot about something.
Fake ass chef don't even know that.
I can't believe I messed this up.
What'd you do?
You're supposed to be wearing this stuff. I had an apron for you. Is it too late?
Nah, well, is there something on it?
No, there's nothing on it.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
You don't want?
Nah, it's all good.
Oh, I'm going to wear it. Right. And we got this as well.
Yeah, I'll chuck that on. Don't mess my hair.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, this is much. I can't believe I messed this up. Connor, I'm sorry. Okay, this is way better. How do we look? Good?
Great. Very good.
This is actually the closest I've come to cooking anything in my life. Just being next to you.
You can claim it.
Ariel.
Yes?
Move the apron.
Why?
It's rubbing on your mic.
Ah.
Hey.
Frank, you're ruining my dreams here.
We're done. We got a shot in it. You all right?
Listen. I got the hat. It's good enough.
All right.
Wow, look at those hands. I mean, I feel bad that we made you get so dirty here.
No, man.
This is all Ash's fault.
Lucky you guys are paying me for this, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Are you going to be like Izzy now, asking for, I don't do media anymore. Oh, I got my own YouTube channel.
Oh.
Izzy, oh, geez, Izzy.
Might be onto something there.
Yeah, I don't talk to media anymore. Giving him credit.
Oh, there's wipes the whole time?
Yeah, the whole time. Sorry. Here we go. I should probably.
Come on, man.
This is
the sous chef should have that covered for me.
That's my bad. Favorite type of food? Sushi, like sushi?
I love sushi.
Sushi good in Australia?
I love sushi. Yeah, it's really good. Favorite, man, I love my steaks, right?
You're like a big Wagyu
One thing
guy.
that, look, it's hard to get good steaks at restaurants because, again, you know, you gotta make sure, and you're not going to sit there and like, well, I'm the type of like, get them room temperature and all that type of stuff. That's why I feel like my steaks at home there's nowhere better.
Okay, here he is. Do you want?
All right, you're going to get these in?
Okay,
now. Yeah, we'll spray it in there then. Can you use, when you get them in there, just give it a light spray on both sides.
Don't screw it up, guys. All right?
And I'll know once I see them when they come out, I know exactly what colour they'll be. Let me just wipe my hands one more time. Oh yeah, the sauces, I can do the sauces. Can you give me the salt? Oh no.
I love it.
I put my hands in here with the chicken.
Oh, you want to go wash your hands real quick?
No, I was going to say, can we get a more salt? Sorry, bro.
Yeah, we don't want to get salmonella here.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been good content.
Is that what it's called? Is it called?
Burn his mouth with chili and give him salmonella.
Jeez, it's the last thing
I'm looking at the wrong camera. Look at the TV.
This is it. What a setup we have here, right?
Yeah, great setup.
It's not bad. Now,
which one's a ranch?
It's like ranch. And now you got the Tabasco and you got the Poirier hot sauce. How about that?
I reckon for a bit of fun, we'll put some hot sauce in that in the, I know it's blue cheese, but I mean, we only got two options.
Sure.
The ranch, I want to make salt and vinegar.
Okay.
Okay?
I don't know. You're the boss here, so you do whatever you want. So what do? You just pour it in?
I'll be honest. We want you to, I'm hoping this is hot.
I've had it.
I think it's good content for everyone to see you.
Sure. Struggle a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He has a KO edition of that. He has a KO edition. This is not the KO edition. So this is like the mild one. No, not mild. Medium.
It's medium.
But it's not bad.
It's not extra.
You put a lot. Yeah, you put a lot. It's.
Well, you said
it's rather spicy. I'm surprised you haven't tried that. Well, you don't like Poirier?
No, I like the dude. He's a good dude.
All right.
I don't know. Do they sell it? Yeah.
That is a lot. That is a lot, my friend. Golly. All right. Go ahead. You're going to have some too, right?
I have some. I love my chili, so.
And now we're putting the Tabasco. Do you like that kind of Tabasco?
Yeah. Again, I'm just trying to make it.
Oh, you put the Tabasco in that one?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make it as hot as I can.
Okay,
Hey,
I thought you were going to put it separate.
Give the people what they want.
Absolutely. Why
You know what I
not?
mean?
Let's go crazy. You need to be on that Hot Ones show as I'm plugging another show. You know that one?
Yep, I do.
Yeah,
All
they
right,
suck.
now
This
we
is
need
way
a fork
better.
again. Sorry.
Oh, we need
And
another
salt.
fork.
See, this is obviously you put a bit of vinegar in there. It's going to water it down a little bit.
I have a fork
but I
for
mean,
you.
it's still a good sauce.
Why do you need vinegar in there?
Because this is what we're going to have with.
Is a spoon okay?
Yeah, yes, please. This is what we're going to have with the salt and vinegar chips. So again, when you're obviously with the chips that you do, you want to get that. You want to make sure salt vinegar chips.
Right.
You want to taste that when you eat it, right? When you fry it and that, it might not come out as much.
Okay.
So we put it in there just to give you that real salt and vinegar flavor.
Golly.
All right?
All right, yeah. Listen, you're the boss. Oh, interesting what you just did there.
Just to open the lid a little bit.
That is...
Okay. Mate, you never have been in the kitchen, have you?
No, that was incredible.
Fucking hell, he's impressed me.
That,
putting a bit of vinegar in a fucking bowl.
that
Mate.
move right there was actually really wow. What you did was you opened it halfway.
Just a little bit, just so it didn't pour out.
That's a veteran move right there.
Yeah, that's someone who's been in the kitchen a bit.
Yeah, that is someone.
And that's someone who hasn't.
Yeah, that's right. Don't tell my wife. Actually, she
All
would know.
right, now, I'm gonna, where's the salt? We've got to wait for the salt too. Oh, well, we've got plenty of time.
Yeah.
Hey, now, chat to me while we're waiting, right? What do you
Okay,
want?
yeah. I know. Life is
You
good.
can talk to me now because I don't need to focus too much.
That's right. So, by the way, did you watch the F1? Are you an F1 fan?
I probably should say I did,
No.
but I didn't.
Because it's huge there. You know, it's massive now.
It is,
in the
yeah.
States.
Well, mate, like you said, it's a big event, and they did it. So obviously, it's all good,
But
right?
that's outdoors.
Yeah, no, yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
That could be
point.
the. But Dana doesn't like to do outdoors for some reason because Kambosos, I think, is outdoors too, right?
No, that'd be.
It's got a roof.
Yeah, that'd be a
Interesting.
roof.
Interesting. Okay.
Let's see how this is gonna be hot. This one, I think.
Yes,
Not
I
hot,
think
but
I mean, come on, man. Now you're trying to trick me.
No, I'm gonna have it with ya.
You ever meet my good friend Daniel Ricciardo?
Oh yeah, he's a man.
You know him?
Yeah, of course.
You met him?
Yeah, I know. Oh,
Where'd
yeah,
you-
well, yeah, I know him well.
How do you know him?
Oh, just for obviously he's an icon of Australia, mate.
We're
man.
like texting mates.
So you know, one of his shirts is like one of my favourite shirts.
Which one? The number 3?
His merch, the Denny Ricardo shirt.
Oh yeah. He hooked you up?
Yeah. It's funny, man. Like he does
he's
all
a huge
that.
fan.
Here I am. I do like when you sit there and you give people a bit of merch and all that.
Yeah.
He gives me merch with a headset of Beats. So I'm like, fucking, is that how they do these shit?
Yeah, he's a
Here
big
I am
deal.
giving people a shirt. Like, yeah, I'm the man. Give me a shirt.
Yeah.
He gives me
With
a
a complimentary. Is it like a custom one?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Denny Ricardo.
He's the man.
He is the man.
You ever watch that show on Netflix?
You know, he loves the shoey and that as well. I guess all the Aussies love shoey.
I saw you do the shoey, but I didn't know you were a big shoey guy.
Everyone in Australia does shoeys.
But no spitting.
I don't do the spitting, no.
Yeah.
I don't do the spitting.
Is disgusting. We're making Connor really work for his money here. This is good. Okay, now we're back.
So yeah, we'll get a bit of the salt in there as well. Yeah. There's a lot. The reason why I'm putting a lot of salt is because there's a lot of ranch in that.
Okay. By the way, was that someone's actual shoe?
Which one?
The one that you did
just
the
the other
on
day?
Saturday? Yeah.
I think it was new. But I mean, the shoes, the ones that they had all holes on the side. So I filled it right up and it just started leaking out
Project
everywhere.
Rock
yeah.
ones.
Yeah, so I think they're meant to be a bit of air coming through.
Right.
I need to make sure this is enough vinegar, because again, I want that flavor, right?
Yeah.
I want you to sit there and be like, all right, I get it.
This is good.
So you can eat it and be like, oh, that's nice, but I'm not getting enough of the vinegar and salt.
Okay.
You're going to get in this.
All right.
That's what we want.
Did you like those Project Rock
And you
shoes?
should get the spice with the...
Yeah, clearly.
Maybe.
I'm not worried about this guy over here. Actually, I am very worried about that. I'm not worried about the spice quotient in there.
Can we take that off now?
I mean, I'm going to keep mine, but I feel like
what's with the...
I mean, you could adjust it. All right.
That's all right.
You're
I get you. Sorry, man.
I thought it...
Doesn't go with my outfit.
It does go with the outfit.
All right, let me...
By the way, how many...
What am I going to taste it with?
Oh, wait, I have another one.
Good man, I'll do the... I got to
How many fights left on the old UFC deal? Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Ash, what do you reckon?
Oh, no, I don't have
He loves it, doesn't he?
I used it.
He's like, well, while Alex is paying attention to the food, I'll get everything out of him.
We need another spoon or fork. I ran out of mine.
I'm about to use my pinky. Oh, no, I'll touch it with all my fingers.
I feel like we need to have a conversation about that.
No, we won't talk.
No, we're mates.
We won't.
Why don't you like to talk about that?
We're good mates.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we're eating and cooking together.
Why don't you like to talk about that? Some guys like to. Izzy just got a big deal.
Well, as soon as the camera's on.
You like to keep the business personal.
No, yeah, it's not up to me.
You're not a ruffle of the feathers type.
Nah, I'll just be me. Yeah.
need to
Now
be.
look, should I? He's trying to get me in trouble as
I'm
well.
not trying to get you in trouble. You should get paid what you're worth.
Hey?
You should get paid what you're worth.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. Look, we're still obviously in talks and that as well, so.
Okay.
We'll leave
Are we
it at
getting
that.
to the end?
We'll leave it at that.
Okay. It's funny because some guys like to talk about it.
Hey?
Some guys like to talk about this.
Yeah?
We know, how many left, all that
Yeah?
stuff.
Oh, really, yeah?
Yeah, you're not that type.
All right, here we go.
He's like,
All right, let's
by the way, I'm the biggest proponent for fighter pay out there.
I know you are.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it.
And I don't make any money off of it, but I want to see you guys,
I would have been like
I know the window is very short.
Put it this way, I need to be paid more. I'll leave it at that, all right?
There's the quote.
All right.
Cut it up.
I'm going to taste that. What ranch is that?
I don't know. No good?
Huh? It's a different type of ranch.
Volk doesn't like the ranch. It's American ranch.
I'm an aioli guy.
Okay, sorry.
But that's all right.
Trying our best here.
I think we're still getting a little bit of that. Did you want to taste it?
No, I'm good. I want to wait for the stuff. Isn't it better to wait for it?
Yeah, it would be, but I mean, I want...
Okay, so now we're going to wait, and we just bring it in, we just dip away.
So what is ranch anyway? What does it
consist of?
Yeah, like we don't really do much ranches back home, but we do have ranch, but not as much.
There's milk in it?
No, I mean, like, yeah, what is the type of ranch flavor?
It's a buttermilk dressing.
Buttermilk.
Okay, yeah. Aioli's, I guess it's more of a lighter. See, that one's got a...
You don't like it?
It's all right, we'll do it.
Did you try this one?
Yeah, let's go.
Not the same thing.
I'll use the...
You could just use another one.
I'll use that then.
All right, go ahead.
Then we can get a few different dabs at it.
Fair enough. Here we go.
Needs more chili.
Serious? Get out of here. I don't believe you for a second.
Needs more chili.
Really? All right, go ahead. You only live once, Alex. You only live once.
We're getting, obviously it's nice. It's nice.
It is nice?
It's nice, yeah. But
it's the Poirier chili.
I just wanted
it's not strong enough.
Like I said, I want to give the fans what they want. They want to see you sweating bullets and having Ringer Sting tomorrow morning.
What is that? Ringer Sting?
Ringer Sting.
What does that mean? Oh, okay.
Go to the toilet.
Yeah.
Sting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You guys
sorry,
have some
Aussies,
you have some weird sayings over there in
Aussies
Australia.
Aussies are pretty foul sometimes.
Okay. Jeez Louise, look at this. This is something else.
Bit of extra chili, hey? See?
Yeah.
Dustin, I got you covered.
Respect. What's your like number one
Nice
thing?
though. That is nice. It's not a bad, not bad. We can smell that.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
I reckon when you do it, dip it in, and then we'll just
do a little dip.
Have the tackers by itself.
Yeah.
And then we'll, so you can taste it. You'll be all right. And then we'll do the chili just before you're finished.
Have to, yeah.
So when you're on air, you're like.
Do you do the milk thing?
What do you mean, after?
Yeah.
Just cool it down?
Yeah.
That'll help.
I feel like that's a weird thing.
Well, I mean, even in the ranch, it's going to help as well.
I think that's weird.
Fine. What's that?
To have milk after having a chicken wing.
Well, it is. It's just for the chili, right? Like,
yeah, I know, but it's just like
to cool down the chili.
You know,
I don't do it because I'm okay with chili, but I thought.
Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Okay,
I'm not that kind of guy. No, because you're not supposed in
well, how long are they cooking it for? Did we tell them?
You said 200, right?
So yeah, it's pretty much hot. Maybe like 12 minutes, and I might have to have a quick look.
Yeah.
Because again, I don't want to give you.
No,
I don't want to give it to you raw, do I?
Imagine the next day I get all sick because of you.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I was saying in my, Jewish religion, you don't have milk after meat. You have to wait 6 hours.
Oh, tradition.
Yeah, that's like if you are an observant Jew, a kosher Jew. You heard of kosher, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Jews in Australia. Yeah, there's a good community. Volkanovski sounds like a Jewish name.
Huh?
Volkanovski sounds
Macedonian.
Jewish. Macedonian.
Yeah.
Okay. In any event, you have to wait 6. I don't follow this, but that's why it's been programmed that you don't have milk after meat.
Oh, okay.
You know why? Because you're not supposed to mix life with death.
Ah,
the meat is death, and the milk is life.
I get it.
Kind of makes sense, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So like cheeseburger, all that stuff, you're not supposed to have.
Okay.
So you're missing out on a lot.
Oh, cheeseburger because you got the cheese as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
It's actually probably healthier, right?
Well, I think so. When you look at it that way.
Yeah. So for you, when you get into camp,
can we sit down again?
Yeah, I mean, do whatever you want. We're just waiting now, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you miss is it tough for you to cut out certain foods?
Man, I eat pretty good. As you said with Geordie, the fight dietitian.
He lives there?
No, he just gives us a program. So I'm lucky enough where I've got athletes, nutrition. He just, they do all the meals for me.
Mm-hmm.
And he just tells them what they need to do. So how much protein, how much carbs, and this days and all the days are sorted out for me. So it makes it a lot easier.
Wow.
But then obviously weekends and that, I'm like, all right, I'll make my own meals because I like cooking and mix it up. But that helps a lot. But I mean, I eat a lot. Like, so you might miss out on certain things, but I mean, you're eating good.
Mm-hmm.
Like I eat a lot. Like how hard I train. So you got to eat the right amount of calories. And carbs, we do not go shy with the carbs because we need that energy. Yeah? So we go all out.
What do you think you would be doing? Like if the UFC career never happened, if it didn't pan out, what do you think you'd be doing at this point? 33 years of age, family?
If the UFC didn't?
Yeah, if you never,
right? That's what I was doing.
That's what you were doing.
Yeah,
concreting.
I was a concreter. My dad had his own concreting business, and I used to do.
Does he still have it?
Nah. So I used to do a bit of concreting, and yeah, I just think I'm glad I'm fighting now.
That's what you were doing while you were fighting in the early days, right?
Yep. So I was doing it all. So I was obviously a dad. I was in my first year. I was concreting, playing rugby league, and fighting.
Wow.
So it was big year.
How much do you get for rugby league?
Because I was never the top.
Yeah.
So I was like semi-pro.
Okay.
So like it wasn't something that you could live off.
You can't just do that.
Nah.
None of the guys, even the top of the
top guys can. That's their job. Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, I didn't. Yeah.
How many people go to those matches? Like how big of a deal is it?
Yeah, what 40,000 and that? Yeah.
40,000.
Yeah.
You were competing in front of 40,000?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking about the top leagues.
Got it. Got it.
Again, I was like semi-pro. So
how many people go to
like him, and the sports here is just incredible, man, which I love. Like you go to a college games, hundreds of thousands of people, and it just blows me away. And even just like the wrestling, everything, like the amount of the backing of the sports and the people, you know what I mean? Like the tailgate and you name it. Like absolutely, that's why I love coming here. You know what I mean? Just because I don't know what it is. I love being a fan and all that and seeing the appreciation of athletes and sports and things like that. So it's good. Like obviously Australia's like that, but I mean, it's just, we don't have the numbers for one, but I mean, it's just not the same. Like you come over here and it's crazy.
Could you have been good enough if you stuck with it or no?
Oh yeah,
to have an actual career in it.
The type of guy I am, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think I could be whatever I wanted because I have got that drive. But I mean, it was something that was just more part time anyway. While I was concreting that, and because I played footy with the mates and that as well. But as soon as I started MMA, I was like, that's something I want to pursue. You know what I mean? So that was something that I definitely wanted to take on, and I did. So I had my last year of football. We won the grand final. I scored a try. Got me into the match. Like all that type of stuff. So good year to finish. Let's take on this MMA because I had like 4 fights that year. So that was my amateur career. And like I only did 1 year of training, and I had 4 fights, and I won all them in less than like 4 minutes or something. Like so, I didn't even have 1 round of experience before I went pro. And then I went pro. Yeah, so I went pro pretty quick. And just fought. It's funny because I started reasonably late. I started training MMA at 22 years old. And so I wanted the big fight straight away. You know, you get a lot of guys that you know, they try and, oh, sorry, I thought I'd shit on my shirt.
No, you almost freaked out there.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, by the way, that your shirt is
yeah, I was making sure.
Immaculate.
Yeah.
Well done. No apron as well.
Yep. With what were we talking about? Before I rudely interrupted myself.
When you went from amateur to pro, you didn't have a lot of experience amateur.
The guys are, sorry. And I was the type of guy, I just wanted big fights. I wanted to get, you know, sort of how I was even in the UFC. I wanted to, whoever's going to get me 1 step closer to the title, right? Shoot me up the ranks. So I was like that straight away. So here I am with a 1 year experience in MMA, and I'm fighting guys that have been fighting their whole life in middleweight and shit like that. So I was taking on fights that no one would at that early in their career, but I just wanted to move through. Luckily, obviously, I guess, you know, I sit there and say I'm not athletically gifted, but obviously I had something, right? That power got me somewhere, right? So it's something that, if something I was gifted with, it's just my strength. And me being 214 pounds and me carrying that weight still, or that strength. So, so I end up fighting guys like that, and, you know, my 3rd fight was against Corey Nelson, his name was. And he was like pound for pound number 1 in Australia as a welterweight. A fight I should never have, but it was a tournament. And I just wanted to fight whoever, just so I could, you know, move up. So that was like my early loss, and that's what made me
the only one,
down. But I mean, again, you look at all my fights, and I remember even when I was trying to get in the UFC, it showed like Connor's, Aldo's, we had a few different guys, and it showed all our records at that same time in our career, and people we fought, like in hand the win-loss in their opponents altogether. And mine was just like 100 and something wins, I guess. So I fought a bunch of like killers at that time, because that's just the type of guy I was. I was just like, these guys, if I beat this guy, I take his spot. You know what I mean? That mentality that I still had when I was chasing the title. And the mentality I still have now, even though I'm not chasing nothing, but I mean, I still got that drive. And that's what I'm talking about. I just don't feel like a lot of these contenders in my division have that drive that I had, like getting up. So they got a lot of fucking chasing to do.
You see Arnold Allen, were you impressed with him?
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, I think he's a cool dude as well. But he's good, man. He's very well-rounded. And
you think he's close?
Obviously, Dean Hooker's my guy, so that was hard to see. But I mean, if anyone was gonna get a win over one of my boys, I'm glad it was Arnold Allen.
You like him?
Yeah, he's a cool dude. You know, he's at least a nice, respectful dude, and he's just being himself. And hopefully, he gets.
He doesn't talk any smack.
He doesn't. He's
actually quite funny.
A sweet man.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I love him.
So I like him. But again, like you don't see enough of that, and people don't want to praise it or push it or anything like that. But
well, you don't get rewarded for that, unfortunately, in the fight game.
That's the thing. Like everyone, so what do you want? Like just every UFC athlete to just
talk shite,
just be the exact same person, or what? Like, you know what I mean? Like let people just be them. You know what I mean? And that's why when you do get these guys that do come through that really do have that natural gift of chatting shit and you know, being good at it, like, and then you appreciate it a lot more. You know what I mean? You're going to appreciate it like this because these guys are. There's not many of them that can do that and can be like that. But if everyone was just trying to be that, I'm sure everyone would be fucking over it. But
I feel like they should do him versus Cater next.
I think he does it. Like again, and think of that. you get guys like that so close. Like a winner of that, I guarantee you a lot of people, if they go and knock each other out, someone knocks each other out,
right.
I guarantee you everyone's screaming their name.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Go out there, take that number one spot.
But if he beats Cater, then I think he should get a title shot at this point.
I think he's
What's he won, 11 in a row?
Yeah, man, look at how many wins he has in a row.
I mean, the UFC rankings.
I don't mind talking him up because he's a cool dude.
You don't, okay, so that's,
so we're
you don't,
about Arnold Adam.
So right now, in the featherweight division, he is 6th, which is a little bit surprising. His issue has been he's not active. You know what I mean? Like he fights once every year, so I think he loses momentum. If he could come back relatively soon and fight Cater, who's 5, Zombie is 4, so you've already, gotten rid of him. Yair is out there. I think they're doing Yair Ortega. Who do you think wins that?
So they're doing that. They are doing that. So you can imagine that. Like obviously it's a tricky one for Ortega because Ortega just fought me, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, Yair goes out then takes him out. You think anyone's going to be screaming anyone else's name?
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's what I mean. These fights need to happen. You go out there and do it quick. Don't sit there and wait, and then all of a sudden, because I've been saying this, they're all probably like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to go get a fight. And they all do it at the same time, and then you got like 3 guys that are running.
Yeah.
But, man, like again, you got what? Well, so what is he? That's 2 and 3.
That's 2 and 3, and then Max is 1.
So you go out there and do that, you know what I mean? And if Max isn't the one that happens, you think anyone's going to be, you know what I mean? Like you do that, you go out there and you take out Ortega and knock him out or something like that, say for Yair. Like I guarantee you, like, it's going to be hard for the UFC to turn down that fight, even if they want Max, or even if they did want like Henry Cejudo, or or even me moving up or something like that. It's going to be pretty hard for me to do anything else if they go out and take that. That's what I mean. Go and take that, and then I won't have these options.
Of course.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Don't give me options because you're probably going to miss out.
The biggest what if of them all, maybe one of the greatest what ifs in UFC history, while I'm still wearing this, is Zabit.
Man, that's another one. Like he was right there.
Right? He was right there.
Very close. He just had to have that one fight and then
he just disappeared.
I don't know what's going on with that.
I've asked around. They say he just
comes back because there was a lot of hype around him. You don't reckon he is?
I don't. From what I was told,
he's done.
Sounds like he had like almost like this moral religious dilemma that he was dealing with. He's very religious.
Yep.
And I think he reached a point where he just didn't want to do it anymore. Now his brother fights and he corners his brother, which I think is really interesting, but obviously everyone's different. Yeah, but that's what I heard. Like he just reached a point where he's like, no, this isn't for me.
Shit.
He might go down as one of the biggest what ifs in UFC history because it looked like the ceiling was so high.
Oh, mate, he was very, very well-rounded. He was a great fighter. Obviously, he just had that issue, that gas tank issue, which can be dealt with.
Right.
Like right now, for all this time he had off was him trying to improve that. You know what I mean? And getting, being able to still have that exciting style that he has, but being able to, control his cardio as well at the same time, because it's going to be hard to do the two. If you're going to be all out, I feel like I've nailed sort of that, where I can still be explosive and all that type of stuff, but still I can do it all day.
Right. You don't get tired, 5th round.
Hey?
5th round, you're not...
You always get tired, right?
Yeah,
I sit there and I'm always going to be, like, don't get me wrong, I'm still breathing.
Right.
But I mean, look how I deal with it.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the difference. Look how I deal with being, like, tired. Some people just crumble. Me, I'm just like, whatever. It's just a thing I don't worry about because I've been there that many times and I've had to push through and do shit that's harder than this anyway while I've been that fatigued. So that mentally, it's good, you know what I mean? Where you hit that wall, get that mental block and just be like, I'm done. But I mean, you just make sure, like for me, that's why one thing, people say, be comfortable in uncomfortable positions. They talk about that. I've changed that and said accept uncomfortable because it's never comfortable. Like the training sessions I'm doing, it's not comfortable. Me being that 5th round that I'm talking about, it's not comfortable, but I've just accepted it. Like, I deal with it so much better because I've accepted that this is going to happen and, and that's all right. So obviously it is probably a little more comfortable than it used to be, but I mean, it still sucks, but I just deal with it much better. You know what I mean? And that's what it is. So I accept the uncomfortable. I say
seems like the food is on its way, but I do have to ask you about one other thing before we eat.
Hopefully they try and make sure it's cooked.
Yeah, guys, please make sure it's cooked.
I don't have my eye on it, so now I'm getting nervous.
Are you getting nervous?
Well, if you get sick, that's going to get thrown at me, even though they're cooking it.
I know, that's true.
So if
Connor, you better eat one of those.
Ends up in hospital, remember,
it's their fault.
I mean, I use the smaller chicken wings. That's why I said the 10, 12 minutes should be more than enough.
Right.
And if they're bigger ones, you're going to have to cook
I like my steak well done, by the way.
You like?
Just for the record. And people think I'm joking. Why is that so bad? Why do people care so much about that?
Look, it doesn't matter. People should eat it however they want.
Yeah, that's right. It's a free world.
But 100%, it is. But I mean, I don't know. Like I just
what do you like? What do you like? Medium rare?
Like
rare?
I can have it. Like I can have it rare. I can have it blue.
You could have it blue.
I could have it blue as long as it's room temperature before you cook it. Because you know how I just don't like my steak cool in the middle, cold in the middle.
Right.
Because that's just
gross.
You know what I mean? Like it's literally fucking. You may as well just eat the cow while it's still steaming.
Right.
But yeah. So how are we going?
Did you try it?
I didn't try it.
What? Well, he says he wants you guys to try it.
Oh, the crunch too. Did you see if they're ready?
I don't know if they're ready now. 20 minutes, 360.
Oh, you did 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Oh, but they're definitely cooked then.
360, huh?
All right, so let's do it then.
Wait. I wanted to ask you one last question.
Oh, sorry.
What's up with you and Connor?
What do you mean?
I feel like back, forth.
Just whatever. We'll see.
Just having a crack?
The thing is, everyone, I don't like talking about it in a sense because it just sounds like I'm another guy just trying to get that money fight, which obviously you all love that. Yeah, big fight, blah. That's it. But I mean, again, the reason why I'm going to keep bringing it up is because I've taken out every other champion in my division.
Yeah.
Except Connor. Connor's the only other champion that I haven't beat. You know, I want all the legends of my division. I want to take them all out. But, you know, and obviously he's a big name in this division as well. So it makes a lot of sense. But
you ranked him at the bottom.
Well, yeah, it wasn't a shot at him.
No.
He might take it as a shot.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and the way you said it.
Look at how I did the rankings too, right?
No, of course.
I did it by, a lot of it goes by defenses and stuff like that. Look, Connor done great things. I show him a lot of respect. I think he's got great skills.
Yeah.
Even now when he takes these fights, he's still a dangerous fighter for a lot of these guys. But, again, you can't just fight one title defense and expect me to put you at the top of the list.
Right.
You know what I mean? Look what we're doing. We're going out taking out how many guys? Look, you know, we're taking out all the guys.
Oh, of course.
So that's why. You know, that's what I'm saying. And again, I'm not in a position to put myself at the top and all that. I'll let people do that. But I mean, look at who I beat. You know what I mean? And now I'm getting these rubies and defenses, and look at the guys I'm beating and how I'm doing it. Like, you know, so I'll let people make that decision up. But I mean, you know, I'm doing okay. We want to go?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Do you like crunch?
Yeah, sure.
You like crunch, or you like your chicken wings sloppy?
No, crunchy is good. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Now,
let's at least try them without. Obviously, it's nicer.
Of course. Well, I think you have to appreciate it without first.
Let's see if we get. Yeah.
Is this both of them? Can you tell the difference? Oh, the ones on the left are the salt and vinegar, right?
Well, it must be the lighting. Yeah, the one's red and one's white. Yeah.
Really? I'm colorblind, by the way.
Oh, so shit. Sorry, that was a little shot at you.
So okay.
Didn't mean that.
You know what? Yeah. Now I see a little bit.
All
okay.
right.
Are you nervous?
Okay. Hey.
Are you nervous?
What?
I feel like you're a little bit nervous.
Me nervous?
Yeah.
For eating?
Yeah, well, no, I feel, excuse me, pardon my reach. I feel like you're nervous about,
this is what I get
whether
up foods in front of me because I just want to eat.
Okay. So which one are you going for first?
Yeah, I'll use that instead of the chef's hat, eh?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're not Neanderthals here.
Okay,
Alex.
yeah. All right, let's go to the Tuckies first.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, should we go to salt and vinegar because...
Less spicy.
Well,
build up to it. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, let's go.
I'll go with this one.
Yeah, I'll just go this one then.
I can't believe this wasn't fried. It feels fried.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I mean. Give it a little spray and you'll get the exact same feel in air fryers. That's why air fryers are money, man.
Wow, it's unbelievable.
Let's see.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes. See if we get that flavor.
Yeah, let's go.
All right?
Wow.
Can get a bit of the vinegar, a little bit. Can get the vinegar, eh?
This is tremendous.
It's good, told you.
It's cooked, right?
Huh?
It's cooked, right?
Oh, fuck, it's raw. Be careful. Nah.
My wife is going to get such a kick out of this.
Yeah.
If something is not like super, super cooked, I'm the worst.
Oh, really?
Send it back.
No,
this is fantastic.
This is more than done. Again,
this is my style.
Could have cooked it less.
No.
I'm not having a shot.
I would have cooked it more.
I'm not, no. Because again, like this is obviously cooked, but I mean, if you go that little bit, obviously you want to cook, right?
This is so good.
It is good. Told ya.
You know why
you didn't trust
amazing?
me, did you?
You know why I'm liking this so much? I've just been speaking for the last 3.5 hours, no breaks. Starving. I feel like I ran a marathon.
Oh, go. I want you to eat all of them. Oh, that is good. All right, let's do the sauce.
This is great content right here. People love watching people eat.
It's good. Let's try it with the sauce then, eh?
Okay.
Yeah, look,
Same
the ranch.
one?
I guess you like go the same one.
By the way, I'm not just saying this. This is fantastic. So I don't know whose recipe this was. Yours?
Mine. That's mine. I do. Yeah, it's mine.
I was
I'm
going
a
to credit
claimant.
Emma, but if you want to take credit, it seems like that's the way you are in the kitchen.
Go for it. Go the ranch, though. We'll go the salt and vinegar ranch.
Just dip in?
Dip it in, yeah.
We don't do double dipping here, right?
Oh, go for
I'm
it,
a bit
man.
of
I
a
don't mind. Yeah. Go
You
for
only
it.
dip once. You ever see
I
that
just went to the
Seinfeld
toilet,
episode?
forgot to wash my hands and put my fingers in there, but it's
Perfect,
all right.
perfect. Are you not going to do it?
Oh, you want me to do it? I want other people to try it, that's all.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
No one wants to see anyone else eat. They want to see you eat.
I just wanted other people to try it, but...
Mmm.
That nice of the ranch?
Mm-hmm. That's nice. These ones are scaring me a little bit. Wow. That is something. Well done.
You getting the salt and vinegar?
Yeah.
How good that.
Oh.
I like the crunch. That's what I mean. It's a bit different with the chicken wings, but it's good.
I had a lot of respect for you as a fighter. My respect for you has grown exponentially after this.
I appreciate it, man.
I mean, this is fantastic. I always thought it was a gimmick that someone else was doing the work.
No. Look, yeah, I do it. Yeah, like I said, let's be real.
There's a lot of editing.
Simple top
What do you
sort of
mean
stuff.
real? You think I wouldn't know how to do this? I can't make peanut butter.
I mean,
and jelly.
surely now that you've seen me do that, you could do that, right?
Well, now that you broke it down.
And he's never been in the kitchen before.
Never.
So that's
I go
showing-
through the kitchen.
So if you get my cookbook, that's coming out.
You should work on that. Seriously, I feel like that's a thing.
Could do it like we'll call some. Obviously, a bit of fun with it. Now, what people want to see.
Yes, this is it. Oh my God.
Let's do we'll do it without. Like I said, this would be nice without.
One without, and then one with.
And then one with the
All right.
hot sauce for the
gram.
for the gram. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, here we go. Golly, this is scaring me. Because I had one of these by itself, and it was like, I was feeling it 20 minutes later. Here we go. Cheers.
Sorry, mate. I couldn't wait. I love the Tuckers ones, man.
Wow. You like this better than the other one?
Mm-hmm. I just love Tuckers.
I can't believe this wasn't actually fried. That's the part that's blowing my mind
I
right
know,
now.
it's good.
It's healthier.
Oh, you got a little bit of, you getting the spice?
Yeah.
I can't wait till he has the sauce, eh?
It really hits you like 10 seconds later, that spice, you know?
If people are going to do this,
Oh my gosh. It's fantastic, actually. It's actually a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
I'd say do the Tuckies because the flavour comes out a lot with them. But if you are going to do salt vinegar or any chips you like, any chips, Doritos, whatever, try and get some of the flavour in the sauce so you can at least really appreciate the flavour that's meant to be on the chips.
Honestly, I don't know if it was the frying or something, but it actually wasn't as spicy as I thought.
Yeah, I told you, it brings it down. But now...
Oh my gosh. Whew. Okay, now it's
But
hitting
wait, there's more.
me. Okay,
Oh,
here it
good,
comes.
good,
It's the
go with
Tabasco / Poirier concoction.
Let's go.
And what was the base again? I forget. It was blue cheese, right?
That was blue... Oh, this was blue cheese. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
With the chili. Let's see. But this is on the sauce.
All right.
Well, we made a mess over here.
Who cares?
Go on then.
All right.
You'll be right.
You're going to do it as well, right?
Yep.
Just going to take a little bit there.
Come on, man.
More.
Come on, man. What'd you say for the gram?
Okay, is this enough?
Yep. But you got to take that bite straight away.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
I'll put extra for
I'm waiting
you.
for
You want
you.
me to dip it right in?
I'd
Go
love
all
to
out?
Go all out. Oh my God, you're crazy.
There you go, Dustin.
Oh my gosh. Cheers.
Cheers.
To the champ.
Oh, you
To
want
the
actually
greatest
go?
featherweight champion of all time, Alex the Great Volkanovski, who comes in studio after his title defense less than 48 hours ago.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. It really kicks in.
Is it getting you?
Yeah, I get you. Oh.
I like it. That's nice. It's like to get a bit of the vinegar as well. A lot of sauces, and
yeah.
even Tuckies, a lot of because of that tang, they want that tang, so a lot of times there's vinegar in it anyway, which I love anyway.
Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Well done.
I hope you enjoyed it.
You know what? It was, I mean, obviously I'm having a hard time speaking, but it was spicy, but
Not too bad?
manageable.
Manageable.
Which is what I wanted. You
I
guys,
know,
I am sweating right now, though. I will tell you
We
that.
should have, it would have been good if we got,
Wow.
So that's one of his medium ones, is it?
If we would have done the KO edition,
That would have been good.
No, it wouldn't have been good. It wouldn't have been good.
Choking him up.
I wanted to appreciate your cooking. Honestly, very impressed. It doesn't take a lot to impress me, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
But you have
this
impressed
is
me
easy.
today.
Like I said, look how quickly and easy. We could do it in your studio.
Yeah.
I was saying something. Pretty easy.
Wow.
Anyone can do it from home.
What a mensch
Whatever
you are.
chips you want.
Do you need water?
Nah, I'm all good.
You're all good. You're a real
I'm
champ.
all good.
Wow. Well, this has been amazing.
It's hand sanitizer one, but anyway.
Yeah, on the face. It's all good. Thank you for doing this.
No worries at all, man.
Thank you for stopping by.
All good.
We're actually going to take a little break, everyone, so I can wash up and say goodbye to Alex here. Maybe take some water.
Your voice has changed.
Oh, yeah. Yours doesn't?
No.
Might be the puberty.
I'm telling you, that, like I said, I had the world's on my YouTube channel, I think I did. Or no, I did that on my, was that a YouTube or the?
Yeah, you did one and you were sweating.
Yeah, that was, sorry. That was on my social, that was on Insta, I think it was. But that was the world's hottest corn chips.
Wow.
And that was hot.
It was hot?
Very,
to the point where you can't even enjoy it.
Like, I'm good with chili, so it wasn't, but I mean, I was a bit disappointed because there wasn't much flavor on there.
Okay.
Where that's why I ended up making a salt and vinegar ranch, which was much better.
It was great.
But it was hot. Like, it was just literally eat the chips and it's like, there's no flavor, it's just fire.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, obviously that was the whole point of that content, just so we could sweat bullets on.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alex, the great Volkanovski, legend, featherweight champion, just defeated Sung Jung. And Henry Cejudo, where are you at? That's basically what he said. He wants you next. No, I'm kidding. I can't even think straight at this point. Wow, you went straight. You're a freaking, I mean.
I was welcome home. Dustin.
Yeah, well done. Thank you for stopping by. Congrats on the win. Going to take a quick break, clean this up. We're going to play a classic clip. Speaking of Conor McGregor, his debut was 9 years ago last week in the UFC. Did you know that?
I didn't.
That photo right there, Marcus Brimage.
There you go.
So we'll play that clip of his first interview ever on this show back in February of 2013, and then we'll come back. We'll check in with GC, New York Ric, and wrap up this bad boy. Stick around. Alex Volkanovski. I can't recall a non-UFC fighter getting this much attention as far as requests to be on this show. We finally obliged in our sort of international feel this week. We go to Ireland now, and we welcome in Conor McGregor. There he is, the bearded one himself.
How are you?
Conor, how are you? Thank you so much
mate?
for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me, mate. Yeah, couldn't have thought you. How are you?
I'm doing great. I hear a bit of an echo. Can you maybe turn down the volume on your computer?
Yeah.
Now,
How about now?
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't use this Skype. I only set this Skype up so I could get on this show with you. I don't really use this too much. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to start getting used to these kind of things.
Well, you look great and you sound great, and I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, that's good, man. I like to look the way I feel, and I feel fucking amazing.
Really? Why so amazing?
Because I'm living the dream. You know what I mean? Here I am. I'm just over 5 weeks out from the biggest fight in my life, and things are going good, and I'm getting great support at home. As you know yourself, you're at the saying yourself. Everyone's hounding you to get me on this show, and the Irish really get behind their athletes. You know what I mean? And I'm looking to go out there and impress, and that's it. That's why I'm feeling good. All the years of hard work, and now here we are.
Dana White was in Ireland recently, and he was hounded about you. They were asking him all these questions. I'm not lying. Every week I get tons of fans saying, "Get the Notorious MMA on the show." Your Twitter handle, of course. They love you so much. Are you aware that you are beloved so much by your fans, and especially Ireland?
It's grown each fight. Each fight it seems to get more and more, But it's only the beginning. You know what I mean? That's what I think. This is only the beginning. I'm here to take over. I'm not here to shake no one's hand, or I'm not here to be the token Irish guy in there. I'm in there to get in and win, and that's it. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm looking forward to showing the people of Ireland the true martial artists. You know what I mean? And showing the UFC and the world of MMA a martial artist that they haven't seen before.
Do they love you because you're the first, or do they love you because you're you?
Well, I'm not the first. I don't know. They love me because I don't know. They love me because I love myself. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I'm not the first guy either. You should know this. You know what I mean? You're the reporter.
Whoa.
Tom Egan was the first UFC 93.
All right.
He was my teammate. We were only kids back then. He got a shot. to fight, and it was a little bit too soon for him. You know what I mean? We didn't really know what we were doing back then, and then we have another Irish guy, but he likes to carry the English flag. You know what I mean? So I don't know, maybe because there's an Irish guy in there carrying an English flag. Now that we have an Irish guy carrying an Irish flag, the tricolour. You know what I mean? That's why there's a big buzz going on, you know?
And I apologize to Tom. You are right. I will admit, though, not as much buzz for his fight as opposed to your debut. So that's why it felt like the first. 93 feels like years ago. You get my point, right?
Yeah. Well, Tom was on the card basically because they were in the hometown, you know, and they were looking for a hometown guy to promote the show, you know. But I've built up a hype around myself with some good wins and some good performances, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not just the token Irish guy. I'm not on this show because I'm not here because they're in Dublin. I'm like you say, I'm fighting in Sweden. You know what I mean? So, they want me and I don't want them, so to speak. You know what I mean? So there's a good bit of hype, and I'm looking forward to going in and proving everyone right.
Why do they call you Notorious?
My coach came up with that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I'm known to get into a little bit of trouble, and I don't know, just because I'm notorious.
Where do you get into this trouble?
Just over the years, you know what I mean? So growing up in that, I've been in and out of trouble, and I've been with my coach, John Kavanagh, for a long time, and there's been some ups and some downs, and you know what I mean? This and that, but you know, he stuck with me and he believed in me, and that's basically where the name came from, you know. So just getting into trouble and drifting off and doing other things and then coming back, and you know, but the past couple of years now, I've stuck with it now, and now here I am, you know what I mean? So I don't know, that's where the name came from anyway.
Why'd you get into MMA?
When I was younger, it was always combat. It was always combat on my mind. You know what I mean? It was always self-defense. I got in there to be able to defend myself, just like situations that would happen. You know what I mean? Where something would happen, where, you know what I mean, just out on the street or whatever, and I just wanted to be able to defend myself, and that was it. And that's how I started. I wanted to be able to defend myself on the street, and I started doing some kickboxing. So I done some boxing, and I would just travel around. You know what I mean? Try and do all martial arts. You know, ready for anything, you know what I mean? Stay ready so I don't have to get ready.
You know, it seems like the Irish fans have been begging for the UFC to return to Ireland since the first and last event at UFC 93. Were you there?
I was there, yeah. My teammate Tom was fighting, you know what I mean? So I was there. If they got an event in the O2, it would sell out. No, it would sell out in seconds. What did your man say about it the last time, your man Gary Cook? Because I couldn't hear.
Oh.
But I heard you saying Ireland.
Well,
what did he say?
He said he predicts they will be back there within the next 18 months.
Wow, I was thinking sooner than that. Well, I wonder will they think that when I go in and put on a show now in 5 weeks and make a name for myself. You know what I mean? I'm hoping to drag them back to Ireland. You know what I mean? Drag them by the scruff of the neck back and get a show on. Because I have some teammates in the gym that are ready to go as well, you know what I mean? It's not just me. There's a whole load of motherfuckers behind me waiting to go, and I'm gonna kick in the door, and you know what I mean? That's it. I'm just gonna kick in the door and drag them right back to Ireland.
Well, I'm sure a dominant performance.
Like, as soon as this fight's done, I'm gonna be on like George St. Pierre, going on his knees and start begging for a world title. I'm gonna go on my knees and start begging for come back to the O2, come back to Dublin, Ireland. And, well, to be honest, I'm not gonna get on my knees. I don't beg for no man, but I'm definitely going to be saying it a lot. You know what I mean? I definitely want them to come back to my hometown. And there's so many, you know, we have a long history of combat in our country. You know what I mean? A lot of people are true fans of this game. You know what I mean? So it's about time to start coming back and get the fucking act together and come back. You know what I mean? Dana even says it himself that he gets hounded. Well, if he doesn't want to get hounded, then let's do it. Let's do a show. You know what I mean?
I think they may erect a statue in your honor right now because of this talk. And if you get them to come back sooner than 18 months, you're going to be an Irish legend, my friend.
Yeah, I am an Irish legend,
That's true.
man. I'm a living legend. Yeah, I see myself as the champ already.
Already? You're the featherweight champion already?
Yeah, of course. I see myself as the champ from day one. Before I even started training, I always saw myself as the champ. That's how I see myself. I visualize myself already there. I visualize everything. I visualize this conversation. I visualize the walkout. I visualize everything going on. I know I have shots picked out that I'm going to throw in this fight in 5 weeks. You know what I mean? I've seen everything in my head, and now it's going to happen. You see it in your head, you're going to see it before your eyes. That's what I say.
Could you fight tomorrow? Like, you seem ready. You seem like you're going to jump out of the screen right now and fight me.
Stay ready so I don't have to get ready. I'm ready to go.
Oh, my gosh.
I am ready to go, yeah.
And you're not just the champ. you were a 2-division champion for Cage Warriors, featherweight, lightweight. That's obviously a big deal. When you won the last belt, did you know that, I think you fought like, what was it, New Year's Eve time around, just a couple months ago. Did you feel like, all right, it's inevitable, the call's coming? After that last win, did you know that your time was coming in the UFC?
I felt, like I said, even before that, when I came out of my mother, I felt it. You know what I mean? My mother always said that I came out, the doctor said to me, "Ma, I came out with my hands up like this, yeah?" And the doctor said to me, "Ma, you have a boxer on your hands." And you know what I mean? I knew what I was going to do from day one. And here I am, you know what I mean? I knew it even before the Butchinger fight on New Year's Eve. I knew I was going to get here, you know what I mean? My team knew I was going to get here. My coach knew, my family knew, you know what I mean? I had belief from everyone. I had a belief in myself. And now here it is, you know what I mean? That last fight, I felt at home, you know? Each fight I'm learning. Each day I'm learning. I feel like I'm growing every day. This couldn't have come at a better time for me. You know what I mean? I'm ready. Honestly, I am ready. This, like I said with Tom Egan, it was a little bit too soon. We were only kids at the time. We didn't know what the fuck was going on. Jumping in there and 9,000 screaming people didn't know what the fuck was happening. Do you know what I mean? Now we're ready. We've had experience on some big shows. I've had some big hype fights fighting for them 2 titles, and you know what I mean. There's a lot of successful guys in that came from Cage Warriors and are now in the UFC, like Dan Hardy, Michael Bisping, and a load of those guys. And none of them ever had 2 belts. You know what I mean? I had the deuce. I was wanting around for 2 belts. None of them guys had it. So I'm looking to have as good a career as those guys, if not better.
Yeah, what's the scene like over there? Because we hear a lot about the English scene, and a lot of those guys now coming more to the U.S. because they feel like they need better wrestling training and whatnot. What kind of training are you getting over in Ireland?
Yeah, I'm training. I always train. I just train everywhere. Travel around. I like to travel around, and I try all styles of martial arts. I've been back and forth as well to Iceland with Gunnar Nelson, and those guys from Iceland come over. Some good solid grapplers and some good solid.
All right, so there's my conversation with Conor. Oh, look at this! Wow, what the hell? Wait, what is that?
Like, see the way guys change coaches.
Well, what just happened? Wait, can you play that again? Wait, did we play that at the top?
We wanted to, but you guys were really in a good
conversation. Oh my God.
So let's watch it.
Wait. So just the backstory here. First of all, shout out to Alex Volkanovski. That was tremendous. Shout out to his team, everyone that came, Ash, who set that all up. Appreciate them very much. That was a lot of fun. Now, Conor was very invested in this segment. He was the MVP. Shout out to him, GC. And he made an intro. I feel like, did we show this to Alex? I feel like he would appreciate it. Has he seen this or no?
We didn't show
it to him. All right, I'll send him the clip. Okay, so GC made a Cooking with Volk intro, yes?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, how long did this take you?
Probably like 90 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad. But this is really impressive. Okay, can I see this? Here it is.
Fire up those grills, preheat that oven. It's time for everybody's favorite segment. Cooking with Volk.
What? That is you made that? By the way, I feel like
Yeah, I'm low-key disappointed that we didn't get to play it for him.
Why didn't you remind me? There's a lot going on.
A lot going on. That's the key there. A lot going on.
I'm going to have to send that to him. I'm low-key disappointed. Forget about you being I'm low-key disappointed. That was amazing. How did you make that? I feel like you're dramatically underutilized on this program. If you're able to make that.
Yeah, the old producer secrets,
Yeah. Let me see it. Can I see it one more time? I want to see it one more time. I mean, this is like.
Fire up those grills, preheat that oven. It's time for everybody's favorite segment.
No, but really. This looks like a Pixar movie. How did you make this? No, seriously, how did you make this?
How about like the Cooking with Volk chant? I mean,
yeah. Who are those people?
I don't know. Producer secrets,
All right, well, we're talking. I mean, well done. Bravo. Is he still here? Or did he leave?
Oh, no, he's long gone.
He's long gone. All right, let me get this ad read out of the way, and then we'll say hello to you. Yeah, on the official screen. That was amazing. You know what? We should, when we cut this, we should put that in the clip. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Put that in the YouTube clip at the top. All right, here we go. The NBA playoffs mean next level basketball. Get ready for all the action by betting the play-in tournament with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can bet $5 on any team to win and get $150 in free bets instantly. You can clinch a win no matter what. All DraftKings Sportsbook customers can also bet on NBA hoops with same-game parlays. Combine multiple bets from the same game for a bigger payout. The more legs you add, the more money you can win. Plus, for each day of the play-in, get a risk-free bet up to $10 if your same-game parlay doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code TheMMAHour. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game during the play-in tournament and get $150 in free bets instantly. That's promo code TheMMAHour at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Say hello now to GC. New York Ric is back as well. By the way, got a message from TJ, no service. So we'll check up on him in the coming days. What an ordeal that was. Wake up to the text.
What a chaotic day in general.
I mean, I need a nap. I don't know about you guys.
I imagine after that. After the chicken, too?
The chicken, yeah. I'm not going to get sick, am I?
Why, you think it was undercooked?
Yeah, it looked a little undercooked.
That was my biggest fear, because I was the one responsible for putting him in the air fryer. I was waiting for Volk to take a bite and then be like, oh, this is not cooked at all.
I can't wait to tell my wife about this story. If it is just like barely undercooked, I'm like, no, let's fire that thing up. 500 degrees in the oven. No, it was fantastic.
Volk on this a little more. And he was like, it could have actually been a
less.
little more undercooked.
Yeah, he told me I overcooked it.
Oh, no, it was fantastic. By the way, I'm a big cook it to the bone type of guy. I'm a Bryce Mitchell kind of guy. I like it to just fall off. That was great stuff, right?
Bryce Mitchell kind of guy. I'd say more maybe Sage Northcutt kind of guy. Like a little bit too excited about watching somebody season food.
No, that's
clearly never seeing it.
A lot of people were saying that, yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. You said this about me over the weekend as well. It doesn't take a lot to impress me. I've said this time and again. I don't know how many times I have to say it. No, can I tell GC why you said that to me this weekend?
I don't even remember. Yeah, sure.
I texted New York Ric. You'll appreciate this, GC.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, you know what? GC's social media skills, low key, very impressive. And his response was, I don't even think it's low key. They're impressive. And so we're going back and forth because you did that one, like the Jurassic Park one, and then the video game one. I was like, wow, this is great stuff. And then you did the Frank picture, and I was like, wow, look at this. And he's like, all right, chill out. Like you're going crazy over it. I was like, no, that was impressive. These things impress me. So I wasn't like faking it for the camera. I was really impressed. By the way, he asked me to do one job, and it was to like smash some chips in a thing, and I effed that up.
Oh, we saw.
Yeah.
We saw.
I mean,
but yes, high key, as the streets say, high key. Connor has some social skills for sure.
What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, Rick took my seat. Now I'm trying to take his job.
He's coming. I'm giving him praise and he's coming after me, but I mean.
I knew there was going to be a line where he was going to be like, okay, all right, let's stop.
But there's no line.
No, I was very complimentary.
Where'd you get that chicken, by the way?
Wegmans organic. I think we can trust that.
Okay. Kosher or?
Yeah. Down in Midwood.
Thank you.
I can't promise you that, actually. just as Passover's starting, too.
Oh, that was great. He's not really buying the Henry Cejudo thing. That was my big takeaway.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like the poo-pooing of it.
Right?
I feel like that's the wrong approach.
I told him this at the end. I was like, this is the biggest fight you can get
even if it's not. Even if he doesn't want it, why shut down an option? I don't understand that.
By the way, if Charles Oliveira wins, right? What's a bigger fight, Henry Cejudo or Charles Oliveira at 155?
Charles Oliveira at 55. If
you think so? Cejudo will sell that
chance
fight.
To go to, it's a chance at a double championship.
Yeah.
No, that's the bigger fight. Gaethje or Oliveira. The chance at history is bigger, no doubt.
All right, we'll see what happens. How do we do this weekend, GC?
We lost.
Big time?
Not big time. It could have been way worse. Let's jump
through
into it. Yeah, let's start with the singles here. Killed the singles. We were doing absolutely fantastic. I mean, we go 6-1. Mike Mallet, Raquel Pennington, Ian Garry, your dog of the week, Mark Madsen.
Should we tell that story now or wait a second?
I mean, yeah, we might as well tell it now. The non-believer on the show, our boy Crypto Joe goes 13 for 14 on a parlay, like plus 25,000, and the one he missed here, he just shared it with me, plus 25,079, and the one that he missed was Pichel. Just blatantly went right against me and you. He was like, nope, Helwani.
Okay.
Burks, nope.
So he just now. I feel like I have to. Does Joe want to defend himself, or he's right next to you?
Here we go. The debut.
Is this it?
To be fair,
here he is. This is big.
It's on March 30th.
Okay, so yes, you wrote that March 30th. But you nailed 13 out of 14, and the one that you didn't get. I mean, this would have been, how much would you have won?
Not much. It was probably like $500.
I mean, it's not bad. You put $5 on it or something?
$2.
$2 on a 13 of 14, and the one you missed was Mark Madsen.
I mean,
yeah.
Can we talk about he's laying down $2 parlays at 12:48 a.m. Like he's burning the midnight oil putting these things in.
12:48. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, well, what prompted you to make this bet at 12:48 a.m.?
14-leg parlay
on March?
Just couldn't sleep, you know.
Wow, you're just like, let me just go put this parlay in.
10 days away from fight day.
The entire card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, which means you picked Aljamain Sterling.
That is correct.
Which means you picked Khamzat, you picked Aljamain, you picked. Was there another underdog in that mix? I mean, I guess. Was Madsen an underdog? That was the biggest one, right? Was Dern an underdog?
Nah, she closed as a favorite.
Anyway,
could I just jump in here for a second?
Yeah, sure.
We're giving Joe a lot of flack here, right? For not following instincts and listening to somebody who knows something better. That reminds me of something. It brought something to mind for me. Could you actually play this video?
Wow.
That
what do we got here?
That I had for you earlier.
All kinds of surprises.
Yeah. Give him a second to cue it up. I didn't give him a heads up that this is going to happen, but there's a video that I had that this conversation reminded me of.
Okay.
Volkanovski zombie and still, right? Sterling Jan. Here we go.
And
get the breaking news music ready.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
still.
Wow.
And
luck.
still.
Wow.
Good luck.
What? Wow,
UFC
I love it.
274. Oliveira
He's got some inside scoop that Aljamain's in good shape or something, so he's going to take the plus 350 flyer on it. I think it's his real estate agent or something that told him.
Oh.
Aljamain Sterling and still after Saturday.
So
I
believe your parlay.
That's from Between the Links.
From Between the Links, hosted by the great Mike Heck.
Yeah.
I believe your parlay was busted on Jan. If memory serves, and there was somebody giving you some.
I know, but the key is
insight.
You said people that know what they're talking about telling you to do that.
I don't know that
but in all
video
honesty,
footage doesn't look good.
In all
That's
honesty,
a great pick. By the way, shout out. I mean, by the way, why weren't you puffing your chest out more about that one?
You know, you've been here, done that. There's
all right.
Well, we also don't have a ticket for it, so we don't know.
Oh, was this
I
just
mean,
a
I
pick?
could show the ticket.
Did you do it? Did you do a bet? Did you place a bet?
No comment. I work in this sport.
Just trying to figure out if he can Photoshop it together real quick.
Yeah.
No, but in all honesty, shout out to every Aljamain Sterling better. Because even if Jan had won the split decision, he didn't look anything close to his price. So, like, you were definitely on the right side if you were betting on Aljamain.
You know what? I'm happy you said that. Even if you would have lost that fight 3 rounds to 2, which is what, everyone who went for Jan, they said he won 1, 4, and 5. The amount of work that Aljo did on Saturday, I think, to undo the damage of the past year, just to remind people that this guy isn't a jabron, was pretty damn significant. And hopefully, the days of people ragging on him are over. But you're right. I mean, second round, he has Jan's back and he's laughing.
Yes.
He's laughing.
Yeah, I mean, Jan was like the one that I like. As the week went on, I got more and more worried about. And even
really?
on Friday night, I thought about hedging. He hit like plus 400 on one book, and I thought about hedging on it, and I decided not to. I was like, I got a good price on Jan. I'm just going to ride it. And then in the second round, I was like, oh my god, I should have hedged. Like this was like This was what I was worried about.
Funny you say that. Aljo was the one that I was worried about because he was so emotional at the weigh-ins. I was like, wait, was the journey just to get here? But clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Jan was going to win, but Aljo pulled it off. Split decision.
All right,
Incredible.
so let's go back to the recap.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, look at these singles. They look great. The next part is not for the faint of heart. Jan, I guess we're going to call him Peter the parlay killer here. 0 for 5.
Man.
Piotr Jan killing 3
every
of
single
these.
one? I can't see it. Is it every one?
So he killed 3 of these 5, and then I had some long-term parlays. He goes ahead and kills 3 more.
Damn.
Yeah. So
which is the biggest one that he killed?
Oh man.
I see a plus.
Yeah, there was a few. I mean, there was a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
So not great when Piotr lost. Definitely was overexposed on him, but you know, those are the bounces. Sometimes you need them to go in your favor. I did not get them. So final recap. Luckily, we do well on the singles.
Wow.
Finish up about 5 units on the singles, down 8 units on the parlays. Could have been way worse. All things considered, we could have been way worse. So we finished down 3.38 units.
Was this one of your biggest hits ever?
Losses?
Well, yeah. Is a hit not the right thing to say? I guess hit is when you win, right?
Here's what's so crazy. If Jan wins the split decision, if one of the judges gives him the first scorecard, we're sitting here, instead of talking about being down 3.38, we're talking about being up like 10 units.
Wow.
I'm talking about being up like 42 all time. So it's the bounces, man. It's the swing. So it's unfortunate, but
poor Aljo.
I can't really blame
big time.
I can't really blame him for giving him the fight. Like, it was a coin flip. Made it back yesterday though.
Oh.
Shout out to Scotty Scheffler.
Wow. What is this?
The Masters.
No, I know what that is, but what's around it?
Oh, azaleas, you know.
Oh.
Masters. Yeah.
Is that a big thing at the Masters? Dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun.
Yeah,
Tiger Woods. What a scene that was, huh?
Yeah.
Incredible. You bet on the winner, Scheffler.
Scotty Scheffler.
When did you bet? When did you make that bet? How long ago?
Just Wednesday night. Nothing crazy.
That's not bad. Was he a favorite? What was he?
He was one of the favorites. I mean, he's the #1 golfer in the world, and he's won like 3 times in the last month.
I've never heard of him. Have you heard of him, York Ric?
Can't say I'm a big golf guy, so no.
No, but like I know who Dustin Johnson is. I know who like Spieth is. I know who Tiger is.
Never heard of him, and it seemed like Tiger's aura was kind of carrying the conversation. So no, can't say I do.
I actually was watching a little bit of the coverage. I was interested in it. Old friend Michael Eaves was doing some interviews with Tiger in the back. That was kind of cool. Thought he did a good job with that.
Yeah, he's the man.
He's like a Swiss Army knife, that guy.
Versatile.
Versatile, yes. All right, so you got it back with the Masters.
Yep. Moving on to next week. We'll be all right. It stinks that Jan lost, but you know, those are the breaks that you get.
Big week. UFC and a huge Bellator as well.
Yeah, 277. Already got a bet in on AJ McKee.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Lots of big hitters.
Yeah, I did not do well. I mean, you want to talk about people doing well, though. I mean, this might take a second. This was the hardest week I've had to decide. I mean, there were
a lot of replies.
Yeah, I mean, let's go ahead and rip through it here. Let's start with the big hitter, Jan Ju. Hernandez by decision, Ian Garry by decision, Mark Madsen by decision, plus 6,025. But he put $5,000 on it.
Jeez.
To win 306,240.
Jesus.
And then just a little, you know, Liverpool, Leipzig soccer parlay also got him 25,000. So
why not? Just a little cherry on top.
Shout out to Jan Ju. Next up, Big Skinny, another guy that just went insanely huge. Aljo straight up parlayed with Aljo, and then Vulcan Zombie doesn't go the distance. He put $8,500 on that to win 82,000. And then he also took Aljo straight up. He turns 15 grand into 114 grand.
Jeez Louise.
I mean, it's just like some of these people were just cashing out this weekend. These were probably the nastiest bets I saw. This is some psycho stuff, and I love it. Prodigy MMA. He takes Aljo by split decision.
Wow.
At plus 2,500. And then he took Aljo by split decision parlayed with Volk by KO. And he put 75 on that. So he turns $175 into $7,700. And then Clint McLean, shout out to Die Hard MMA Pod. He goes $50 on Aljo by split decision at plus 2,800. So, I mean, it's just...
Man.
I don't even know how you feel when that hits. The chutzpah is right. Like, the chutzpah. It could never be me.
No. What about that one guy, 50K on just Aljo?
Yes, right? Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. I was thinking about him the whole time. And then he got killed. When I tweeted that, all the replies were like,
everyone's like, you might as well donate the money to charity. It's like, come on. You never know what's going to happen. Honorable mentions. Daniel Sheen, you hit me up about this guy. He said it was his dream to get shouted out on the Big Hitters segment. So we're making dreams come true.
That's right.
Just got into betting, goes 9 for 9, hits a plus 11,000.
He said he hit you up. You didn't respond, so he came to the big dog.
Yeah, and you got it done, man. And then I saw the message, $10 into 1,100. Angus Davies, this was just a chaotic card here. This was Volk by KO, Aljamain by decision, Khamzat by decision, and then 2 rugby spreads, the old Cronulla Sharks and the Penrith Panthers. He turns $5 into 1,300. Last but not least, there was a lot this week. Ronnie H, at Real Ronnie H. It's not the fake Ronnie H. 11-leg parlay, plus 52,000.
Jesus.
He turns $15 into 7,900. He goes 11 for 11. So shout out to the big hitters this week. I mean, unbelievable job.
I would never have the guts to do that.
I couldn't. Like, I mean, I bet a lot, but like, it's just, it's
I mean, even the 14 fight parlay. I mean, I guess you just click and hope for the best, but
yeah,
it's a different, big difference between $2 parlay and what these guys are doing.
Yeah, we were back with the exec league.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Richie Whitworth. Kind of weird because it's a picture of his kids, but we made it work.
Okay, weird. Yeah.
Made it work. And then
how much did he win?
Like 778.
Nice.
And then we got the draft king for the week.
Oh, what do we got?
Same old, same old. Real time constraints here. We're moving right along.
Yeah.
Can't be bothered after that.
Oh.
Segment. Real profile picture.
Yeah.
Zagar 33. Shout out to my man.
Respect. What did he win?
I think like $400. And we're out of here. Just like that.
I love
Time
the sped up
constraints.
version. The sped up version is amazing.
Wow.
All right. Congrats to him.
Yeah, a lot to digest there, but that's all I got.
I was trying to look for an early underdog pick of the week because I'm on a roll. When am I going to get a graphic? Nothing?
You hit this week. We get you a graphic.
Looking.
Better yet, we'll get you a
Pitbull? Pitbull plus
You can
210?
eat a whole bag of Takis. You can get
By the way, have you guys ever heard of Takis before?
Yeah,
yes, of course.
There's even like a 30 Rock episode.
Do I need to get out more or what?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
Yes, the answer is unequivocally yes.
You're unbelievably nervous around someone cooking chicken wings. And I think you were looking for reassurance by asking him if he was nervous.
Yes.
You're like,
yes.
are you nervous?
Well, I mean, there was, anyway. There was like, you guys don't, if people...
Tell us why we don't understand.
If people only realize the neuroses that I live with, I mean, I think by now you probably get a bit of a sense. But there were so many things in that segment that I was like, oh, the real me would never let any of this fly. You realize?
Yeah,
that?
yeah. The touching of this,
the touching, the freaking. Then I see the
fact
fork
that it
in the
goes
thing.
away. And then it goes away and gets cooked by a god too, and then it comes back. Yeah.
Are there gloves involved? Is there anything involved? Is there any? Did he wash his hands before any of this?
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think there's no telling the last time.
And
he
you
washed
know
his
what?
hands.
The wings were good, and you're fine.
Do you know
For now.
the internal monologue?
Dark.
The internal monologue that I had to have with myself.
And aren't you happy you did?
I mean, I'll let you know later tonight.
It made yes.
We were trying to get you to stand up with
as
him.
Volko said.
Well, I was enjoying the show. I don't think the stand up was a big deal. I
just think you were nervous. You didn't want to stand over it.
No, I mean, also I didn't have any clarity. Like, was this mic working? Was it not working? It was all.
I would let you know.
No.
We do know it wasn't working when you put on the apron.
The apron plan really got ruined for us there.
What I tried to.
No, you tried. I know
it was
you
good.
I'll give you credit.
All right.
Volko's hat didn't quite fit right though. That was. All in all, I think that was very, very enjoyable, and I think the fan response.
People like that. Okay, it seems like everyone's like making fun of me, or
no. Well,
yeah, you were getting cooked for not.
I mean, you
finishing
might as
your
well have
wings.
called him Mr. Volkanovski, like you were Sage North, because standing next to Tyron.
Wait, I did finish my wings.
Not
He
compared
did,
to
he did.
Volk. I said that while you were eating them. Nah, you left some meat on the bone.
He's one of those like licks the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
Yeah, that's
No, I
not
thought
a
he did.
Neanderthal.
Listen, you know what? I've seen. We've known each other a long time.
Yeah.
I didn't even think that Taki one was going to get down, and you did too.
Honestly,
shout out.
It wasn't even that spicy.
Well, here's the secret. Those are not that spicy.
Exactly.
No. But then he did the sauce thing.
Yeah.
And he really loaded it up.
I'm proud of you. You did good.
Thanks,
I'm very proud of you.
Appreciate that.
I am.
Should I really break the fourth wall and ruin everything here?
Oh my God. Is there more? What happened?
The Dustin Poirier hot sauce
was
not Dustin Poirier's hot sauce.
What do you mean?
I ordered a bottle of Dustin Poirier's hot sauce.
Yeah.
I ate all of it, and then my roommate has like refillable stuff, so I refilled that so I could use it as a prop on the show.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know this. That's
So
great.
that's actually Old Bay hot sauce. So when Volk was like, "Dustin, shout out to you," I was like, "Shout out to Old Bay."
Gosh, no
Can
wonder
we
it wasn't
cut
that spicy.
Let's get that out of there.
I'm surprised you actually let that out.
I wrestled with that.
Was it
but
bothering
feels
you?
better. Yeah, it
All
feels
right.
better.
You felt
now.
guilty.
I honestly was wondering if someone was gonna.
I mean,
gonna
there's only
notice
one
it.
thing to do. Let's just redo it. Call up Dustin. Let's get the hot sauce out.
No, thank God. Have you tried the KO edition?
No, but I want to.
It's tough. The KO edition is tough. I was trying. I think Bilal plus 140 might be the underdog pick of
Yeah,
the
how
week.
about I say I got a bet on AJ McKee, and you're like, all right, Pitbull. Pitbull's the dog of the week.
No, I was kidding. I don't think that's happening. I have to look at it more. Oh, TJ Laramie plus 290.
You're the Crutchmer whisperer here. You know, you're the man with the plan with Kyle Crutchmer. He's going this week. Does he get it done?
What's the line?
He's minus
he's
240.
minus 250. Oh, or 240. I see 250. Against Michael Lombardo. Yeah, I would slam Crutchmer.
Wow.
All right, slam we will.
Wow.
We'll revisit this.
I just like saying slam.
Juani's just giving out stone cold
slammers over here. I love that instead of saying hammer.
Uriah Hall is an underdog.
No, that fight's off.
That fight's
perfect.
I also had a bet on Andre Muniz.
I was wondering why there was only one line.
And
on
I don't think he was going to win that one.
Chris Barnett, your boy, going.
You know what? I was looking at that one. Just looking at that right now. Plus 180 against Martin Boudet.
A lot of people like Boudet.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people liked Vince Pichel. And what happened to them?
Jeez. Rubbing it. Let him have it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. All right. Well, I think we've accomplished a lot here today.
I would say so.
Tremendous.
Actually quite thrilled that this episode is over.
I actually am in agreement with you.
Yeah, I think everybody had a rough one.
I think I've done like 6 laps around this office today.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was impressive. You had the whole thing mapped out. I mean, it's one of the more impressive things a producer has ever done on this program. That.
It was a lot. Shout out to Kusuri for the air fryer.
Yes. Shout out
number
to
one on Amazon.
Is it number one?
That's what Alexander Volkanovski says.
Honestly, if you turn me into a believer, I'm actually a real believer now. Now that I've actually tried something.
How good was that for real?
It was really no, like jokes aside. First of all, like the recipe was great. I've never had chicken wings with salt and vinegar chips. It's actually a fantastic combo, but can't believe that wasn't actually fried. How's that possible?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It's like
it from both sides.
It reminds me of like the time that I can't believe it's not butter for the first time.
Wow.
So back to do I need to get out more?
I was like
more experience.
By the way, I'm not going to share this on the air, but I've been wanting to tell you guys of some. I got one of the craziest phone calls ever yesterday.
What do you mean you're not going to share this?
Can't share it on the air. There will be a payoff if it comes to fruition.
On the air, there will be a payoff?
Yes, in a very, very big way.
Okay, good.
More personal than like MMA related. So, you know, Joe from Alabama might not care about this, but if it actually comes to fruition.
Oh, is this the one that I know about?
You don't know anything.
Oh, really? Okay.
What do you know about? What did I tell you?
You told me something over the weekend, so I guess.
Did I tell you something? Since last night? I didn't tell you.
Not last night.
No. I wanted to mention it to you guys because I actually have a bit of a moral dilemma before the show, but we didn't have time with all this stuff.
This is deep. We're giving them all this stuff that they're not going to know about until.
No, but there could be a payoff here in a big way. This is a long-term build. I just want to say last night-ish got a call about a potential situation that if it pans out would be one of the all-time great moments.
Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot to put on this.
But there's a chance it might not happen. And honestly, the only reason it doesn't happen is because of me.
Oh,
it's there for the taking.
All right.
I just
really got me intrigued here.
I know you're. If it doesn't happen, we now know who to blame.
1,000% me.
It's falling back on your shoulders.
Yeah.
To change the subject here.
Yeah.
You mentioned producing. I have to go to a video that was posted on Friday.
Oh, we got more stuff. Jeez.
Yes, yeah.
All
This is
right.
the last thing. I just completely forgot about this.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, right. Yeah, here we go. Let's go ahead and run it. Your boy TST. I mean, look at this. He's in the gym. Baddest producer in the game.
Yeah.
I can't help but think that this is a direct shot
at the both of you.
Yeah,
yeah, or at least you.
I mean,
Eric,
at least
I
me.
saw that. Let's see that form one more time. That's TST. Longtime fans will know.
Slow hand speed. I mean,
Minimalist tip of the week. Thought the kicks were a little low. Okay, here we go. I mean, he's protecting. Now it's just wild. I mean, the kick's a little off balance there.
Grabbing the leg. He's getting taken down for sure.
Just like a blast double.
I mean, yeah.
So you think he was calling you out or what?
I couldn't help but think so.
Underground fight.
Baddest producer in the game.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's a pretty.
According to who?
Right. That's what I'm saying. So.
All right. Thanks
TST.
for that.
I think he's coming to New York at some point. So.
Just Troy getting dragged. All right.
He's not getting dragged. I just feel like that was a direct shot. I mean, I got to watch my own back because no one else is going to do it in this control room. I leave for 10 minutes and I'm getting dragged for putting ranch on pizza. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just terrible.
Oh, yeah. By the way, you didn't give us your side of the Frank get together.
It's all right.
Wow. He wouldn't leave.
Super rude.
He was a bad guest.
No, it was fantastic. It was fantastic.
Didn't bring
him and his
anything.
wife, Tracy, it was great to meet her. She was a trooper. She made it all the way through the
Let's
entire
go. Just
card.
tell him everything while we're at it.
What's a first name?
Oh, my God. Frank, stop being so mysterious, okay? I pretty much lay my whole life out for everyone here.
I mean, let him have a little.
What do you
They
think
know he's not
anyone's-
they know he's not a vegetarian now after seeing the pizza. Someone made that point.
What does that mean?
We're just finding out more and more about Frank.
Oh, what was on the pizza?
Prosciutto on one.
Ooh. He said
Sausage
the
on
pizza
the
was
other.
comme ci, comme ça.
Well, we were supposed to get one white pizza, and the other was, it ended up being red sauce. I was pretty disappointed in that.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I saw you talking a little smack. That I was like, I was asking you like specific details on where the pizza shop was. Like anyone's tracking down this pizza shop and then trying to like decide if it's close enough based on what you said to your house. I was like, come on.
Yeah, it's pretty close to my house.
Everyone's so like guarded here on the show.
I mean, we
I'll
don't
give
need
my
to
phone
throw
number.
in addresses out here.
I was giving you an address. I was saying, where's the shop? I just wanted to know. In any event, good time. You're gonna make it into a monthly thing.
I was hoping he was going to come for Luke
Bellator.
and Muhammad too. Yeah, and Bellator back to back. He can sleep over on Friday night, and then we can just keep it rolling into Saturday.
Frank, any interest?
I do work on the weekend sometimes.
Okay.
So
The next big party is Serrano Taylor, which because he came over, I'm now I will side with him. I'm cheering for Amanda Serrano. I'm going to bet on her.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's big. Thank you. We haven't heard that.
Alliance is formed.
Oh, what's
Going back and forth.
What are the odds?
Like -110, -110.
Oh.
My money will be on Amanda Serrano. I'm going to get a half Puerto Rican, half American flag. I'm going to get a Serrano shirt. I'm going to do it big.
Ariel's heart just broke live on
Or
air.
maybe a
I see
Jake
it.
Paul shirt. Maybe I'll get a Jake Paul shirt.
Oh yes, that's right. Get an MVP shirt, most valuable promotions.
Yeah.
With on the back, it's every day, bro. On the back, get a
Yes, we are talking.
get a Serrano flag with her face on the Puerto Rican flag. All right, listen. You said my heart is breaking. I'm unbiased. I'm impartial on this one. I'm doing the face-offs. I can't be picking favorites.
We know where your heart is.
Yeah,
just saying.
Sure.
Don't even try.
Down the middle. All right, down the middle. All right, gents. I think it's time to go. Back on Wednesday. Great stuff. They just disappeared into the ether. I like that. Just fade to black. Fun day. I told you, post pay-per-view Monday is fun. This one was going to be extra fun. And we made it happen, my friends. God bless. I'll keep you all posted on that super, super special, secretive thing that's brewing. Kept me up all night. Not really sure what to do. It's a potential big thing. And honestly, it's in my hands. I could either slam it home or I can say, nah, doesn't really work out, and I'll live to tell the tale at another point in my life. Torn. Very torn. You all have no idea what I'm talking about, but trust me, it will all make sense very soon. I want to thank everyone who stopped by today. Thank you to all our guests. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Alex Volkanovski, his lovely wife, his whole team, Ash, everyone who came by with him. That was really cool. Love having the in-studio guests. We should do it more often. It's just a different vibe. is a different connection. First time I get to do it with the Volk man, so I appreciated that and enjoyed it very much as well. Straight from Jacksonville. How cool was that? So, thank you to everyone who stopped by. It was great to talk to Brian Stann again. All the best to him. He is the man. We miss him dearly, but he's doing bigger and better things. Of course, he's going to run for president in the very near future as well. Thank you very much to Ian Garry. Congrats to him on the big win. Now 2-0 in the UFC. Thank you very much to Ray Longo. And of course, thank you very much to the one and only Alex, the great Volkanovski. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until then, I say peace.